we are going to actually watch a bit of a longer film. It is going to be an opportunity to understand more about Cuba and what Cuba has contributed to the world despite the U.S. blockade. We've just heard from Carlos de Casio about the impact of U.S. policy, especially the state sponsors of terrorism lists. But we, I think, should take a turn in the 24-hour picket action to learn what Cuba has accomplished despite the impact of the U.S. blockade, because not only has Cuba survived and resisted, but they have continued to build a society with ecology, healthcare, human needs at the center. So we are going to watch one such film which talks about the development of organic panicos, organic gardens, in Cuba, which continue to form an important part of Cuba's food sovereignty, the ability for Cuba to really be able to feed its citizens and supply healthy, nutritious food to its citizens, despite a blockade which prevents Cuba from having access to many of the modern farming equipment, modern technologies that enable other countries to feed their populations. So Cuba has had to, as always, through their resilience, be innovative in their struggle. So I invite people to join me in watching this film about agroecology in Cuba. It's in Spanish with English subtitles. One second, I want to adjust something to do with the captions. Okay, again, the film Agroecology in Cuba.
Creo que el hecho de que Cuba y nosotros seamos líderes en la producción orgánica obedece primeramente a razones de carácter objetivo. Producir alimentos se convirtió en un problema de seguridad nacional. El país atravesaba una crisis después del rumbo del campo socialista que disminuyó los mercados el 80% de las importaciones y el 75% de las exportaciones. Por un problema real, Cuba era un país productor monocultivador, productor de caña de azúcar. Cuba producía alimentos para 40 millones de personas, pero todo en forma de azúcar. En la etapa antes de la revolución, los norteamericanos eran dueños del 67% de las tierras, de las mejores tierras del país, y había 160 fábricas de azúcar. Ellos se llevaban el azúcar a los Estados Unidos y venía el arroz, los frijoles y todos los alimentos, el maíz, la soya, el sorgo. Era un intercambio muy favorable para ellos, pero que dejó endeudado el desarrollo de la agricultura cubana. Y en los años 60, cuando empieza la revolución, no había otra alternativa, producir azúcar. Empezamos a venderle azúcar al mercado de Europa del Este. Incluso crecimos en centrales. y de la Europa del Este venía petróleo, grasa, madera, fertilizantes y demás. Y parecían unas relaciones muy parejas, unas relaciones, yo te doy esto, tú me das aquello. De pronto que aquello se desapareció y el país se vio sin comida. Lo que quiero decirte es que no producimos sin fertilizantes en aquel momento por conciencia, es que no había fertilizantes. No utilizamos métodos biopesticidas por ideología, es que no había biopesticidas. Y empezamos a explorar a través de los institutos de investigaciones, a través de las universidades. Ya en el mundo había un paquete tecnológico para el control de plagas y enfermedades. Pero había el paquete, lo que no había era la experiencia. Y Cuba, por necesidad, tiene que producir orgánicos, por necesidad tiene que descubrirlo y aplicar las tecnologías, y por necesidad, en el tiempo, adquirió la experiencia.
Mío, un carretero alegre paso. Con sus canciones y sus tonadas que muy guajiro alegre cantó. Me voy al transbordador.
La revolución, en un primer momento, firma la ley de reforma agraria y comienza la entrega a los verdaderos dueños de la tierra, que eran los campesinos, los cuales comenzaron a cultivar las tierras donde ellos nacieron y que no eran dueños de ellas, sino que eran extranjeros que se habían apropiado de esas tierras. Desde los primeros años del triunfo de la revolución, comienza con una política de ir cerrando, de ir bloqueando, de ir asfixiando de forma económica a nuestro país.
Soy guajiro y carretero, guamba, y en el campo vivo bien, guamba. Soy guajiro y carretero, guamba, y en el campo vivo bien, guamba. Porque el campo es el Edén, guamba.
Por eso te digo que este movimiento, que parecía una utopía, que parecía una cosa era una agricultura de emergencia, ya no es ninguna agricultura de emergencia. Estos son pequeñas empresas agrícolas, donde hay un grupo de gente que produce alimentos sanos, pero además ha tenido un modo de vida, una forma de vivir. Sí te puedo decir que somos los líderes y te puedo decir que cada día crece más el movimiento, de manera ininterrumpida. Ha pasado por diferentes etapas, de la etapa inicial de utilizar todos los espacios vacíos alrededor de la ciudad, allá de manera estatal, determinar la agricultura urbana a diferentes distancias y la posibilidad de producir en la ciudad, en las zonas urbanas, fue una salida estratégica para el desarrollo de la producción de alimentos.
Sin reposo, para poderme casar.
En esta casa, bueno, que forma parte de este huerto, vivimos 4 personas, 2 niños y mi esposo. Vinimos a vivir acá con la idea esta de cosechar, de recibir nuestro propio alimento de esta tierra y de ayudar a los amigos, a familia. Pero bueno, ya sí, unos meses antes tuvimos que trabajar todo esto, limpiarlo de escombros, de basura. Esta es la berenjena.
Ya se está.
Y esta también.
La seca china que tenemos nosotros para irla trasladando. Mira, ya la vas a ver ahora que ya sembramos el sábado. El objetivo siempre es uno sembrar, resolverle a la población, al que haga, y en tu casa no tener que comprar nada. Corto un racimo de plátano para mi cuñado, para mi sobrina, para mi casa.
El objetivo fundamental de la producción de estos pequeños huertos o parcelas sencillamente es el autoconsumo, en primer lugar. Y en segundo lugar, el excedente que le quede lo pueden vender a un precio relativamente bajo, asequible para todas las personas que viven en los alrededores de aquí de la huerta. Otro objetivo es que la hortaliza llegue fresca al plato.
Área 19 años, ya llevo ya. Esto era un terreno que estaba lleno de escombros y de maleza. Entonces yo me acogí aquí, ya yo estaba jubilado, que ha dado buen resultado a mi familia y a la población, porque le servimos directamente a la población. Por ejemplo, sembramos cebollino, apio, perejil, acelga. Esto tú lo cortas aquí y él sigue retoñando. Mira qué sanitas están. Este es el semillero de lechuga.
Y bueno, aquí se ve el intercalamiento de lechuga con brócoli para aprovechar el área.
Ingeniera de aquí del organopónico de Playa. Esto es un colectivo de trabajadores, de 33 trabajadores. El organopónico tiene un área de 2 hectáreas. Sobre cantero tenemos un 0.87 hectáreas, pero trabajamos todas las áreas exteriores que tenemos también para aprovechar todas las áreas y poder aumentar nuestros rendimientos y la producción, así como nuestros ingresos monetarios. Todas nuestras producciones salen por el punto de venta. Aquí nosotros producimos tanto hortalizas de hoja como condimentos, como algunos bulbos. Estamos trabajando sobre un rendimiento de 16 kilogramos por metro cuadrado. Yo empecé aquí en el 2002, donde llegamos a cumplir un plan de 65 toneladas. El año pasado el plan de nosotros era 130 y llegamos a 135. Es decir, que se ve el incremento de la producción a través de los años. Nosotros aquí tenemos un ingreso mensual entre unos 60.000 a 65.000 pesos y hasta a veces un poco más. Es decir, ya nosotros hemos llegado a entender que mientras más produzcamos, más ingresamos. Producimos nuestra propia fertilizante. Con los mismos residuos vegetales conformamos nuestro compost y cuando hacemos la preparación del terreno se lo adicionamos y así mejoramos las condiciones del suelo. El Estado es quien asumió todos los gastos que tenían para poder montar un organopónico, tanto estos como la mayoría que se crearon en esa fecha. Hoy por hoy se están creando todavía organopónicos que quien suple los gastos es el Estado.
Para mantener una buena agricultura urbana, orgánica, sostenible, hay que tener fuentes de materia orgánica, porque esto es una agricultura que no lleva fertilizantes químicos, sino está sustentado en residuos orgánicos, y eso se logra a través de un buen estiércol descompuesto, a través del humo de lombriz o a través del compost. En estos momentos se le está extrayendo, han transcurrido 6 meses que se hizo y consiste en que todos los residuos orgánicos se van depositando en capas, mezclados con una capa de residuos orgánicos de los mismos que genera el huerto, y el organopónico se echa una capa de estiércol, otra capa de residuos orgánicos, otra de estiércol. A medida que se van haciendo esas capas, se van regando hasta que el banco de compost coge una altura entre 1 metro y 1,50 m, y son los que posteriormente usamos para ir fertilizando las cámaras o canteros.
Este lugar antiguamente, sobre los años 90-91, era un basurero y se recuperó el área para montar el organopónico. Para hacer eso se acumuló lo que eran los escombros que habían en el mismo basurero hacia la parte de atrás. Ahí emplazamos un área con millos para los pájaros, porque en épocas de verano el pájaro nos afecta bastante. sembramos ese semillo para que el pájaro venga aquí y no nos afecten los cultivos. Por la necesidad del país de poner alimentos cerca de las ciudades, gracias al periodo especial en que nos metimos, se introdujo este sistema de producción de alimentos.
Me fui a Santiago de Cuba para cantar en su honor por ser cuna del sabor y madre del son caliente, su maravillosa gente va cantando día a día.
Tenemos que decir que la agricultura urbana es un movimiento productivo extensionista con un marcado carácter popular, es decir, de participación de toda la población, de todas las entidades y todos los niveles de gobierno, de partidos, todos los productores vinculados a este movimiento.
Bueno, aquí compro siempre porque aquí venden las cosas más baratas y a todo el mundo que yo veo por ahí, oye, ve para el mercado que es más barato, aquí despachan muy bien, no roban como en otros lados. Ya, eso. Bueno, yo nací aquí, desde que empezó, vengo aquí. A más ningún lado voy.
Este mercado es especial, los trabajadores son magníficos y te pasan con buena calidad y de todo lo que tú quieras, ponlo ahí.
Fue necesario entonces preparar un programa divulgativo a través de los medios de comunicación, a través de los medios de enseñanza, a través de todos los medios que tuviesen relación con amplias masas de la población, sobre cuestiones alimentarias, sobre el contenido nutricional de determinadas hortalizas y la relación que tenían con la salud de la población. La población comenzó a adquirir, a comprar un número mayor de hortalizas y los productores se veían entonces la posibilidad de poder ampliar el número de cultivos en sus fincas, en sus organopónicos, en sus parcelas, porque tenían la seguridad que al cosecharlos podían venderlos. De esta forma, el programa de la agricultura urbana está conformado por 27 subprogramas. Cuando decimos subprogramas, son direcciones de producción o direcciones de apoyo. Un subprograma, por ejemplo, es la producción de hortalizas. Otro subprograma es la producción de fruta. Pero otro subprograma es la producción de abonos orgánicos, o la producción de semillas, o la capacitación de los productores. Es real que los resultados que hemos alcanzado en la producción de alimentos por vía sostenible son reales. No es un cuento el hecho de que se puede producir sin introducción de insumos industriales. Es una realidad. El nitrógeno, el fósforo y el potasio se los podemos dar a las plantas a través de los abonos orgánicos. Abonos orgánicos que nosotros los obtenemos en la misma localidad que los procesamos, que además de obtenerlos y procesarlos, para no tener que comprar ni aplicar fertilizantes químicos, para obtener ese fertilizante orgánico estamos creando nuevas fuentes de trabajo, porque alguien tiene que producir ese abono orgánico para vendérselo entonces a los productores de hortalizas. Este movimiento ha creado base de trabajo, fuente de trabajo para 384,000 trabajadores. Hemos logrado vincular alrededor de este objetivo de producir alimentos directamente en las ciudades y en su periferia a todo el que tiene que ver con la producción, con el procesamiento, con la distribución de los alimentos en nuestro país en el ámbito geográfico de las ciudades y su periferia. Ha sido casi que un requisito el elevar la cultura alimentaria de la población para poder abarcar una amplia gama de producciones para toda la población y para algunas entidades, como le llamamos, priorizadas, como son los hospitales, los círculos infantiles, los hogares maternos, los hogares de ancianos, las escuelas. Hay que llegar a un nivel de concientización general de que es posible y que es necesario practicar esta forma de producir alimentos. Lo que sí tenemos es que organizarnos localmente, a partir de los gobiernos locales e ir finalizando con los productores allá abajo. Podemos organizar sistemas de organopónicos, podemos organizar sistemas de producción de abonos orgánicos, todo el mundo se beneficia. Es una realidad que el mundo tiene que ir hoy, y estamos avanzándose allí, a una descontaminación del ambiente. Todo eso está concatenado. El aspecto de medio ambiente, el aspecto de producción de alimentos de manera sostenible, el aspecto de alimentos sanos, el aspecto de una cultura básica amplia, el aspecto de defender las culturas locales, porque a través de estos sistemas de producción de alimentos estamos también defendiendo las culturas tradicionales, y de apoyo al productor para que en el área que está hoy obteniendo 3 toneladas, si puede, si tiene potencial para adquirir 5, buscarle la forma de que adquiera las 5. Y entonces vamos utilizando más racionalmente el área, vamos produciendo más alimento y vamos dignificando más a ese productor. Y tenemos que trabajar duro para concientizar y para llevar cultura, para llevar enseñanza que realmente no las tiene a veces, ni los productores que la tienen que practicar, ni los dirigentes que de una u otra forma tenemos que incidir en la organización de eso.
Telesur presenta esta semana el seriado Agricultura Urbana, una mirada de iniciativas que desde las ciudades buscan acercarse a una forma de vida más armoniosa y más saludable.
Por ejemplo, en Cuba crecen las experiencias de agricultura urbana y suburbana.
Antonio da la impresión de ser una persona absolutamente feliz, ya que solo un afortunado puede ganar dinero haciendo lo que de verdad le gusta. Este terreno, que se encuentra a 2 cuadras de su casa, se lo concedió el Estado para que cultive hortalizas y luego las venda a sus vecinos. Un buen trato para todos.
Te dan la licencia, te ayudan, te dan semillas, te dan de todo.
Porque estos son aspectos muy llamativos para apoyar, porque tienen que ver con la alimentación, tienen que ver con el medio ambiente y tienen que ver con la gente. Lo que sí tenemos que ponernos de acuerdo es todo en el objetivo a perseguir y en la forma en que tenemos que hacerlo, contribuyendo cada cual desde su posición. Estas actividades son posibles.
Ataca, niño, vámonos para Martí, Moncada. Cuiro.
Esta casa de postura fue fundada en el 96. El comienzo que tuvo esta casa de postura fue con el objetivo de desarrollar la agricultura urbana en el país, a los diferentes niveles, desde el municipio, desde productores pequeños hasta productores más grandes. Tuvimos el apoyo del INIFAR. Ahí se comenzaron los experimentos hasta que se logró un cepellón, que la postura saliera con un cepellón correcto. 50% de humus de lombriz, 25 de cascarilla y 25 de turba. Eso se mezcló y se logró un cepellón correcto. Esto es una muestra de las producciones que nosotros tenemos dentro de la casa de postura. Este es el tomate, de que nosotros le ponemos la semillita en la bandeja, a que ella sale para la producción, para el campo, demora 25 días. Esta es la muestra del cepellón como tal, ya para salida para el campo. Ya como se ve aquí, ya la raíz tiene cubierto todo el cepellón. Aquí ya se va logrando con este cepellón un 100% de la postura que va para el campo, que no se muera ninguna. Este es el pimiento. Esta planta demora de 45 a 50 días para salir, ya que el cliente se la lleve para sembrarla en el campo. El ahorro de semillas también. no es como sembrar a campo abierto, que se pierden semillas. Nosotros no perdemos semillas aquí. Si sembramos la cantidad de semillitas que le echamos a la bandeja, si salen 2, esa otra la utilizamos también. Nosotros contamos en esta brigada con 11 compañeros. De la producción por año hemos logrado el año pasado 3.500.000 posturas. Como se puede apreciar, esto es uno de los trabajos que se realiza aquí en la casa de postura. Este es el trasplante. Una vez que nosotros sembramos la bandeja, que es en estas mismas mesas aquí, se ponen por obtener más producción en menos espacio de tiempo, ponemos 2 semillitas en cada cepellón. Y después esa plantica, ya como ustedes ven que sale, se trasplanta a otra bandeja. Quiere decir que no se pierde. Ya el trasplante con la parte original salen parejas las dos para el campo. Y aumentamos la producción. Eso nos da cobertura, aumentar la producción. Esos son clientes de la casa de postura, que se llevan ya posturas de col. Este humo de lombriz se envasa en bolsitas y se lleva a las tiendas consultorios que hay en la ciudad de La Habana. Y se vende allí a los clientes que las quieran comprar para sus plantas, para sus jardines. Ahora les vamos a mostrar aquí lo que es los canteros y la mini fábrica que tenemos manual, porque todo es manual. Ya aquí estamos en presencia del área de lombricultura. Este es el área de la lombricultura ya. Primero buscamos el estiércol de res, que es el que fundamentalmente nosotros utilizamos para hacer la lombricultura. Lo ponemos, como ustedes ven, en cantero y le aplicamos la lombriz. Ya la lombriz, cuando se ve así, que ya están comiditos así, volvemos cada 7 días, se le va dando una aplicación del estiércol de vacuno. Ya aproximadamente a los 2 meses, 2 meses y medio, 3 meses, ya debemos de tener un cantero para cosecharlo ya con su óptima calidad. Esto debe tener de un 70 a un 80% de humedad, mantenerle la humedad. Hay una brigada compuesta por 11 trabajadores, 12 trabajadores, que ellos se dedican a envasar lo que es el humo lombriz, el sustrato, que es el mismo que se utiliza en la casa de postura, que también ellos lo envasan y se venden. Y el suelo mejorado, que es la tierra, más 1% de tierra, más otro por ciento de humo lombriz. Aquí no se desperdicia nada, como ven, todo ellos van envasándolo y todo, y se va reciclando.
Yo he sido campesino 60 y pico de años. Entonces yo me mudé para acá hace 3, 4, 5 años. Entonces vine para aquí porque me gusta la agricultura. Sembramos, levantamos los canteros y los cultivamos. Entonces viene, aquí a veces se juntan 15 y 20 personas haciendo cola ahí para llevar las plantas. 60 y pico de años que ha sido la base principal, la tierra.
Las lombrices están ahí abajo, ¿no? Si yo le pongo el nylon, le pongo esto y le echo comida y la mojo ahí, ellas suben.
Vamos aumentando los niveles de alimentación comiendo, pero va dejando atrás su excreta. Y al final, donde está
¿Qué es lo que se le dice humus?
El cantero lleno ya está lleno de humus. El humus de lombriz, que es la materia orgánica que se aplica directamente en los canteros.
Echan el 50% de humus, el 25% de compost, que es lo que estamos utilizando, y el 25% de paja de arroz.
Nos autoabastecemos de nuestras propias posturas, es decir que vamos a llegar ahora al lugar donde se logra la germinación de nuestras posturas, cómo lo logran, qué sustrato aplican, de qué forma la riegan, de qué forma la cultivan. Entonces ese es el lugar donde vamos a hacer la explicación detallada desde el punto de vista técnico, desde el punto de vista sanitario, fitosanitario, cómo es que se logra la producción de las posturas. Así, ya
cuando el sustrato viene, que después, como le dije, ahora ya para que cómo se repara, lo traen los compañeros aquí. Nosotros desinfectamos esas bandejas, ¿no? Por si acaso tiene algún hongo ahí. La llenamos del sustrato. Después que está bien mojada, ya esta está mojada, la marcamos. Para desinfectar la bandeja. Ese fundamentalmente es para combatir hongos. Entonces la traemos y ellas se encargan de sembrarla. Es decir, ella está sembrando coliflor. Por aquí se siembra coliflor, lechuga, acelga, tomate, pepino, berenjena. Ya estas están sembradas. Se introducen. El objetivo fundamental de la casa de postura es producir posturas de alta calidad y sin plaga ni enfermedades. La traemos para aquí y la tapamos. Y después de 48 a 72 horas, ellas pregerminan. Y después que pregerminan, la dejamos ahí de 48 a 72 horas. Después lo que hacemos es que le quitamos esto para que el sol ya después ven, van creciendo y van tomando ese tamaño. Por lo general están de 25 a 30 días. Estos son albiolos, ¿no? Aquí son 247 semillas. Cuando usted al campo los siembra directo, así son muchas semillas que se pierden. Y cuando yo la saco, que ya tienen el tamaño adecuado, yo la traigo aquí y ellas la sacan. Cuando hay mucha semillita, para que usted, en un mismo lugar, nacen. Y cuando nacen, se quedan flaquitas. No superan uno. Cuando usted la siembra por separado, tienen esta característica. Como le dijo el compañero, ¿no? Las otras son finitas, no hay competencia y todo el mundo quiere subir. Y todo el mundo quiere comer. Y entonces trae por consecuencia que las posturitas salen flaquitas. Y cuando usted la tiene independientemente como la tenemos aquí, deben de salir todas normal. Es decir, esto no se cierra nunca. Porque si usted deja de echarle agua un día ahí, son miles de, casi 300.000 posturas que se echan a perder. Así que por lo tanto, eso es los 365 días del año. Hay compañeros aquí, ella sale en cepellón, con óptima calidad y que no tenga ni afectación de plagas y enfermedades. Porque ya esto cuando tiene de 25 a 30 días, los compañeros del campo se la llevan y la siembran allí. Como ustedes ven, utilizamos los bueyes, no uso de combustible, no se afecta al ambiente por el problema del petróleo y el suelo no se mulle tanto cuando usted le pasa un tractor que lo pone muy duro aquí, ¿no? Para que ustedes tengan el proceso completo, desde la materia orgánica hasta el final, que la población, el maíz se pone como caza de insectos, ¿no? Entonces, hay unas cotorritas, en el mundo entero la hay, ¿no? Que es un control biológico de los insectos.
Sí, la cotorrita es un equilibrio biológico, la cotorrita consume a los insectos. Por eso utiliza el maíz como otras plantas, como barrera biológica, para controlar los insectos.
Da la medida que el conocimiento en esta agricultura es fundamental. O sea, la aplicación de la gestión del conocimiento se convierte en algo impostergable. Otras agriculturas de receta, otras agriculturas tradicionalistas no pueden competir con los mercados de hoy en la producción química. Nosotros primero trabajamos en la diversificación, en la independencia de la producción de nuestros propios abonos orgánicos, en la transformación de algunos de los alimentos como valor agregado, en la especialización en las tecnologías aplicadas, desde casas de cultivo protegido, casas de producción de postura, cultivos semiprotegidos, organopónicos, huertos intensivos, cultivos tradicionales, producción por esquejes en frutales, de reproducción asexual con métodos muy revolucionarios, la producción de vegetales en bolsa por injerto, En estos momentos la producción aproximada nuestra es de unas 400 toneladas de vegetales. Nosotros tenemos 10 hectáreas. La introducción de tecnología, como te decía, ha ido aparejada una valoración permanente en la economía de la pequeña empresa. Esto es una cooperativa. La posibilidad, esto conllevaba a también tener en cuenta al hombre como base del desarrollo. En una agricultura que no es de receta, una agricultura de observación, una agricultura de evaluación, una agricultura preventiva, una agricultura digamos, de una rigurosa agrotecnia, de unos mecanismos certeros de nutrición que han traído como consecuencia que la unidad nuestra tenga un lugar especial dentro de la sociedad cubana de agroecologistas.
En estos momentos tenemos más de 150 especies de plantas ornamentales. Creemos tener mucho éxito porque hemos triplicado los ingresos a la cooperativa y de alguna manera hemos estabilizado los ingresos generales, porque en tiempo de verano pues los vegetales suben sus precios, pero bajan también los rendimientos y es mucho más difícil. Y este departamento un poco que estabiliza con relación al salario de los trabajadores.
Es que en Cuba la agricultura orgánica ya y la agricultura urbana, que está muy asociada, es una maestría. O sea, se estudia una maestría de agricultura urbana. Creo que esas condiciones objetivas nos pusieron a la cabeza de la producción orgánica por razones de necesidad. ¿Y por qué no de orgullo propio, de orgullo común? Estábamos cuestionados para producir alimentos a costo posiblemente de nuestra supervivencia. Esos son factores muy importantes, ¿no? Que deciden que no se trataba de una aplicación, se trataba de una realidad inexorable. O producíamos alimentos del país colapsado. No se trata de trabajar de sol a sol ni trabajar como un animal. Esa agricultura no existe ya. Tenemos que hacer una agricultura para la nueva generación. Y a las nuevas generaciones les gusta el teatro, les gusta el cine, les gusta la computación, les gusta la discoteca. Y se puede integrar a la sociedad como se integra cualquier otra persona de un oficio. Y se ha mistificado incluso el trabajo del agricultor como un trabajo extenuante, un trabajo duro. Entonces, alguna gente me pregunta, oye, tú trabajas en la agricultura, es un trabajo duro. Digo, no es duro, porque ese concepto es excluyente, es racista. Es un trabajo que no se ha reconocido bien, que culturalmente nadie lo aprecia, que se ha de alguna manera por el trabajo, por la colonia, por la esclavitud, por la explotación de las grandes transnacionales, por las grandes empresas agrícolas, se ha convertido se satanizó. No, ese es otro problema. Pero los que trabajamos en esto, en la agricultura, de la manera que trabajamos nosotros, en libertad, con decisiones, con posibilidades, yo no creo que yo pueda estar más feliz que donde estoy.
Antes de la revolución, Cuba no era más que un gran casino y zona de fiestas para los estadounidenses. Prostitución y drogas, controlado todo por grandes mafiosos y narcotraficantes. El 50% de la población no tenía un trabajo y el restante vivía trabajando como un verdadero esclavo por un plato de comida. Una encuesta realizada por la Agrupación Católica Universitaria daba a conocer que en 1957 en los hogares campesinos cubanos con núcleos de 6 personas se disponía como promedio de menos de 26 centavos diarios para comer, vestir y calzar. Solamente el 6% de los obreros agrícolas podían tomar leche y el 4% podía comer carne. El 85% de los campesinos carecían de tierras y vivían bajo la amenaza constante de desalojo. Solo el 3% de los hogares rurales cubanos dispone de heladera. El 85% carece de agua corriente. A la desnutrición, la ignorancia y la insalubridad hay que añadir la enfermedad y el parasitismo. El 90% de los niños del campo está devorado por parásitos que se les filtra de la tierra por las uñas de los pies descalzos.
En otro lado del mundo yo he visto que nosotros no estamos tan mal como la gente piensa, con el bloqueo que tenemos. El cubano es una gente que lucha para salir adelante, donde quiera que esté. América Latina, te voy a decir, con el proyecto que hay del ALBA se puede salir adelante. Eso es muy importante. La unión entre los países, eso es muy bueno. La cooperación entre los países, eso es muy bonito. Porque yo cojo conocimiento de un país, el otro coge el mío y salimos adelante todos.
Ya la agronomía no es una ciencia exacta, es una ciencia más abierta, donde entran problemas sociales, climáticos, edafológicos, culturales. Nosotros los que producimos, hacemos producciones orgánicas. Si queremos competir en el mercado con las producciones químicas, que están dopadas, que usan transgénicos, que usan híbridos, por supuesto hay una gran cantidad de adelantos científicos que debemos aprovechar para lograr entrar en competencia con nuestras producciones. Porque hoy en día el hombre del siglo XXI no se parece al del siglo XIX ni el XX. Por las condiciones de desarrollo de la propia humanidad, la agricultura de alguna manera ha sido marginando. Y no es un oficio atractivo a las personas por problemas culturales, por problemas de aislamiento, por problemas de concepto, por problemas del mensaje de belleza que se maneja en el mundo de hoy a través de los medios de comunicación, los medios audiovisuales. O sea que también el hombre en la sociedad necesita, que es parte del ambiente, necesita en estas actividades voluntad política, un enfoque de las universidades, un enfoque de los institutos, que hagan de esta actividad una actividad viable, una actividad atractiva y que forme parte del desarrollo económico de cualquier país de una manera estructurada. ¿Por qué no producir? ¿Por qué no producir en la zona urbana? ¿Por qué no embellecer el entorno? ¿Por qué no hacer más saludable la ciudad? ¿Por qué no utilizar los recursos humanos de la ciudad? Por ejemplo, yo tengo aquí 60 personas, de esos 165, que son personas de la tercera edad, jubilados, que ha tenido un impacto social darle trabajo a esas personas. Mejoran su calidad de vida, mejoran su autoestima, contribuyen a la economía del hogar, pero lo más importante, transmiten conocimiento, experiencia y disciplina a las nuevas generaciones. Estados Unidos es productor, exportador de maíz, de trigo, de soya, de cebada, y solamente el 2% de la población de Estados Unidos laboral se ocupa de la agricultura. Quiere decir que es una agricultura altamente tecnificada. No sé de qué manera lo podrán lograr, cómo podrán llevar eso a una agricultura de otro modelo de agricultura, porque no cuentan ni con la gente. O sea que casi están condenados los más desarrollados al envenenamiento. Sin embargo, en nuestros países, gracias o por desgracia no hemos logrado esos altos desarrollos, estamos más aptos para lograr esos resultados, porque nuestras sociedades son menos consumidoras. Nuestras sociedades viven en sistemas de más valores, a mi manera de ver las cosas. Aquí nosotros no tenemos grandes equipos, todo lo hacemos con tracción animal, los alimentos de los animales los producimos nosotros, o sea que esto es un complejo que demuestra que esta agricultura es mucho más productiva que la otra.
Soy trabajador de la finca La Ciguaraya, que pertenece a la CCS Fortalecida de Frutales Antonio Maceo. Se entregaron 0.8 hectáreas, en la cual comenzó a gestarse y a producir una gran variedad de frutales, teniendo en cuenta las diferentes formas de propagación. Hoy en el vivero nosotros desarrollamos casi todos los frutales tropicales de nuestro país. En este caso estamos en un momento óptimo de trasladar las posturas de guayaba, las cuales fueron logradas a través de la utilización de los esquejes. Como pueden observar, se trasladan, se sacan del tapado semiprotegido y se ubican en un lugar soleado para su crecimiento en forma mucho más rápida. Ya en esta etapa, estas plantas pueden ser sembradas en el campo. En los primeros 6 meses comienzan a dar su producción. Como ustedes pueden observar, ahora nos encontramos en un lugar de mucha sombra. Esta sombra que está potenciada por los árboles de aguacate evitan de que el suelo se desgaste, y el arrastre por la lluvia y por los efectos del viento, del sol. Además, todas estas capas que se encuentran y todos estos desechos que se acumulan en el suelo enriquecen. Aquí tenemos una plantación intercalada en el área de aguacate, En este caso es la malanga, es un cultivo de ciclo mediano, la cual comienza a cosecharse a partir de los 11, 12 meses. En este caso, los cultivos de ciclo corto darán las primeras cosechas y continuarán los cultivos a mediano plazo, como es el caso de la guayaba y el plátano. Y se incorporan los cultivos como el aguacate a largo plazo. Es un área donde se desarrolla un policultivo, donde el hombre aprovecha de forma óptima la tierra, fuente infinita de riqueza.
Nos encontramos en el vivero que se desarrollan, se cultivan las plantas ornamentales, frutales y medicinales en cuestión de demanda de la población, la exigencia que ha venido teniendo todo el desarrollo de la agricultura urbana en la capital. Cultivar las posturas de hortalizas, sino también cómo embellecer nuestro entorno y cómo llevar una planta medicinal a los patios de nuestros hogares, en la población, en el círculo infantil, en escuelas, policlínicos. Que toda la producción farmacéutica de elaboración de medicamentos, que las tinturas que se fabrican, se producen a nivel de farmacia, pues estas plantas van destinadas a esos lugares de elaboración. Independientemente, también la población tiene la oportunidad de obtenerla a través de las tiendas consultorios agropecuarios en la ciudad. Por ejemplo, tenemos el oreganito, la mejorana, los tipos de mentas piperitas. Aquí estamos en presencia de la hierbabuena, una planta muy conocida en la población, no sé, en el mundo entero se conoce también así. Se produce en nuestro centro, hay una demanda muy grande en la cual lo llevan para los centros de lo que es de hotelería, para elaborar mojitos, pero también para elaborar los productos que son derivados de controlar lo que es los espamos, porque es una planta antiespamódica. Y la manzanilla, el tilo, que variedades de estas plantas medicinales que sí la población tiene cultura de usarla, utilizarla, elaborando infusiones y elaborando también cocimientos para cualquier enfermedad. Mayormente son plantas que son antiespamódicas, anticatarrales, que es fácil de elaboración en su hogar. Hay 52 en este momento los 14 municipios que hay en la capital, están los consultorios de tienda agropecuaria, que allí se le ofrece a la población, van es venta a la población. Adquieren lo que todo, igual que la lombricultura, el humo de lombriz, el sustrato, como es, también adquieren estas plantas medicinales ahí, que con mi trabajo yo ayudo al ser humano.
Entonces, a través del Grupo Nacional, nosotros hemos exigido que cada escuela del país tenga 2 matas de acerola, con el objetivo de que los niños se coman una diaria. Cuando ellas paren y los niños se comen una frutica de estas, ya tienen el contenido de vitamina C que necesita el organismo humano para el día entero. En los últimos años, a través del movimiento de la agricultura urbana y suburbana, se ha desarrollado por todo el país lo que es la producción de frutales. En este caso, la guayaba está entre los primeros por su importancia de alimento para la población. La guayaba está entre las frutas que más vitamina C para lograr fruto todo el año. Hay 3 factores muy fundamentales. Usted tiene que lograr de hacer lo que es el deshieme y lograr la escalera foliar. Cuando usted hace el deshieme, va logrando esta escalera foliar y estas yemas que estaban dormidas despiertan y se convierten en nuevos retoños. Esos nuevos retoños se convierten en nuevas flores y nuevos frutos. Si unido a la poda, esa escalonada foliar, esa conducción foliar, usted la mantiene fertilizada y la riega, usted logra tener guayaba todo el año.
Precisamente promover el trabajo de la agricultura en las nuevas generaciones. O sea, nosotros además de la capacitación al productor, a los distintos vecinos, trabajamos con las escuelas, con niños, y tenemos más de 5 círculos de interés en las escuelas donde lo enseñamos, lo promovemos nuestro trabajo en la agricultura. Lo enseñamos desde el conocimiento de qué es una semilla, qué tipos de semillas, hasta que la siembran, hasta que incluso en muchos casos, porque en nuestras escuelas se crean los huertos escolares, ellos ven los frutos. Todo esto con una sola finalidad: aumentar nuestras producciones, que sean producciones limpias, que sean producciones ecológicas, y lograr con eso que nuestro país, en este aspecto de la alimentación, lo tenga lo más garantizado posible.
En todos los municipios del país fue creando un estilo de enseñar haciendo. Entonces los productores solicitaban cursos y programas de estudio que les permitiera adquirir en forma dirigida, en forma adecuada, el conjunto de conocimiento que la agricultura urbana había acumulado durante los años de trabajo en este sentido. Es trabajar para que los productores y la comunidad comprenda y entienda cómo producir sus alimentos lo más sano posible, lo más inocuo posible, en una forma cerca a donde lo va a consumir. Y eso implicaba un conjunto de cambios que provocó que se conformara una filosofía y una estrategia y una táctica de producción que garantizara que el consumidor o el ciudadano pudiera adquirir en forma fácil, con buen acceso, durante los 365 días del año, los vegetales, los granos y las carnes básicas de la alimentación, de la comida cubana. Una cosa es adquirir seguridad alimentaria y otra cosa es adquirir soberanía alimentaria. Cuando usted adquiere seguridad, puede ser que usted importe y obtenga los alimentos, pero se hace dependiente de un mercado. Cuando usted eleva la soberanía alimentaria, usted tiene la capacidad o la independencia de producir lo que usted quiere consumir, cómo lo quiere consumir y cuándo lo quiere consumir. Y que un producto que sea inocuo, que es una de las cosas que usted no sabe cuando usted importa un alimento del exterior, con qué pesticida, con qué fertilizante, qué cantidad, eso no lo sabemos. La filosofía de nuestra concepción no es igual que la filosofía con la que nosotros estudiamos en la universidad, sino que es una concepción holística, es decir, que integra todos los elementos de conocimiento en función de la producción, ya sea de hojas, o de frutos, o de raíces, o de flores, o de lo que corresponda, o de animales, o sea, de carne o leche, en función del objetivo de producción. Así se ordena el paquete tecnológico. No como un paquete mecánico, sino como un paquete de conocimiento y de tecnología que se adecuan a las condiciones locales sin usar ni pesticidas ni fertilizantes químicos. En nuestra escuela tratamos de transmitirle, tratamos de divulgar, no solo aprenda cómo producirlo, sino que logre transmitir al consumidor el conocimiento de cómo y por qué él debe consumir ese alimento, por qué lo debe integrar en una ensalada, porque mientras más variada, mientras más diversa sea la ensalada, pues más nutriente aporta y la sinergia entre uno y otro nutriente se eleva y por lo tanto la calidad biológica del alimento satisface los requerimientos del ser humano para su nutrición y una calidad de vida superior.
En los centros de investigación o institutos de investigaciones se produce la semilla original o élite. Esta semilla es la que se lleva a las unidades de producción que son anexas a esta institución y es donde a partir de esta semilla original o élite se produce la semilla básica. Esta semilla básica es la que al final se comercializa con una estructura que nosotros llamamos empresa de semilla. Esta finca tributa ya después a la empresa de semilla, que es la que se encarga a través de la red de tiendas que tiene la agricultura urbana de vender las semillas a los productores. En cuanto a la producción de los organopónicos, huertos intensivos, parcelas y patios y empresas productoras de cultivos varios, etc. A partir de estas producciones locales, estas producciones en los huertos, en los organopónicos, en las parcelas, en los patios, se puede lograr producir hortalizas el año entero. ¿Qué se entiende por agricultura suburbana? O sea, es la área que está fuera del perímetro urbano. O sea, si en el caso de las capitales municipales, tenemos alrededor de 10 kilómetros en torno a las ciudades capitales, 5 kilómetros en torno a las cabeceras municipales y 2 kilómetros en torno a los asentamientos de más de 1000 habitantes. Esta es la estructura y a partir de ahí eso se le llama agricultura suburbana. Todo está en aplicar la tecnología como se debe. Si logramos autoabastecernos de semillas, podemos tener una soberanía o una independencia alimentaria más segura, utilizando una cosa: desarrollar variedades locales, producciones locales de semillas. Esto es muy importante, ya que si logramos nosotros autoabastecernos y producir nuestra propia semilla, ya rompemos el eslabón, la dependencia de las grandes transnacionales como puede ser, por ejemplo, la Monsanto, la Acera, otras. Logramos desarrollar variedades locales y es importante también porque si logramos mantener, por ejemplo, una variedad de frijol que sea única en todo el país, viene una catástrofe, viene un ciclón, viene un cambio climático muy drástico, perdemos la variedad. Ya nos ha pasado. Ahora, si desarrollamos variedades locales en la región oriental del país, en el centro y en el occidente, tendríamos varias variedades y no tendríamos problemas porque la plaga no afectaría de modo igual a todas las variedades que tenemos desarrolladas en nuestro país. Es muy importante este trabajo de divulgación que llegue a todas las personas posibles para que puedan autoabastecerse, puedan tener un poquito más de alimento para la gente. Eso sí es muy importante.
En el caso del manejo agroecológico, utilizamos las plantas repelentes, como por ejemplo aquí tenemos el orégano, aquí tenemos la flor de muerto, también usamos las vacas, usamos en definitiva plantas de olores fuertes que contribuyen a alejar insectos. Esto es muy importante desde el punto de vista del control integral que se trata de mantener contra el desarrollo de plagas. Plagas que pueden ser insectos, pero que estos insectos también pueden cooperar a la transmisión de enfermedades virales. Por eso es que en este sistema de siembra, donde se mantiene el control agroecológico, buscamos esta protección, porque lo que tenemos que hacer fundamentalmente es prever. El manejo agroecológico de las plagas está incluido en un concepto más holístico, que es el concepto del manejo del sistema de producción. Es un concepto más integrador. No podemos ver por sí solo ni aislado a las plagas. Para un buen manejo de las plagas tenemos que analizar las condiciones del lugar. Por tanto, para nosotros es importante la formación del sustrato, es decir, cómo vamos a la formación de la materia orgánica, ya bien sea humus de origen animal a través de la lumbricultura o ya bien sea humus de origen vegetal a través del compostaje. Porque en el proceso de descomposición de ambos puede influir una contaminación de hongos del suelo, es decir, los llamados hongos del dumping off, como la fitóptora, los fusarios, en fin, y luego entonces nos contamina el cultivo. Por tanto, una buena elaboración de ese sustrato y evitar su contaminación ya forman parte del manejo de las plagas. Las cortinas rompevientos, en el caso de que existan, también. Las plantas atraentes y insectos benéficos como el girasol también contribuyen, porque ahí van a ir un grupo de insectos que van a combatir a los perjudiciales. Que estudiamos el hábitat de las plagas y estudiamos la florística. Los demás elementos son iguales. Por tanto, el manejo agroecológico de plagas necesita un mayor conocimiento sobre la plaga y la influencia de las condiciones climáticas en función de esto. Esta misma planta, nosotros podemos utilizar sus flores y el follaje, hacer unas infusiones y aplicarla contra insectos. Pero también existen otras, como por ejemplo la semilla de la frutabomba, como por ejemplo la higuereta, en fin, hay alrededor de más de 200 plantas que tienen un efecto fungicida, un efecto acaricida, un efecto insecticida o efectos comunes. Por ejemplo, el mismo chile, sabemos que con infusión de chile nosotros podemos contrarrestar también un grupo de insectos. En sentido general, el hombre tiene que basarse en un concepto básico que plantea la permacultura, y es la oportunidad, el ser oportuno, el trabajar en función de establecer un equilibrio funcional, ya que lamentablemente el equilibrio natural ha muerto y cada vez muere más. Desde ese punto de vista, no quiere decir que nosotros trabajemos para eliminar la plaga. No, nosotros trabajamos para controlar la plaga, para mantenerlo a ciertos niveles, de forma tal que, como parte de la cadena viva, existan, pero nos permitan a nosotros tener un máximo rendimiento. De manera que cuando usted lleva un organopónico, un huerto intensivo que esté dedicado a la producción, usted tiene que encontrar los cercados, usted tiene que encontrar el girasol o el maíz por los extremos. En las cabeceras tienen que encontrar las plantas repelentes, plantas atraentes, la colmena de abeja próxima, porque como ustedes conocen, la abeja es fundamental en el proceso de desarrollo de muchas de las plantas desde el punto de vista de obtener un mayor rendimiento y una mejor formación de los frutos. Y con los cambios climáticos se están presentando también nuevos problemas que tenemos que estar previendo, de manera tal que el monitoreo sistemático de la unidad para avisorar cuando llega la plaga es fundamental. Forma parte imprescindible de un sistema de protección. Tenemos que siempre estar vigilantes de cuál es el problema que va a llegar y se pueda desarrollar para tomar la medida oportuna en el momento adecuado. Nosotros también utilizamos las trampas de color, las trampas amarillas, las trampas azules, las trampas blancas, que están permeadas de una película fina de alguna grasa, una vaselina bien clarita, y estos colores atraen insectos que se quedan ahí pegados y por tanto entonces no llegan al cultivo. Es otra de las medidas que tenemos para protegernos. Yo tengo por costumbre en los cursos preguntarle a los investigadores, a los productores que vienen, cuando nosotros apreciamos un bosque, ¿qué vemos en el bosque? Normalmente me responden que vemos plantas de diferentes tamaños, diferentes tipos, diferentes follajes, y yo le digo que hay algo más. Yo le digo que en el bosque está el equilibrio natural. Yo le digo que en el bosque están los controles biológicos en su vida natural, que están todos los insectos o parte de ellos, que están los pajaritos, en fin, las aves, que están otras series de microorganismos que no vemos a simple vista, pero que en el laboratorio después lo contactamos. Y que ahí está el equilibrio natural, que es el que no podemos romper y desgraciadamente cada vez rompemos más. Que es el equilibrio que tenemos que conservar. O de lo contrario, posteriormente tendremos que trabajar en busca de un equilibrio funcional. Ahora preguntemos, ¿y quién rompe el equilibrio natural? La plaga mayor del mundo, el hombre. El hombre cuando no está bien enfocado, el hombre cuando no está cultivado en el amor que hay que tener a la naturaleza y la importancia que tiene la naturaleza, se convierte en el primer destructor de la naturaleza. ¿Y qué tenemos que hacer entonces? Cultivar la mente del hombre. Y es el aspecto más difícil que tiene cualquier tipo de manejo para una producción. Educar al hombre en el por qué debe hacer una u otra cosa y en qué momento debe hacerse una u otra cosa. Cuando querramos ver la importancia que tiene la naturaleza, veamos una película de los ancestros o leamos un libro de historia de los ancestros, de los primeros seres. Observemos cómo cuidaban la naturaleza, cómo mataban nada más que la carne que necesitaban consumir, cómo hacían el laboreo mínimo, sembraban haciendo huecos en la tierra, no rompían la estructura. Yo creo que ahí hay una gran enseñanza, en ese concepto de la madre naturaleza. Pienso que en ese camino tenemos mucho que hacer todavía.
Por el camino del sitio mío, un carretero alegre pasó. Con sus canciones y sus tonadas que muy guajiro alegre cantó. Me voy al transbordador, bamba, a descargar la carreta, bamba. Me voy al transbordador, bamba, a descargar la carreta, bamba, para cumplir con la meta, bamba, de mi pequeña labor. A caballo vamos pa'l monte, a caballo vamos pa'l monte,
Hello, everyone. Greetings once again from the 24-hour picket action against the U.S. blockade on Cuba. What a wonderful film about agroecology in Cuba. But of course, because it is Cuba, it did not stop with talking about food sovereignty or the ability of Cuba to fight back against the U.S. blockade and innovate new and important ways to feed its people, but it also talked about the formation of a new person, a new human being within the movement for agroecology, teaching us all and showing us the way how society can be different and how we have so much to learn from Cuba, especially when it comes to food sovereignty and the ability of people to come together to innovate ways to survive against genocidal policies like the United States blockade. I think an important follow-up to this is in a second we can read together some of the main points of Cuba's report this year to the United Nations about the impact of the blockade. But first of all, I want to just again say thank you to everyone that is here with us. I wanted to go ahead and read a greeting that we've received here in the chat from Nancy Wright. Nancy, thank you for joining us. It's very early in the morning for you over in Maryland. Nancy writes, warm greetings to the valiant people of Cuba and to friends of Cuba worldwide. I'm joining here from the belly of the beast, the USA, in the state of Maryland, occupied territory of the indigenous Piscataway Nation. I am a member of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, the Friends of Latin America, and the Maryland-Cuba Solidarity Coalition. We deplore the illegal, unjustified aggression against Cuba by US-led imperialism. We congratulate the people of Cuba for your wonderful achievements in the face of harsh adversity resulting from the blockade. We thank you for the generous acts of solidarity that you have continually shared with the people of the world. Cuba is not alone. We stand with you. Y puedo leer también los saludos desde Nancy Wright en los Estados Unidos en español. Se dice, saludos cordiales al valiente pueblo de Cuba y a los amigos de Cuba en todo el mundo. Me uno desde aquí en el vientre de la bestia, los Estados Unidos, en el estado de Maryland, territorio ocupado de la nación indígena Piscataway. Soy miembro del Partido Revolucionario del Pueblo Toro Africano, los Amigos de América Latina, Friends of Latin America, y la Coalición de Solidaridad Maryland-Cuba. Deploramos la agresión ilegal e injustificada contra Cuba por parte del imperialismo dirigido por Estados Unidos. Felicitamos al pueblo de Cuba por sus maravillosos logros frente a la dura adversidad derivada del bloqueo. Le agradecemos los generosos actos de solidaridad que ha compartido continuamente con la gente del mundo. Cuba no está sola. Te acompañamos. Gracias, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy, for that wonderful greeting and for being with us at such an hour in Maryland, the eastern coast of the United States. Good to have you all online, everyone that is with us here today at the 24-hour picket action organized by the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Coalition here based in fact, the United States and Canada. I will just take one moment in which to share with everybody some information about the U.S.-Cuba normalization and let folks know how you can stay in touch with us as we continue to organize and unite and build a stronger, more united movement against the criminal blockade on Cuba. The information is there on the screen to join the email list for the International U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition. We'll get announcements about upcoming meetings and events across the United States, Canada, and virtual events like this or online events like this around the world. You can join our email list on our website, and there's a screenshot of what that form looks like there. The website is www.us-cubanormalization.org. As we continue to talk about the impacts of the U.S. blockade on Cuba, I want to present and talk together a bit about those impacts. Cuba's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or MINREX, has put together an excellent summary of the annual report that they prepare to the United Nations about the impacts of the U.S. blockade on Cuba. I'll put in the chat the PDFs for the report, but I think it's important to read through some of this together. And again, thank you to everyone there in the chat and with us today. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we can read together some of MINREX's report about the impacts of the criminal U.S. blockade. There we are. And this is a really excellent document that can be shared with people, and I'll put it in the chat in both English and Spanish. It explains that the blockade imposed by the United States against Cuba violates the international law and the UN Charter. It constitutes a violation of the right to peace, development, and self-determination of the Cuban people. The blockade qualifies as an act of genocide. All of Cuba's problems are not entirely due to the blockade, but it would be untrue for anyone not to recognize this policy as the main obstacle to our development. And some numbers to share. 2 months under the U.S. blockade is equal to the cost of fuel needed to meet the country's energy demand, costing Cuba $1.6 billion. 2 days under the blockade is equal to the annual maintenance cost for the country's public transportation system, costing Cuba $40 million. Just 16 days under the blockade is equal to the funding needed for the country's entire national list of essential medicines, approximately $339 million. In only 2 hours of the U.S. blockade, the money lost is equivalent to the funds required to purchase medicines for psychiatric, neurological, and cardiological treatments, as well as food for children with genetic disorders and endocrine metabolic diseases, approximately $1.4 million. 6 days under the blockade is equal to the funding required to import a year's worth of medical consumables such as cotton, gauze, syringes, needles, sutures, catheters, and IV equipment, among others, along with the reagents needed for the national health system, approximately $129 million. 10 minutes under the blockade is equal to the funding required to provide hearing aids for all the children and teenagers with disabilities enrolled in the country's special education system. $142,966.82. The material damages and losses inflicted on Cuba by the blockade in the past year, between March 1st, 2024 and February 28th, 2025, are estimated at over $7.5 billion. And it is right there, the calculations and the impact. The blockade against Cuba is the most prolonged, comprehensive, and complex system of unilateral coercive measures ever applied to any country in history. It violates the UN Charter and international law and represents the main obstacle to Cuba's development. It is a massive, flagrant, and systematic violation of human rights of the entire Cuban people. In total, this represents a financial impact of over $629.7 million per month, more than $20.7 million per day, and more than $862,500 per hour of blockade. Taking into account the value of the dollar against gold, the blockade has caused quantifiable damages estimated at 2.1 trillion US dollars since it was first implemented. It isn't rhetoric, it's numbers. The blockade isn't a matter of an opinion. Over 6 decades, it has cost $170.7 billion, or when adjusted for the current inflation, cost $2.1 trillion, a bill paid by people in Cuba, hitting every sector of society, obstructing well-being and the country's development. Then the document goes through specific sectors, including the social impact of the blockade, discussing, for example, how Cuba's essential medicines list has experienced a 69% shortfall as a result of the blockade. This policy hinders the domestic production of medicines and prevents Cuba from acquiring advanced treatments and drugs manufactured in the United States, as well as medical equipment having more than 10% of U.S. origin components. As an aside, this is an important fact to consider when people say, oh, well, they can just buy medicine or medical equipment from any other country in the world. In fact, no. If that component or medicine has more than 10% of U.S. origin, it cannot be traded with Cuba. Blockade hinders the acquisition of materials for education, impacting Cuban students. The numbers are here about the impact on sports, culture, food production, and agriculture. Then there's economic trade. For example, during the period under review that's being discussed today, from March of 2024 to February 2025, the blockade caused damages and losses to Cuban exports amounting to 2.6 billion US dollars. 40 foreign banks refused to carry out transactions with Cuban banking entities. 27 from Europe, 6 from America, and 7 from the rest of the world. Again, the impacts of the U.S. blockade are not just on U.S.-Cuba trade. There's an impact also on tourism. As it says here, as a consequence of the U.S. government's financial persecution, Havana Tour, a leader in the promotion and marketing of Cuban tourism products, has faced the closure of bank accounts abroad, which has resulted in the loss of over $2.2 million US dollars. And also biotechnology. Cuba is famous for its production in Cuba of biotechnology that has saved lives around the world and helped people heal from horrible disease around the world, as well as in Cuba. But this, as it says, the blockade has negatively affected 14 operations of the Finlay Vaccine Institute related to reagents, raw materials, and supplies. These are the same institute that developed Cuban-made COVID vaccines that saved people in not only in Cuba, but around the world from the COVID pandemic. Again, this isn't rhetoric, it's numbers. Then there's also energy. Of course, this year there's been discussion about the supply of fuel in Cuba, which is how Cuba powers the island. Cuba has faced fuel shortages and power outages due to the criminal U.S. blockade. This, as it says here, the blockade has affected imports for the Cuban oil industry. In 2024, Cuba would have saved $1.014 million by replacing freight costs if it had been able to access the product in the United States, or in other words, buy fuel from the United States. Obstacles to the import of fuel, spare parts, and machinery, including the supplier's fears of U.S. sanctions, have severely affected the prolonged instability of the national electrical grid. And then a summary of the universal rejection of the blockade. Again, the blockade qualifies as an act of genocide. It undermines the Cuban economy and directly affects the population's well-being. It makes no distinction between social sectors or economic actors. It restricts the constitutional rights of U.S. citizens and violates the sovereignty of third-party states by imposing extraterritorial sanctions. So our united demand here at the 24-hour picket, standing side by side with the Cuban people, is to drop the blockade, or tumba el bloqueo. In more than 2,000 public events, statements, and documents adopted at international events since March of 2024, the blockade was condemned, and more than 1,700 statements have been issued against the arbitrary inclusion of Cuba on the unilateral list of states that support terrorism. And that is the document from Cuba's Ministry of Foreign Affairs that I think is very important for us to all be able to share. Just snippets, excerpts of the impact of the U.S. blockade on Cuba that we are here discussing today. I'm going to go ahead and put those in the chat for people to download. They are PDFs. They are shareable. Feel free. There's one copy in English and then also here in Spanish. You can share them, please, far and wide. It is one aspect of how we can fight against the criminal U.S. blockade on Cuba, by spreading the facts about the blockade, by fighting against the disinformation about the U.S. blockade on Cuba. I'm now going to play a selection of greetings we have collected around the world. The 24-hour picket against the criminal U.S. blockade on Cuba involves people on every continent expressing in a united voice that the United States must end this criminal policy immediately, that the time is now. And this is reflected through the videos that we have received from around the world. Now we're going to see some videos from the United States, in Vermont, from Spain, from friends and co-fighters in Cuba, from Australia, from Germany, and from Paraguay and Puerto Rico. So let us all come together and see these films together. I'll take the opportunity before I play them, because some are going to be in Spanish, to go ahead and repost the instructions in the chat for how you can turn on the automatic subtitles if you need them. This is something that is available as part of our Zoom here today, and we are just together learning how it works best. But these are the instructions, if you haven't turned it on already, to use the translated captions, as some of the videos are going to be in Spanish. And we'll go ahead and get started.
Lift the blockade on Cuba. Lift the blockade on Cuba. I've been to Cuba myself, and I've seen the damage caused by the United States' inhumane blockade. They claim that the blockade is there because Cuba is a state sponsor of terrorism. The only thing that I saw while I was there was basic things like housing, healthcare being a human right, while the American people don't have access to those things. It is disgusting that the United States still claims that this blockade is justified because Cuba supposedly supports terrorism. Lift the blockade on Cuba and give Guantanamo back to Cuba.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Ailén Carmenati, funcionaria del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Cuba. Agradezco la invitación a este piquete virtual de 24 horas, en especial a sus organizadores y a todos los amigos que han participado en el mismo. Este 28 y 29 de octubre, en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, está aconteciendo el debate y votación de la resolución titulada Necesidad de poner fin al bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por los Estados Unidos de América contra Cuba. El bloqueo constituye el eje central de la política de máxima presión del gobierno de Estados Unidos contra la isla, lo cual quedó plasmado en el memorando interno del subsecretario de Estado Lester Mallory el 6 de abril de 1960. Entre marzo del 2024 y febrero del 2025, la administración estadounidense mantuvo la aplicación rigurosa de las leyes y prácticas del bloqueo con acciones encaminadas a identificar, perseguir y eliminar de manera quirúrgica y sistemática las principales fuentes de ingresos de la economía cubana. El bloqueo continúa afectando sectores estratégicos para nuestro desarrollo y obstaculiza la actividad de comercio internacional, impidiendo la llegada al país de suministros esenciales para la población. Del 1 de marzo de 2024 hasta el 28 de febrero del 2025, el bloqueo causó daños y perjuicios materiales a Cuba, estimado en el orden de los 7.556,1 millones de dólares, lo que representa un incremento del 49% con respecto al periodo anterior. A este criminal bloqueo se suma la arbitraria e injustificación inclusión de Cuba en la lista unilateral de países supuestamente patrocinadores del terrorismo, la cual ha provocado serias dificultades para nuestras operaciones en el sector bancario, financiero, el comercio y también decir que el acceso a financiamientos, a la compra de combustible, el acceso a suministro de bienes e insumos fundamentales para el desarrollo económico y desalentando también la inversión extranjera. Como cada año, la comunidad internacional demostrará su respaldo abrumador a esta resolución, siendo una victoria contundente del pueblo cubano ante la política obsoleta estadounidense. Agradecemos a todos los amigos desde diferentes latitudes quienes han llevado a cabo diversas iniciativas en apoyo a Cuba, demandando el fin de la política hostil del gobierno de Estados Unidos como muestra de su solidaridad incondicional hacia nuestro pueblo. Muchas gracias.
¡Arriba la revolución! Cuba no está sola, todo el mundo está con Cuba socialista. Cuba vencerá. Cuba no está sola, todo el mundo está con Cuba socialista. Cuba vencerá. ¡Arriba la revolución!
Estamos acá en México participando del 9º encuentro de solidaridad continental con Cuba. Y es necesario apoyar a Cuba. En el caso de los boricuas de Puerto Rico, Cuba ha sido un aliado incondicional de la lucha de independencia de nuestro país. Cuba ha representado en todas partes la causa del pueblo puertorriqueño por su independencia. Cuba es quien presenta en Naciones Unidas la resolución cada año en favor de nuestra autodeterminación e independencia. Cuba es un pueblo solidario y hay que estar en solidaridad con Cuba. Cuba ya necesita que cese el bloqueo, que se terminen las medidas de sanciones contra el pueblo cubano que afectan no al gobierno, al pueblo cubano. Es necesario que el bloqueo termine.
Bueno, un saludo a todos y todas. Quiero agradecer la oportunidad de participar en este espacio que hermanos y hermanas solidarias han abierto para sumarse a la denuncia al bloqueo genocida, al bloqueo ilegal, ilegítimo, inmoral de los Estados Unidos contra Cuba. Mi nombre es Claudia González, soy una cubana residente en el exterior, específicamente en el Estado español. Y quiero condenar enérgicamente el bloqueo, la guerra económica que los Estados Unidos le hacen al pueblo cubano, a las familias cubanas, a la población cubana. Quiero denunciar además que ese bloqueo nos afecta profundamente a los cubanos residentes en el exterior, a los migrantes residentes en el exterior, cubanos y cubanas, que tenemos que llevar sobre nuestras espaldas la pesada carga que nos pone los Estados Unidos con sus medidas coercitivas unilaterales contra nosotros como población. La guerra económica que ya califica como terrorismo económico de los Estados Unidos contra Cuba tiene a nuestro pueblo viviendo angustias, escaseces de manera innecesaria, porque Cuba es capaz de labrarse una economía y una vida que para nada tiene las características que hoy tiene la crisis económica que sufre nuestro país. Se nos castiga por ser una nación que ganó su soberanía. Se nos castiga por ser una nación que además ha demostrado que con esa soberanía ha podido llegar a las metas más altas que se ha propuesto. ¿Y cómo lo ha hecho Cuba? Lo ha hecho de una manera muy importante. Cuba es potencia deportiva. Cuba es potencia médica. Cuba es potencia biotecnológica, es potencia científica. Cuba es potencia cultural, educativa. Y eso, los cubanos y cubanas, lo hemos hecho partiendo del punto en el que nos deja el coloniaje, el saqueo de nuestros recursos, la dependencia económica en la que te deja la colonialidad. Cuba ha salido de eso y ha logrado despegar como nación, ojo, siendo una pequeña isla del Caribe que viene de una historia de sabotaje, que viene de una historia de saqueo, y lo ha hecho sin hacerle la guerra a nadie, sin robarle a nadie, sin dañar a ningún país ni a ningún pueblo, sin robar, sin matar, sin saquear, sin hacer daño. Eso Cuba lo ha hecho, estableciendo lazos de solidaridad, lazos de hermandad, lazos de complementariedad. Y Cuba ha logrado despegar y llevar adelante un modelo que baja al mínimo la mortalidad materno-infantil, que baja al mínimo la incidencia de enfermedades prevenibles, que eleva al máximo la esperanza de vida, que le da bienestar y seguridad ciudadana a su población. Ese es el modelo que construimos los cubanos y cubanas. Y ojo, insisto, somos capaces de hacerlo, hemos sido, somos y seremos capaces de hacerlo sin robar, sin saquear, sin hacer daño, sin dejar huella climática, ojo, sin hacerle la guerra a nadie. Es posible salir adelante como nación a pesar de venir de la historia del coloniaje y el saqueo sin hacerle daño a nadie. Como seres humanos y como pueblo somos capaces de hacerlo. Cuba lo ha demostrado y por eso se la castiga y por eso se la maltrata y por eso la población cubana vive la situación de escasez, de angustia, que provoca enfermedades, que provoca situaciones muy difíciles entre nuestra población. Porque el bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero contra Cuba es contra la familia cubana, es contra los niños y las niñas, es contra las mujeres embarazadas, es contra los ancianos. La guerra económica de los Estados Unidos contra Cuba es hacia los más vulnerables de su sociedad. Y por eso condenamos enérgicamente y nos sumamos a la declaración de Cuba en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, a la resolución necesidad de poner fin al bloqueo económico, financiero y comercial de los Estados Unidos contra Cuba. Levantamos nuestras voces indignados contra la injusticia, por Cuba. Con Cuba caminaremos siempre de la mano de la solidaridad, de la mano de la hermandad, de la mano de la complementariedad. Los cubanos y cubanas tenemos derecho a la autodeterminación, tenemos derecho a nuestra soberanía, la cual logramos y mantenemos con mucho sacrificio porque se nos quiere arrebatar. Pero seguiremos adelante de la mano de nuestros hermanos y hermanas del mundo solidarios que también luchan por la justicia en el mundo. Porque un mundo mejor es posible y Cuba lo ha demostrado. A pesar de tanto sabotaje, a pesar de tanto ataque, a pesar de tanto terrorismo contra Cuba, porque Cuba no patrocina el terrorismo. Eso es una lista con fines politiqueros de los Estados Unidos para hacerle daño a la familia cubana. Al contrario, Cuba es víctima del terrorismo. Y Cuba hace todos los esfuerzos posibles para evitar a toda costa el terrorismo. Al contrario, Cuba lucha por la paz. Cuba sustenta la paz, apoya la salud, apoya la educación, apoya la hermandad entre los pueblos. Un abrazo muy fuerte y seguimos adelante. ¡Viva Cuba! ¡Viva la solidaridad! ¡Viva la libre determinación de los pueblos! ¡Viva un mundo de complementariedad! ¡Arriba la justicia! Y Palestina, estamos contigo. Siempre hemos estado contigo y siempre estaremos contigo. ¡Fuerza!
Hi. Hi. I'm Stony. I'm in Winooski, Vermont, and want to say lift the blockade. We're here with the Vermont Workers Center, and we're fighting for just health care. Cuba has, universal single-payer health care. We want it here, too.
Hi, I'm Amanda, also here in Vermont with the Vermont Workers Center. Cuba treats healthcare as a human right, and so should we. Please lift the blockade.
So again, those were videos coming from around the world in support of Cuba against the U.S. blockade. We saw videos from Paraguay, from Claudia, a Cuban living in Spain, from a protest in Germany, from the Puerto Rican mission in Cuba, to Vermont in the United States, and then over in Australia. We are just coming upon the first 8 hours of the 24-hour picket against the U.S. blockade on Cuba, and are going to shortly have some more folks joining us live, especially from the African and European continents. But as we do that, I wanted to go ahead and start a new podcast. It has a video, but as we know today, these are what podcasts are called. And so this podcast has been launched very recently. It's called Cuba Analysis, and it's a podcast hosted by Nina Bloedel and Helen Yaffe, both activists in Ireland and Scotland, respectively, that examines Cuban development from diverse perspectives, from ecology to economics, and from science to society. They go beyond the headlines to explore the country of contradictions, using sources you never see and speaking to specialists you rarely hear from. On Cuba Analysis, they dissect facts, provide context, and get to the root of issues. They have an honest conversation about uncovering the real Cuba. Again, this is the Cuba Analysis podcast. One of the co-hosts of this podcast is Dr. Helen Yaffe, the author of numerous books on Cuba, including We Are Cuba, How a Revolutionary People Have Survived in a Post-Soviet World, one of which I have here in front of me. But I encourage people to find the books and buy the books of Dr. Helen Yaffe to find out more about not only the impact of the blockade, but Cuba's resilience, Cuba fighting back. Helen Yaffe is a lecturer in economic and social history at the University of Glasgow and a visiting fellow at the Latin America and Caribbean Center in the London School of Economics. Among her other accomplishments is this incredible book. So if you haven't gotten it yet, please find it and get a copy, and then support this podcast we're about to listen to from Helen Yaffe and Nina Blodow. Now, this particular episode we wanted to share with the 24-hour picket action is an interview with Johanna Tablada, and some folks here have probably heard the name before of Johanna Tablada. Johanna is a Cuban diplomat. She is someone that has provided incredible insight, especially to people around the world and internationally, of the impact of Cuba's in Cuba of the criminal U.S. blockade. She has gone, head to head with United States officials. She has continued to fight for her country and has provided incredible insights as a Cuban diplomat who has served, as the head of the United States section at the Cuban Ministry of Foreign Affairs, among other distinguished posts. So we'll go ahead and turn on that podcast as we enter our just about over 8 hours of the 24-hour picket action against the U.S. blockade on Cuba, organized by the U.S.-Cuba International Conference Coalition, but broadcast here from Vancouver, British Columbia. If you're just joining, my name is Allison Bodine. I'm an organizer with the Fire This Time Movement for Social Justice, Friends of Cuba Against the U.S. Blockade Vancouver, and the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition. Without further ado, let's listen to Cuba Analysis, a new podcast which we all should be supporting and following and sharing with others. Here we go.
Think you know Cuba? Think again.
Since the revolution of 1959, Cuba has defied expectations and flouted the rules. It is a country of contradictions.
A poor country with world-leading human development indicators. A small island that mobilizes the world's largest international humanitarian assistance.
A weak and dependent economy that has survived economic crises and the United States blockade.
Frozen in time, but pioneering in medical science and climate change adaptation.
Formerly ostracized, but with millions of defenders around the world.
Despite meeting most of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, Cuba's socialist development is not upheld as an example.
We're going beyond the headlines to explore those contradictions.
On Cuba Analysis, we dissect the facts, we put things into context, and we get to the root of the issue.
We challenge assumptions and ask, who's shaping the narrative? Who benefits from the story?
Join us!
This
is Cuba Analysis. Johanna, it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Firstly, I would just like could you please introduce yourself and explain to me how you came to the role you have?
Well, my name is Johanna Ruth Tablada de la Torre. I'm Deputy General Director of the division that is in charge of United States issues here at the Foreign Affairs Ministry. From this building, we conduct Cuba, foreign relations, or most of the foreign relations with more than 190 countries all over the world. And Havana also is the host of more than 120 embassies from all over the world. So I'm telling you that this is a busy place and we have a busy work. And I've been working with the U.S. for a long time. I'm an ambassador as well. And I've worked in U.S. permanently and in Havana in different occasions working with the U.S., but in the past also with Europe. When I joined the Foreign Service, it was at the European division. I have 2 children. There are no children anymore. They are 24 and 21. And I'm married also with a colleague. We're together to school and we're still together.
Felicidades. Okay, so what are the key features of the United States relationship with Cuba, both historically and then more specifically today?
This is a big question, and I will try to answer not too long. But I think that the key feature, if I have to choose one thing that will define U.S.-Cuba relation, I would say that on U.S. end, the obsession of controlling Cuba, of dominating Cuba, of deciding out of different pretexts that Cuba either is too small or we are too close to them, so that they do not recognize the right that Cuba has to live and develop as an independent sovereign nation. And on the other end, we Cubans who fought so many decades and years for our independence from Spain have been also very determined to defend the right that we do have as Cubans to develop our country on conditions of independence, of full sovereignty, and also social justice. And the main obstacles for patriots of Cuba from different generations since the 19th century and before till today, in fact, has been those efforts by different United States government over more than 200 years to control the future of Cuba, the natural resources, the economy, and even, as we can see now in the new times, even the way that we Cubans will reflect and think about ourselves, since we live in a moment when perceptions are more important than realities. You see United States wasting millions and millions of dollars every day in trying to establish the narrative of what is going on between U.S.-Cuba on terms that are pretty much Hollywood terms. The bad guys, the good guys, the bad government, the tyrants, the freedom fighters, and in most of the occasion, the stereotype and the product that is presented to the public, which is extremely manipulated for political reasons, is exactly, or almost exactly, the opposite at what it really is. So I would like to thank you. That has been, for many years, I've been watching. This is the first time that I meet you personally, but I've been following, as many people, I'm sure, that are in favor of to put an end to the abuse of U.S. against Cuba, your work. And I think this is an opportunity for our voice, the voice of the Cubans that are defending Cuba in a very difficult situation, will reach more people, and I'm very happy to be talking now. Another moment that is important, of course, is the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, because Cuba conquered, in formal terms, its independence in 1898, but immediately was occupied 4 years by the United States. That ended that fight between Cubans after 30 years fighting Spain. When we won the war, United States entered at the last moment. They always talk about the right fruit, which is a political doctrine of the United States, opportunistic, which is not new, and I think still pretty much characterized like Monroe Doctrine, the way the United States behaved in the Western Hemisphere. But in 1898, when we kicked out the Spaniards and the Americans came over, we kicked out the Americans because Cuban patriots fought 30 years. So our new republic was, and I think is another feature of the relationship, was born with an appendix that was an amendment that was added to our Constitution by a senator from Connecticut, Oliver Platt, that will grant United States the right to enter and intervene militarily in Cuba every time American interest was at stake, or what they consider, and also establish the Guantanamo Bay, so famous for the torture after the 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq, and even right now because of the plans to fill it with migrants without committing any crime and all those things. So in 1959 was the first time that Cubans could fulfill the job that our independent fighters, Mambises, couldn't finish, because we got independence without sovereignty, because the United States between 1902 and 1959 controlled 70% of the lands, controlled the telecommunications, the electricity. So it was Fidel and his group of rebels that, and different associations of the Cuban society that was against the Batista dictatorship, that put together our first successful effort to develop Cuba at it not pleasing any foreign power, but responding to the claims of our population and introducing a tremendous set of very popular and important social justice measures to put an end to the inequalities of lack of opportunity that characterize the history of Cuba, when the majority of the population, the more humble people, had no access to higher education, to better jobs, and that was and since day one, those were plans that immediately stand in front of the plans of the United States to continue controlling Cuba. And since day one, different governments of the United States, some of them with tactics of engagement or engagement with sanctions, other sanctions plus sanctions and coercive unilateral measures, extremely cruel, but that the policy of aggression, the economic war, the disinformation, the diplomatic isolation attempts has been characterizing that history.
Thank you for that excellent explanation. So you mentioned sovereignty, and the blockade violates your sovereignty all the time. So how would you explain the US blockade to someone who's completely unfamiliar with that? So what is a blockade? How does it function practically? Why does it exist? And how is it exterritorial? So trying to break it down.
I'll try to keep it simple too, although it's not simple. I will try to demonstrate with a few examples that the blockade is today the most sophisticated system of unilateral coercive measures and more comprehensive that existed on Earth, because of the scope of the sanctions or coercive measures that has been added. It's not a legislation of one day. It's been volumes and volumes of decisions, both executive decisions of different US presidents and legislation from Congress, in order to prevent a country to develop at its real capacity, with the purpose of overthrowing that process and recover the control of Cuba. So from day one, and it's very famous, the Mallory Memorandum, the logic has been pretty much the same. Is if the United States, that is the closest neighbor and is the number one, now probably this is in dispute, but it's supposed to be the number one power in the world, will declare an economic, financial, commercial war against a small third world nation, it really has the capacity to prevent that country to develop at its full capacity. It really has the power to interrupt process according to whatever were the plans that the country has for itself. Because, and it has also, because your question is very important, the power and the capacity to intimidate, because people could say, well, okay, United States is not trading with Cuba, and from now on, I'm going to start mentioning what is it inside. Let's say the blockade is an egg. What is inside that egg? So there are all sorts of regulations preventing U.S. and Cuba to trade in both sides. Preventing, there is an exception, and I will refer to that exception later. But there is all sort of regulation that make it impossible to Cuba to export any item to U.S. and prohibit United States to export every item or any item to Cuba, with the exceptions of food since 2000. But we're going to get back to that, because but the rest, from fruits and industry products and medicine and all sorts of items that you can imagine that in a powerful economic nation you can get reactors for your healthcare programs or laboratories to produce medicine, that Cuba produce medicine. Everything is prohibited. But United States went farther than that. The government of U.S. prohibited that any country in the world will export to U.S. an item that has Cuban component. Let's put an example. Cuba is one of the countries in the world that produce more nickel, cobalt, and other rare minerals that are so important in the economy of renewable energies today, to mention an example. Well, if we wanted to sell to Japan that nickel or that cobalt or that product, if they produce a battery, that battery cannot be sold in U.S. Immediately, that increased the cost for Cuba and decreased the capacity of Cuba to get money necessary for its development from their foreign trade operations. But the embargo goes further than that. They call it the embargo. That's why I mention from time to time, so that your viewers will know that embargo and blockade is the same. Although it's important to establish that we call it blockade, because an embargo is precisely
I'd really like you to define that, please, because that's really important.
An embargo, it is a prohibition that will establish that you cannot trade with me. So it will be, by definition, a bilateral situation. But from the very beginning, from the establishment of the blockade by President Kennedy, it has extraterritorial impact. From the very beginning, the target was not just Cuban entrepreneurs or Cuban enterprise or Cuban productions or Cuban socialist system. It also were designed to ban others to participate or to punish third parties that participate in foreign trade or investment or relations with Cuba. And the capacity of the United States to punish is, I think, infinite, because you have at least 4 legislations. If you wanted to really have an idea which is the scope of the embargo, you have to look at the Trade with the Enemy Act. The only country on earth that this old legislation of the beginning of the 20th century is being used today is with Cuba. That legislation is the one that gives powers to any president of the United States to establish an embargo against another country. It also gives them the power to limit how long or how far those sanctions will get. So it is a paradox, but the truth is that the Trade with the Enemy Act, being the legislation that allows the President of the United States to keep in motion the blockade against Cuba, is also the one that gives power to a United States president to use his prerogative as a president to reduce the impact of those sanctions. For example, if a president of the United States would like tomorrow, without changing a legislation, he could sign a piece of executive decision that would establish that United States will not oppose anymore that Cuba will get a dime from the World Bank. Cuba is one of the few countries in the world that cannot get a dime to programs of development of the World Bank. Same with the IMF, which is good because everybody knows how controversial the credits of the IMF are, that sometimes they loan money to countries, but the price of giving those money and the conditions are so bad that you ended up not having any aid for development, but pleasing the transnationals and the capitalists and the powers or superpowers that would like to explode the resources of a country. So afterwards, you have the Export Administration Act. It almost prevents Cuba from buying any reactors for our biotechnology because they would immediately politicize using those cells, saying, well, but this is a country that is an adversary or an enemy. You do not suppose to sell a product that could be used, and then immediately invented other use. Cuba is a Pacific country. Cuba hasn't invaded any country. Cuba has not a single, and I'm going to interrupt myself just to establish this. We have a very asymmetric situation. From 1959 to this 2025, that we have one of the champions, I prefer to use another word, but well, one of the champions of the abuse of the United States against Cuba, former Senator Marco Rubio, today current Secretary of State of the United States, has been one of the political figures that made his whole political career and fulfill all his ambitions, dependent from the money of the groups that are that inherited power of the former Batista dictatorship that the Cuban Revolution put an end. So his dream for a Cuba would be a Cuba that will be under the U.S. boot and the vote of whomever were those families that have been profiting from the lack of relationship between Cuba and United States. And the thing is that over all these years, in the last few months, he's been building more and more on top of the blockade that existed in 1962, on top of the legislations like the Helms-Burton that had the capacity of unifying in one piece of law all the executive decisions till 1996 that different presidents put in order to overthrow the Cuban Revolution and to make the life of the Cubans impossible, in order to destabilize the country, in order to provoke riots, or in order to overthrow the government and place a government that will respond to U.S. Together, if I have to, if the light goes off now, and you know that we have a lot of blackouts in Cuba, I would tell you that the U.S. policy is to suffocate the Cuban economy, to suffocate all sources of income for the Cuban population, and at the same time to run a very expensive disinformation communicational operation to blame the victim of the impact that those sanctions and those coercive measures of the country that is abusing the Cuban people is having on us. And that's why today you see all over the world the news about that in Cuba, you know, there are a decrease in the life expectancy is true. That you see that the infant mortality rate that we keep it at a level in 2021 of 4, which is unique internationally. This year was 8 out of 1,000 that is living. So we're talking, and people, the big press, international, and the one that is also paid under the payroll of the State Department, of the National Endowment for Democracy, of the Office of Global Media, of the State Department, they will portray the effect, but they will forget about the roots of the problem. They will try to separate completely how important has been and decisive the measures after measure, coercive measure, that U.S. had been taking, twisting and twisting and twisting the neck of the Cuban society in order for us to start difficulty in breathing as a society. So they are looking at the impact, and they are not looking at their tremendous responsibility that all of U.S. government, including Biden government and even Obama, that promote that he would like to leave the blockade, but he did not use all his prerogatives. The way that I was explaining, that even in the Helms-Burton, every paragraph that says Cuba cannot borrow from the World Bank, Cuba cannot buy anything from U.S. and cannot sell anything from U.S. Third countries that invest in property nationalized by the Cuban government will be punished also with lawsuits. All of those, they will forget which has been the design. And which is the purpose and which is the objective. And they also forget that all presidents of the United States, even in the Helms-Burton, after everything that is prohibited, there is a virgule that is established unless the president dispose the office. So with the exception of tourism to Cuba, that is prohibited by law and is not under any specific or general license, although Americans can visit Cuba out of 7 general licenses for religious or classes or cultural events or sports or things, something that Marco Rubio would like to get rid of, the so-called people to people as soon as possible. They've never taken advantage of the opportunities of really alleviate out of presidential decisions. They've taken a few, but they did not change the nature of the relationship. That is maximum, not pressure, it's maximum aggression.
So you've talked to us about the U.S. blockade as a set of legal statutes, and they were also
illegal. I think it's illegal because it violates international law. But yes, it has a disguise of legality, even when it does clearly violate international law and American law, because they even establish who can, if a vessel touch Cuba today, like the one that is arriving to the port, wherever this vessel is arriving, cannot touch United States ports in 6 months. Could you imagine? It means that Cuba, that is an island, we don't have the Pan-American road like Central America, that you can get cargo in trucks. That the United States will condemn Cuba, that anyone that will dare to come to the Caribbean cannot touch U.S. ports to get cargo and go back to Europe or Asia. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're absolutely right. It's and also to point out, as you said, that the extraterritorial character of the US sanctions has actually been since the beginning. Those are important points. But I want to ask you more specifically about Cuba's inclusion on the state sponsors of terrorism list, which was something that was originally done in the early 1980s under Reagan, and then finally...
January 21, Trump put us at the very end.
And then Trump returns Cuba. It took Obama a long time to remove Cuba as well. This has a very punitive impact and a very extensive reach. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, definitely. I think that if I have to point out which are the worst decision of U.S. government or coercive measure that for us are more urgent to overcome, or if we could decide one day what could go away first, I think that one would be the first one. Because to put a country in the very narrow and small list of countries that supposedly sponsor terrorism internationally is to condemn that country to a tremendous financial prosecution, which is the way it's behaving. Any international transference, even if we are buying power milk for babies in New Zealand or in UK or in Poland or in Spain or in Chile, any place, when you do that transaction and you are going to pay to the enterprise immediately, if in Wall Street that they mainly control the SWIFT mechanism, the corresponding bank mechanism that the dollar circulate international, and Cuba has a prohibition from US to use dollars internationally as well. We lose money also changing money. So when they will recognize that there is a transfer, it doesn't matter if it's a cytostatic for an oncological hospital, if it's food or if it's anything, immediately that is a transaction that will go in red, that will call the attention of all the supervisors, that will be needed a tremendous overcompliance requirement by the U.S. government to any bank of the world, and the worst, that it will expose banks to be penalized illegally, but penalized. It happens more than anybody could imagine. Penalize a bank of a sovereign nation for doing a sovereign legitimate transaction with another sovereign state that happened to be Cuba. So it is absolutely necessary, and that's why Cuba has been so vocal in denouncing. And the other thing, an event that is such important as international terrorism, a crime that is so serious as international terrorism, to be manipulated out of political reason, to put a country that doesn't sponsor terrorism, like my children used to ask me, on a terrorist list, is absolutely absurd, because it discredits Cuba and it makes our economy to function worse. But at the same time, it discredits the United States, because it shows the entire world that to be or not to be on that list doesn't depend of the way that countries fight against terrorism or not. But it does depend of the animosity or the desire of U.S. government to make more impossible the life of the governments that they don't like, or social system like socialist Cuba that they don't like, in order for purpose of punishment and intimidation to third countries. So this is very worse. And there are others that I would like to mention that are very important and that are wreaking havoc in Cuba today, which is the prosecution against oil. United States in 2019 set in place new coercive measures, unilateral, illegally, but they are in place to go after vessels, insurance companies, armors of vessels that are bringing oil to Cuba that we are buying. Incredible. It's the same with the prosecutions to Cuban medical collaboration abroad, because they know that by doing so, out of wasting millions in propaganda, misinformation, and producing falsehoods and lies in order to justify what it has no justification, they are able to leave millions of people without medical attention that they need, and they also know that they are harming the social, the public healthcare system in Cuba that is free of cost for the population, but it's very expensive. And they know that all of those United Nations South-South cooperation agreements are very important in order to sustain a good healthcare system for the Cuban population. Those are, and there is finally ESTA. The United States went as far as removing ESTA to citizens of 41 nations, just with the purpose of harming Cuban tourist industry, which is another source of income for the Cuban population. They blatantly lie. They say that all the money that is going for tourism in Cuba is going for the Cuban military. And Cuba has reduced tremendously the budget for the military, because our doctrine is a doctrine of defense. We are not like the United States that will have naval military base all over the world and that will go and invade countries. In fact, the only time that we've been abroad fighting was to end apartheid, and we have African blood. So for many Cubans, it was an honor to go back to Africa and even die with our brothers and sisters to put an end to something so horrible as the apartheid in South Africa, and to free Namibia too.
Before we move on, I just want to add to your list of examples about the extraterritorial character of the US sanctions. So, for example, I have a bank account in Britain. I'm a British citizen. If I try to send Nina £1 to her European bank account, and I put the word Cuba in the reference or anywhere in the transaction, that transaction will be blocked. Despite the fact that it's not even being converted into dollars, it's not going to Cuba. That's the extent of the blockade. So when we have experienced that ourselves, we've been involved in campaigning.
And every day here we have a lot of sad stories. There are students in Cuba that participate in international contests. They win a medal and there is a metallic prize. If it comes to Cuba, they never get it. I know people that has been first place in events, international events, and they cannot collect even personally, not even their institutions, even if it is an NGO, even if it is a donation, even if sometimes it's an international organization donation, even if it is the salaries of diplomats of all over the world that are working in Cuba has difficulties in getting from their countries their salaries. This is absolutely out of control because the mindset of Marco Rubio and Díaz-Balart and the members of Congress that has Cuban origin, I already told you that their origin are very strongly linked to the tyrants that the Cuban Revolution overthrew. And that mentality of nostalgia for those fascist time in our history that provoked a lot of deaths in Cuba. In that mentality, the mindset is that the embargo, the blockade is not working because we are still moving ourselves, because we are still eating, because we are still developing vaccines, because Cuba still have results in biotechnology. We are still sporting under a tremendous adversity. That mindset is a mindset of genocide. It's the same that happened with Palestine. It's the same person. The Secretary of State of the United States, on any platform you can ask, the most serious and the less serious, which are the 10 political figures in U.S. Congress that have received continuously money from Israel over the years. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be in the number 4 on any list. Ask Grok or Perplexity or ChatGPT or DeepSeek on any artificial intelligence that collect data, and they will put it in the first one. Saint Ted Cruz. In fact, also we are not very lucky because the descendants of some of the Cubans that are in U.S. politics today are precisely people with that fascist mentality. But he's been unconditional also to genocide in Israel every time, and I think they've received 3 times Bibi Netanyahu in Washington this year. All the conversations and hugs and kisses are about, you have our unconditional support. Not a single word you hear from him. So what Cubans could expect if we've been his obsession? If he has been blackmailing presidents, including President Trump during the first mandate, the politics used to be to make Marco Rubio happy. And right now, the provocative set of unilateral coercive measures that he has in motion, including things that has no precedent, such as denying Cuban athletes the right to go to the United States for international competition. That never happened before, not even with President Bush father and junior. There always went some exception for things that in terms of civilizatory conquers, you're supposed not to do. Not anymore. 80 visas has been denied and not granted to Cuban members of national teams of different ages, in different capacity, and to the president of the Cuban International Olympic Committee. Nothing happened. And it is a way, apart from being a discriminatory, illegal treatment, it is also a way to prevent Cuba to participate in important competition cycles that are starting right now, including the Olympics. And you see that happening and not nowhere.
Cuba is the country in America Latina and in the
With
Caribbean
more
and
medals.
Latin America with most medals.
So, and this is a country that invests tremendously in sport as a nation, because it's one of the things that we are so more proud, like in our education, like in our biotechnology, like we did with healthcare. So they are targeting deliberately with a lot of cold blood issues that has made Cuba to gain, in a justified way, international recognition, doctors going out and assist poor nations or poor communities.
There is no sector untouched.
There's no sectors untouched, but their priorities are the ones that has the capacity to bring goods for everybody, not just for a few. Because in Cuba, we do believe still that that our philosophy continues to be that whatever we can be able to do together, we will give it to most Cubans, not to a 1% like they do in the United States. And this is the difference when they accuse Cuba of trafficking with doctors, of forced labor, which is absolutely not true, because capitalist societies, developed countries like the United States, also will go out to other countries to do medical contracts and services. The difference between Cuba and themselves, when Clínica Mayo could do that in the United States, that is very famous, is that the percentage that doesn't go to the doctors goes to a private organization. In the case of Cuba, it goes to services that are for the entire population. It is not true that they don't have salaries. In fact, they have two, because they have the Cuban pays them their entire salary in Cuba, and they have another one in hard currency in the country. It's not true that the passports are confiscated. I work in Belize and Portugal, when the doctors were completely free to do whatever they want. Some of them were the only doctors in villages that are far away from cities. Nothing will ban them from moving to another country.
And I think it's also important to mention there, because it's not just Cuba that doesn't benefit, it's also those countries where Cuba goes to those communities that are more vulnerable or that don't. So it's not just.
And right now, this is a priority of the new government. Again, Marco Rubio has made a priority of President Trump government to go after Cuban doctors wherever they are. I don't remember how many meetings, and I'm talking of public information, of a statement that he has made in Dominican Republic, in Bahamas, in meetings with CARICOM, that fortunately has been replied with a lot of dignity from the countries where our doctors are deployed, because they say no, we are not violating any legislation. They are getting a decent salary. They are being paid. They are given a service that if you remove them from our country, no one will be there to assist, like they did in Bolivia when the pandemic was starting. Then they forced the doctors to leave Brazil when Bolsonaro won the elections. And lots of communities in the Amazonia, in the Amazonas, that have never get a doctor in front of them, lose that doctor. That immediately the presence of Cuban doctor had a tremendous good impact in the increase of the standard of living of those population, of mortality rate, of pregnant women mortality rate, and things that they even are affected now in Cuba because of the overwhelming wave of sanctions that they keep building on top of the others, with that mindset that it's not hard enough. That statement is criminal. And they've been on the news in U.S. many times. Marco Rubio, Mauricio Claver Caron, talking about the philosophy of saying, no, Cuba still can do things, and we are going to go after them, so that no one would approach Cuba, that no one could have something that is not going to happen, because the resilience of Cubans, the capacity of the Cuban Revolution also to emerge from difficulties and reinvent ourselves with good results is also infinite. The resistance of this country and its people that support the revolution, because the whole narrative of that this is a dictatorship that with long weapons go out and take the clips of the long weapons, and the police in the street preventing people from doing their life. So there are difficulties, there are a lot of criticism also, because there are things that we as Cuban government could improve, but the mistake of a country in not doing everything well should never take as a justification for a foreign power, the most powerful military nation, an economic nation, will come and torture that nation in order to take them to a model that hasn't proved to be better than ours, by the way. Because if our socialism was a complete failure, we wouldn't be talking right now. I dare anybody that there is a lot of sensitivity now in the world when Trump announced 50% of tariff for this country. We wish one day they would say, okay, Cuba and U.S. now will trade is 25 or 50 or 100, because we don't know what is that. Cuba is absolutely banned from that kind of transaction, and our transaction with our countries are also punished and prosecuted. So imagine any nation on the world that will be in all lists that has sanctions associated unfairly with no justification. The manipulation of human rights in Cuba has no beginning and no end. It's another travesty issue that the United States, with no care at all for human rights of the Cuban population, human rights that they are violating every day by preventing our country to move forward, are talking about that they do care about human rights in Cuba.
We actually had a question about that, so I'll move to that. So many US politicians and diplomats describe Cuba as a failed state, and they use the economic crisis to argue that socialism doesn't work. At the same time, they claim they're concerned about supporting the Cuban people, and they're concerned about Cuban human rights. So what do you say in response to those assertions?
I will reply very simple. If everything that is not working well in Cuba is our fault, so let it be. Remove the sanctions, remove the blockade, remove the more comprehensive system of coercive measures on air from Cuba, and let us fail at our own speed and prove to the world that it is Cuba and not the U.S. artificial conditions that are being imposed in less than 10 million people living on tremendous difficulties that are artificially created by U.S. to make us fail, the responsible of the things that are making the life of the Cubans so difficult. Because, okay, let's talk about apagones, blackouts. In Cuba, there are blackouts. I will invite government of the United States to remove the pretext. So we are the ones that are guilty for our insufficiency in providing electricity and energy to the population. Okay, stop prosecuting and putting fines in banks, in armors, in vessels, in insurance companies that are giving some service for Cuba to import oil. We produce oil, and it's almost half of what we consume, but we have to import oil, like most nations in the world. So stop prohibiting Cuba to have a normal trade on oil. Stop going after our incomes on tourism. Stop banning and prosecuting people that are coming to Cuba, because we have a unique country with a unique history and beautiful nature, and it is also a country where you can live in peace. We don't have organized crime in Cuba. You don't have the situations that in other destinations force tourists to remain in ghettos, in a key or in a condominium. In the case of tourism, love the Cuban people. So those are the things that I will reply. United States is lying. They know that they're lying. They know that they don't have the capacity to make the Cuban people surrender, even in very difficult conditions, with proof again and again our determination to defend our nation and our right to build a better Cuba ourselves. And I think that's probably the best answer. And in the case of human rights, I think that Cuba is one of the countries that has made a more serious contribution to human rights in our hemisphere. No country is perfect. And if you ask me, and in fact, those are debates that are taking place in the Cuban society. We just changed our constitution. We just signed, approved in a referendum, a new family code that was controversial, but we ended up having a legislation that is more democratic, more modern, more civilized, more than many countries that call themselves the top of the top. Our police, when the riots in July 11, the Cuban police went to the street unarmed. Just one person died, this is the other favorite topic of United States. They just sanctioned our president recently for not visiting U.S., not that he wants to. There are many places in the world that welcome Diaz-Canel with a lot of, with very warm, because it's the president of a country that we can walk with our head en alto.
Held high.
Exactly. So we have nothing to be ashamed of. And they just did it because of what they called it in July 11, after they tortured Cuba with the first sets of 200 sanctions under a pandemic, when they denied Cuba to buy in U.S. products that we need for our pharmaceutical industry. And they took the pandemic as an ally, even in those conditions that people had lack of electricity, water, food, and medicine, and they went to the street. Even in that situation, unfortunately, one person died. We cannot the same to happen with President Duque in Colombia. In the same summer of 2021, more than 100 activists died on the hands of the police. Do you know what Marco Rubio and Bob Menendez, the one that is in jail now for corruption, is as corrupted as Rubio, just that the other one was caught earlier. They gave the police in Colombia, President Duque, $5 million as a price to preserve the democracy. Those are the double standards of our time, and those are the double standards that are associated to the U.S. narrative that is absolutely immoral when they speak about human rights in Cuba being the one that are violating the human rights. And right now, the Cuban families, they are having a campaign of intimidation for Cubans living in U.S. not to visit their relative, for Cubans living in Europe not to visit their relative. They say, if you visit your relative in Cuba, you're not welcome in U.S. All of that with the same purpose, to affect Cuba economically, psychologically. They are gaslighting the Cuban people with hundreds of millions of dollars being wasted in their propaganda. Just recently, when they are cutting monies for foreign aid in U.S., you know who's in charge of USAID now? It's also Marco Rubio. So they have the perfect storm. They are the ones that are allocating the monies without touching the monies to waste in anti-Cuban propaganda, misinformation, and criminalization of Cuban doctors or anything good that is coming from Cuba. But those are the same decision makers that would also establish sanctions for the stupidity that they print. So they will pay you, Nina, if you are happily, comfortably in Miami, and said, I give you $1 million, like they give to the lady Maria Warlau of Archivo Cuba, and said, I'm going to give you $1 million for you to produce evidence that the Cuban doctors are in labor force. You produce whatever they need. You even buy another person to produce. You do all your papers. You get your money. Then you are awarded, like she was, with an international prize against human trafficking. And the whole thing is a big lie. The money, the person that they call as an expert, the narrative, the articles in important newspapers of the world, they do have that capacity to work with transnational media that will also reproduce and reproduce the same talking points and lies of the State Department to justify something that has no justification. No country should have as a priority to go after the welfare of a population, after their medical service, after the food, after the foreign trade that will give people food, after the capacity to import goods to produce better in the country, after the energy that you use to produce, to illuminate ourselves, to teach in a school, to do our goods. But that's exactly what the United States is doing. And they will fail, again, they will fail once and again in their main objective of overthrowing a popular project like the Cuban Revolution that has legitimacy. But they, I think, has been successful in impose setbacks in our development. And it's logic, because if you cross the line of decency, if you go into the extortion of your foreign partners, if you go and find everybody who approach you then you could have some success in making our life more difficult. On that, I will give them some credit. This is the only thing they've been helpful to in making the Cuban population, all of us, suffer for lack of goods that we have never been without. And just because of that logic of twisting and twisting, they're still running the country. They are still going to school. They are still eating. No. We really want to wreak havoc. We want them starve.
And at really manufacturing that narrative. They've really been successful at manufacturing that narrative. I think it's so important to mention when you said about life going on, because when you walk the streets and when you go to different places, that sense of normality, that children go to school, that people go shopping, that people are visiting their granny.
They dance.
They dance, they laugh, they expect people to be miserable. They drink beer on the beach, they have a joke. And that feeling is there. It's you don't need to look for it. It's straight away when you get off the plane and when you go anywhere. That is so important. And I guess I have to say that probably drives them crazy that this still goes on, but it's very important to mention that. But it's also very important to say that Cuba has internationally very good relationships with countries all around the world, and participates in many international forums and debates. So since the Cuban Revolution of 1959, the island has punched above its weight in global terms. How can you explain Cuba's global impact, and what are the principles which drive its foreign relations?
I think that since we are not dependent on any foreign power, we get rid of the United States saying the last word in many things in Cuba. And even when we were close to the former Soviet Unions, I think it has been widely demonstrated that we were not an appendix of the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union collapsed. And Cubans, in difficult conditions, we keep going, pushing forward our socialist project that always was legitimacy with Cuban roots in our own history. The foreign policy of Cuba, I think, is worldwide respected, precisely for, I will dare to say a few things. I think because it has been respectful to the international law that is being destroyed right now, thanks to the behavior of big powers like the United States. It is also respected because it practiced solidarity, which we are a country that receives solidarity from different nations and people, that recognize in the Cuban Revolution an authentic process and a hope that things could be, especially in Latin America, there is a before and an afterward after the Cuban Revolution. It opened new avenues to many countries to think big time, that the times that when the United States will treat us as colonies is over. So I think in that sense it was important. It also proved and demonstrate that with limited resources, if the goal is to put human dignity and people in front, in the top, and not how much a few will gain, you can also show to many that there is another way to do things, that there are alternative models, not that ours could be the best or anything. We have a country that it continues to evolve and improve ourselves, not to please the United States as any foreign power, but to please our own population that is being more demanding in the kind of society and economy that they want. And I think that the foreign policy has been also respected because it's a foreign policy of peace. In Havana, we are very proud to remember again and again that Latin America is a son of peace, and that decision was taken in Cuba. And I think it's also because Cuba has played an important role in peace process, like the Colombia, some of the Colombia peace process, and many others. And even in Africa, when we militarily were involved, it was not as a country that will invade or will take resource back to Cuba. In fact, we just went and gave our blood to help them to be free from apartheid and abuse and colonialism. So I think that even today, the foreign policy of Cuba continues to be worldwide respected by countries of different ideologies or models, because we also respect others, and we are not going elsewhere imposing the way that we have our own model, and we are trying to improve it here. But we're not even in U.S. We would like to see U.S. But we won't go and interfere like they do all the time, meddling into internal affairs of any country. You're seeing what U.S. is doing now with Brazil, with Colombia, with any, you name it. They will go and immediately get in trouble with other countries just because they are behaving in a way that doesn't please the ruler class in the United States.
I think, as you say, this international respect for Cuba was shown recently when Cuba was elected as the temporary president of the Group of 77 plus China, which is the largest multilateral bloc within the UN. But also recently, Cuba has entered the BRICS. So can you tell us something about the significance of Cuba entering the BRICS bloc?
I think that Cuba has a record of, because we always has been a non-aligned country, of looking for integration into organizations that could be valuable and that could help also for Cuba to develop itself, to integrate to the international community in a good standing. And I think that in the G77 plus China, we've been an important actor, Cuba, that important issues, climate change and others, that as a humankind, we could also provide our support, even with our limited capacity. And in this case of the BRICS, as an alternative group of countries that are also trying to find alternative ways to integrate themselves and push forward from the South to benefit their people and their communities, we recognize they're also an interesting integration or movement or group, and a possibility also for Cuba that it is a country that has been artificially punished on issues as international banking system and development and trade. So anything that will come out of those efforts that will open new avenues for countries to treat each other as equal and with respect, we will be, I think Cuba will be interested. We are also in the Euro-Asiatic, Euro-Asia, other groups as an observers, and in order to also participate, because we need to sell our goods, we need to import in conditions that has not been draconian, like the blockade imposed to Cuba, because you have to know that every time that we have to pay cargo to come to Cuba, those vessels know, and those companies, that they cannot touch U.S. port. So that normally will triple the cost for a product to be delivered in Cuba, because that operation also will be punished by 6 months away from U.S. ports. That has a cost for us. So we are entertaining different plans, our own internal plans to produce more, to be more efficient, to make our economy more effective, to make our society more fair, more democratic, to have more internal debates and think together in how we are going to get out of this situation, because hopes for the United States to have epiphany and to lift the embargo, we don't have at this time. We know it will happen eventually, because the policies of the U.S. right now are even contradictory to whatever are the so-called priorities of U.S. government. Such just to mention one contradiction or paradox, U.S. says, all governments, Biden, Trump, that they don't want more migrants or irregular migration, but the policies against Cuba are precisely the kind of a policy that will produce more migration. Because if I'm cutting all your resources and all your skills and all your income and all the ways that a country will have to do things better by themselves, this is also a mandate for people living in that society to find an alternative country to live in, because people are not masochists. So there are many of us, I think the majority of the Cuban people, that still will say, okay, I'll stay, I'll fight here, I will, but probably there are most of people that will have probably conditions as a housing that is solved. But imagine there are many difficult stories. And there are people that when they see that all doors are being closed artificially, because suppose that you work in a touristy resort that used to receive people from France or Germany or Portugal, Spain, and now those people are afraid to come to Cuba because they cannot visit New York. And suddenly, from one day to the other, you lose your job because you have to cut some of because we are getting less tourists, or the same on other issues. You were part of a program in biotechnology, that suddenly you have the research to go ahead and produce the vaccine. But you have the project, you said, okay, I have a doctorate degree for free in Cuba. Education is free from kindergarten to a doctorate degree. But I'm sure that if I self my workforce in the first world, people will hire me. Most of the case, they will hire you. But immediately that damage also your own country or your family. So United States, by doing what they're doing, are promoting more migration from Cuba, not the opposite. And the same thing with the law enforcement mechanism that we have to fight against narcotic interdiction. Those are things that are having a very bad impact because of the policy or the state of denial of these people that are driving U.S. policy against Cuba, because the United States is also, and the Americans, and losing liberties, all the prohibition. This is funny, but it is the way it is. Where are the most prohibition? Who is the one telling American citizens not to visit Cuba? It's not Cuba. They are welcome and they come. So we're supposed to be the dictatorship. But it is U.S. that is preventing Cubans to visit U.S. They are not granting visas. It's U.S. that is preventing cultural delegations to go and perform in U.S. It's United States that is preventing scholars to come and teach in Cuban universities or participate. It's United States that is preventing their artists to come and perform in Cuba. It's United States preventing the Cuban athlete to go to U.S. It's United States going after third country. So which is the country of freedom and which is the totalitarian state? I think that there's again a big manipulation when they talk about that they wanted to fight for freedom in Cuba or that they wanted to make the life of Cubans better. They are torturing Cuba in a way without precedent, violating international law against the mandate of the international community that for more than 30 years has been asking U.S. to put an end on the embargo. And last year, 24 delegations also asked for U.S. to withdraw Cuba from the terrorist list, something that Biden did at the last moment, knowing probably that next president will put us back on the list. But at least he pleased some of the head of state that asked him, some of the Democratic members of Congress that consider a cruel violation of human rights to continue treating Cuba the way the U.S. is treating Cuba, without Cuba having a single decision, legislation, or executive regulation harming Americans or American companies or the American government.
Yeah, and I think we have to remind ourselves that it violates so many international laws. This is not opinion. This is violation of international laws and UN convention. Like, it doesn't matter what your opinion is. These are the laws we are supposed to all agree on, So before we end, I think we need to mention Palestine. So for decades, Cuba has been a strong opponent of Israel's occupation of Palestine. And since October 2023, among of the loudest voices against the Israeli genocide. How can you explain Israel's apparent immunity, and what does it reveal about the West's claim to defend human rights and democracy?
We've been very vocal, as you mentioned, against the genocide that the government of Israel is perpetrating against the Palestinian population, especially in Gaza, but not so. It is a process that is not for us, or at least we look at it not as something that started in October 23, but that started 75 years ago, when little by little Israel is being dismantling the capacity of the Palestinian people to live, to survive, to develop itself, to disrespecting the international legislation also, and the two states agreement of the United Nations resolution. And on this barbaric genocide that we are witnessing, we consider, and we've been also in public calling the United States as responsible, because the weapons that are being used to kill the Palestinian people are from the United States. The foreign aid that is being cut in Africa for vaccines and healthcare programs and drinking water, and it is not being safe on sending all sorts of military aid. And the diplomatic set of manipulation and international protection to the government of Israel is probably one of the biggest or the darkest chapter, I think, of human history. I don't think any of us will be the same. The impotence of the good people all over the world that has been on the street, because it's not just Cuba, we watch it in London every day. I think that the people of the world are against the genocide, but we don't have the capacity to stop it. And the governments that have the capacity hasn't used it. By the opposite, has been protecting Israel. It's like giving a free check to finish the job of making a population disappear for no reason, or for the worst reason, because so we are, many of us that study after World War II, international relations, at least I was naive enough to consider that all those things that we read after Nuremberg, after fascism in Germany, that we won't see as a human, we won't fall into the same barbaric times, but we did. And it is our call and our duty, and Cuba will continue fighting for the freedom of Palestine. We will continue denouncing in the international arena this crime, but it is true that we also think that the same people that are also condemning Cuba to abuse are the ones to be called for responsibility more and more in the United States of what is going on in Palestine.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just would like to thank you, and I would like, because I know that since you are also very active in organizations that are in solidarity with our country, I would like to take advantage of this last minutes to express gratitude, because in the middle of so many difficulties with inflation, with the increase of the price, with the difficulties of people to find jobs or to keep it, or it moves, I would like to tell from the bottom of our heart that here in Cuba, it is fresh air every time that we see your events, your conference, your gatherings, because it gave us a lot of strength to continue fighting for something that we consider that is it is worth to continue fighting, because we are not fighting just for Cuba, and not for what we have, not for defend the conditions that we're living that are not the best, but we are fighting for the rights of the peoples of the world to build and alternative models to the neoliberal model that it wants to be imposed upon us.
Thank you. And I think just on that, Cuba is on the forefront of anti-imperialism.
Totally.
And that is one of the reasons that so many people want to support Cuba.
And with resolve, because as you mentioned before, there is not a single day that I don't wake up and when I see Cuban children going peacefully to school, when I see my children going for free to the university, to college, when we see our population living in peace, there's something that we are doing good in Cuba, that even, something very good, that even under economic war, under disinformation war, under the gaslighting of the so-called Cuban platform or independent journalism that is not independent at all, is on the payroll. Now they are asking for 75 million. On this budget, they will even increase the anti-Cuban budget in Congress. Even despite of all that, you talk to Cubans and you will recognize that there is a lot of values here to be protect and defend.
Well, we also always say that for the rest of us on the left outside Cuba, we can't afford to lose Cuba and we understand that this hostility, this aggression, this attempt, as you've said, to torture Cuba, this genocide or attempt at genocide is because Cuba represents the threat of a good example.
The threat of the good example is, I'm convinced of that. Although I'm also convinced that even in the United States, the majority of the population don't recognize an enemy in Cuba. And I've traveled to the U.S. almost every year and talked to people that they will tell you clearly that they are okay with a small nation to organize the way that their people would like to organize. And it is incredible how special intergroups could control an issue the way that they are controlling Cuba. Even 57% in the last survey that was done late in 2024 in the United States will show that the majority of the Americans don't swallow the idea that Cuba is a threat to U.S. national interest, don't swallow into the idea that Cuba is the enemy. Many of them have traveled freely or running away from U.S. oversight through their countries, and they recognize that in Cuba there is no enemy, that Cuba is a country that deserves all this solidarity and that has gained in the fighting also, and with their resistance, also the opportunity to prove without an embargo or foreign pressure that our project, our social justice or project has the right to exist.
That's been a fantastic interview. So we encourage everyone in the United States and elsewhere to come and see Cuba for themselves. We've learned a lot, and I'm sure that everyone listening has.
Thank you so much. And finally, I'm so happy because I admire your work a lot by watching in the networks, by watching you, and it gives us a lot of inspiration and strength also to see that people that are living in hundreds or thousands of kilometers away could feel so close with their hearts and their minds fighting for a better world.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Depending where you are in today, you are joining us for this virtual 24-hour pickets. My name is Azza Rojbi. I am the next person in line taking the continuation of our 24-hour picket, which started at 5 p.m. my time here in Vancouver, Canada. I'm the coordinator of Friends of Cuba against the U.S. blockade in Vancouver, and editorial board member of the Fire This Time Movement for Social Justice, a newspaper. And I can see that we still have friends that are here online joining us from North America, And we have friends that are joining us from Europe. I see our friends that joined us from Australia. And this has been really, and it's really important to go right after Joanna Tablada, who just spoke and was interviewed in this video before me, and see this global online picket showing the solidarity of people from around the world, showing the voices of people from around the world, as she said, that yes, they have struggles in their countries and they are doing a lot of activism in their countries, but they also look at Cuba as an example, and they also continue to defend Cuba, and they also continue standing with Cuba. So welcome to everybody that's joining us. If you've been with us for a few hours, good on you. Keep up. We're still going to be here for 24 hours. And as we've mentioned earlier, and we'll continue mentioning again, we're here because we want an end to the U.S. blockade on Cuba, demanding that Cuba is removed from the so-called state of sponsors of terrorism list, and also that Guantanamo will be returned to Cuba. As we've started earlier and we're continuing, it's 24 hours of programmings with live speakers. We have interviews, documentaries, and we'll also be later on live streaming directly from the United Nations General Assembly, where we know that for the 33rd consecutive vote, the 33rd consecutive time, people from all over the world will be standing in solidarity with Cuba. And so I want to invite up our guests that are joining us here, our next speakers. Welcome, hello, all the way here, and to Elizabeth Holm, who is the Secretary of the Australia-Cuba Friendship Society, and Vinnie Molina, who is the ACFCS President in Birth. Hello, good morning. I think it's good afternoon for you folks. I believe your mic is still muted, Vinnie.
Yes, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We're very happy to be here and join in this solidarity event with you and with Cuba and with everybody else around the world who feels so strongly about this, that they're willing to come out and, continue actions, however small or large, to make a mark and hopefully one day realise this blockade be lifted and Cuba taken off that list. It's just devastating. And when you go to Cuba and see how wonderful it is despite the hardship, and you can't help but think, what would this be like if they weren't subjected to this cruel, inhumane blockade? And I can't imagine what their world would be like. It would be so wonderful, even compared to countries such as Australia, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much, Asa, for this great initiative. I think that we had the opportunity to participate in this 24-hour picket a few years ago. And, we always wish that would be the last time because the criminal blockade would be lifted. But also thanks to Cuba, despite the hardships, their heroism is amazing. It shows us the way for a better world. It's a big family, international solidarity brings us together from all over the world. This is an example of this. Like Elizabeth mentioned, small actions, big actions, all of that. It shows that, solidarity can be blockaded. We're here, we stand in solidarity with Cuba, we stand in solidarity for what we believe it is right. And the Cuban people deserve it. The heroism, like we mentioned before, we had the opportunity with Elizabeth to participate in the Southern Cross Brigade back in January. So we visited Cuba, we stayed there with Cuban people, we talk, and like during the interview with Johanna Tablada, I was saying, people are happy, people go about their business, and all the difficulties they face day after day, but they seem that they have the resilience. They know they're gonna win. They're gonna defeat this criminal blockade. The United States is just one country that bullies everybody around the world, but all together we fight back. So we had the opportunity to see how the people of Cuba get organized on the ground, they share the little they have, and also they appreciate the little things that we do in our countries. You know, we visited these different places, workplaces, soup kitchen, the Corimacao cultural group, and we participated in some of the activities. And they were interesting to know how, people that live 10,000 kilometers away in Australia, or in Perth in this case, one of the farthest city in the world, we could have friends. And we're telling them about how in 1994, people in this city concerned about the shortages of milk for young children decided to form a friendship group. So we recently celebrated the 30th anniversary of our society, and it brought about people from different walks of life, people with, some membership in different political parties, the Greens, Communists, Socialists, people without party, good-hearted people that see the injustices of this criminal blockade and how the blockade affects every single family every day. The shortages, for food, for milk, basic essentials, the medicines we saw during COVID, how Cuba was one of those few countries that were capable to produce their own vaccines. Not even Australia, we had the capacity to do that. And Cuba was able to develop 5 of those vaccines. The biotechnology, how they have been able to continue the research and the work without the limitations. And, we advocate here in Australia how we could benefit of the Cuban biotechnology. And recently, and probably Elizabeth can share our participation in the Bridges of Love that we joined the last Sunday of each month to this international campaign.
The Bridges of Love has been a really nice opportunity because it differs from what we do outside the US consulate in Perth, where we're a bit louder, a bit more raucous. But the Bridges of Love is on a Sunday afternoon, and usually the weather's quite beautiful here. And probably if you've seen any of the videos, you probably would have noticed the really blue skies and things that we usually have. And we just go for a walk over a bridge with some placards about Cuba and a Cuban flag. And people just come up and talk to us all the time. And one of the things that we've really noticed is that people actually don't realize that the blockade still exists. Many people think that it was all resolved under Obama. And, so you get to have those conversations where you let people know that it's still there and that it's even worse than it was before. And this Cuba being on this list of countries that sponsor terrorism, it's diabolical that they're on that list. But it's quite engaging, the conversations you have. And being a Sunday afternoon, people are relaxed and they're willing to stop and talk. So it's something that we really like doing. And, it's not often you get to engage with those sort of people. If you put on political events, you have people who are generally probably already interested come along. But yeah, it gives us a different access. And we're happy to be a part of yet another global action like that, where
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Relate to what you were saying, Elizabeth. I think for us too, we find that, just even the name Puentes de Amor, Bridges of Love, opens a space for people to be able to talk. You're right, some of us are the activists that are comfortable going in front of the U.S. consulate or embassy and having our voices being loud, and some other people's, are much more comfortable approaching us where we're at an event where we're holding flags. And in the case of Vancouver, we're also continuing joining the Bridges of Love with our care caravans. And when we set up for the care caravans, we're actually setting up near a community center. So a lot of the times there are people and families going to the park by the community center or going to use the community center. And similar to your experience, people look at us holding the flags and the signs, and we are there where they usually do, you know, family things, whether there is, in your case, walking on a Sunday, in our case, going to the community center on Sunday. So they feel like they can come and talk to us and ask. So it's really great to hear your experience as well, and relate from across the globe to also the curiosity that people have about Cuba. And similar to what you're saying, also, unfortunately, the misinformation some people still have.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful initiative. It's, I recommend it to everyone to put that in place. It's one Sunday a month, you know, it's pretty easy, really.
And of course, from Australia to Cuba, we love the Brisbane initiative.
With a group, don't know if you're in contact with the Brisbane group, but they have put a initiative together for the last couple of years of Australia to Cuba with love, and people cycle or walk and clock up their kilometres, and people sponsor them, and they all wear shirts against the blockade. And again, it was that purpose, was to have those conversations that you mightn't have otherwise. And this year it was actually delayed because we keep running into problems from the blockade impacting on us and the ability to collect funds for Cuba. And even though Australia doesn't support the blockade and will vote against, well, fingers crossed, I mean, they have the love since 1996, so hoping that doesn't change, vote for the Cuban resolution, and yet our banks and that give us a lot of problems. You know, we've had money confiscated. One event we had, the organisation that we were selling tickets through, they sent us a letter from the US Treasury that the funds had been frozen, and it was really very little money. Eventually they did actually pay, probably because we said it was for a project that we had for disabled people in Cuba. And, you know, they may have been guilted into it. And I suspect they may have paid out of their own pocket rather than, so a number of experiences like that. And the Australia to Cuba with love also experienced that this year, where the platform they've been using just said they could no longer support anything that raised funds for Cuba.
So more recently, I don't know, sorry, what time, how long we have, but
No, please go continue. I think this is great. It's more of also like I think a good this global virtual pickets are good conversations for us also to talk about how each of us are doing their activism in their cities and connect. So please go ahead, Vinny.
No, thank you. Because, you know, we recently had difficulty with one of the apps. And I think Square is based in the United States. But, you know, we use it to collect some funds for a Queen's night that we had. And eventually the money was taken. And it has taken 2 months of being corresponding and being questioned about the name Cuba in the account. Is any of this money going to Cuba? All of these things. And, you know, we had responded honestly. Firstly, some of the money will go to pay expenditure, you know, venue hire, paying the musicians, stuff like that. And the other is that the Australian government doesn't have any financial blockade on Cuba. So it would be unlawful in this country for these people to take the money. So we threatening to take some action if the money wasn't paid. So now they send an email that they hope that the matter has been resolved.
Just today.
Just today. They have to change the bank account. They cancel the Square account. So all of these difficulties where, you know, it is all right that the Australian government has voted consistently in favor of the resolution of Cuba to lift the blockade. But I think that many of the countries that have taken this action, and that's one of our demands from the Australian government too, is that it's not enough. It is all right to vote against the criminal blockade, but they have to do something else. They have to put pressure on the United States. Australia has to open an embassy in
And
Cuba.
I think we have also a very similar experience in Canada. And I know from listening to the interview of Joanna Tablada with Dr. Helen Yaffe and Nina, who working in solidarity in England and Ireland with Cuba, they also have similar, and I know stories from other European countries, they have similar, I mean, this is the extraterritorial part of the blockade that the U.S. does not like to talk about, or when you know, the U.S. representative made the joke of himself at the United Nations yesterday, saying that, oh, there's no blockade, Cuba can trade, all those things. A lot of us have, even, as you both mentioned, so many personal experiences. The same here in Canada, the same thing as Australia, you know, Canada votes every year against the blockade. Canada has a huge level of tourism and connections with Cuba, but still at the same time, Canada also, because we're using similar to you, Square, we were using Eventbrite also that had blocked previously had experience with Cuba. So all these, you know, even though they have a headquarter maybe in Canada, but all of these companies still are based in the United States, and they still will be fined by the United States if they do business with Cuba. So the hypocrisy, and I'm sure you've watched that video yesterday of the U.S. representative is honestly very ridiculous of the way he's trying to defend this.
That's correct. And I'm sure that, you know, all the activists now that you mentioned the experience in Canada, other activists in Europe and other parts of the world probably have experienced the same. So really there is one enemy there. And the most recent reports from people that travel in the Solidarity Brigades is, for example, if they go to exchange money, and if they mention they're going to Cuba, they don't sell euros to them. They don't sell US dollars to them. Say, sorry, we can exchange your money. That is the power of the empire, how they control the financial system, and how they affect the human rights of people like you and me, that we don't live in Cuba. We love Cuba. We would love to live there, of course. But we can exercise our democratic rights in our countries because the extraterritoriality of the U.S. blockade on Cuba. So that's all the things that, you know, bring us together, and we need to brainstorm how we can resolve these matters, and we have to continue the solidarity work and keep demanding from our governments to show some independence, some sovereignty from the United States, and, you know, try to do something to eliminate this problem.
Yeah, and it's very similar to us too, and I'm sure the experience of so many around the world is, you know, yes, we live in so-called democracies, but then as soon as you say, oh, since I'm in a democracy, let me use my money to help this other country. Oh no, actually, you're not in a democracy anymore. And so it is and as I mean, as we've heard from the last few hours from people around the world, I think the reality is more and more people are realizing in their own countries that what does it mean to have an alternative, and they're looking at a country like Cuba, and as Joanna Tablada said, a country who and Vinny, you said the same, a country that is under blockade for so many years, yet can have 5 vaccines for the COVID-19, where Australia and Canada 0, and we are some of the wealthiest countries in the world, yet our education is underfunded, our sciences are underfunded. I'm sure it's the same experience for you, but in Canada, they're raising the military budget, following the United States step by step. Military budget is skyrocketing, the militarization is skyrocketing. And then, you know, we see what Cuba's doing, the little that they have, they're spending it in priorities for people. And so I was also curious if you can share with us, what are your next projects? Like what are you working on now? What's coming up for you in Australia? What are your main projects?
we've got a small project in Cuba at the moment. So that's what we've sort of, during the COVID years, we didn't sort of concentrate on raising funds. We sort of view it as one small way to sort of break the blockade is to fund a project in Cuba. So we've got one at the moment. It's an Agravivo project in Playa Giron. And it's just a small, we actually visited in January, which was really nice to visit and see what they've done. And basically, local community come together and they reclaimed land that had been used as a sort of dumping ground for rubbish and those sorts of things, and cleaned it up. And, they've got a big sort of organic vegetable. They're also growing medicinal herbs and those sorts of things. They run education classes for the schools on how to grow food and that sort of thing. They provide food to the schools and aged care places and for the local community. And they do sell some to resorts, which is giving them a little bit of cash flow to get things going. But honestly, visiting, their tools and everything was so rudimentary, and yet it was almost like a commercial outfit because they had put so much work into it. It was just fantastic what they could do with pretty much not very much at all, and not a decent irrigation system and all of those sorts of things. And yet just having that spirit to put things together. And I just like one of the things, and this was from the person who sort of started the project there, was that him and his wife founded the project to help my people and to be in accordance with the national goal of food and nutritional sovereignty, and that commitment to Cuba and the revolution and doing what you can to sort of overcome the blockade, really. So
there was
sorry.
we managed to put together a little something there. And we took some photographs of that. That is the veggies that they actually already
They look pretty
producing.
good.
Beautiful color, the radish, and
Organic.
and the taste, because it's organic, it tastes very nicely. And it really impressed me to see is all the people really the ones who are engaged in this. They know how to produce the land, but also they passing the knowledge on to younger people, that they have lost this type of skills in Cuba, and they have gone to this. And Elizabeth mentioned something that is important. What we witness with the people that we share was the commitment to the revolution. I come back happy, confident that we have revolution for a very long time. We saw a few people, we visited the biotechnology center, and I think that many of us ended with this, the way scientists, very young scientists in the 20s and 30s, 40s, and maybe a couple in the 60s. And they all share the space. And there was just before we finished, they were asking some of the brigadistas, and as I mentioned, it's a very broad church, people that travel in the solidarity brigades. And one of the brigadistas asked the question, but okay, what would you do without the blockade? And some people responded, we have a computer, but we have this, and we have this. And then the youngest of the scientists, she said, and with this, my friends will be here. Because many young scientists, many young graduates are forced to leave. Not because they don't like the homeland or the revolution, but because they find it very hard. And they find places where to go. And we end in tears because could you imagine what this criminal policy does? It breaks families away apart and put the extra pressure on people that they are, that biotechnology center with all those workers engaged in doing good for the people. I can't imagine any lab in Australia that employs 6,000 people, for example. With all this equipment, but they take care of them. They have the teams of people that take care of the spectrometers, of all the equipment that they use, and they train the young people, hands-on. And these are people that will develop many, many more vaccines and many more good things for people around the world into the future. But that really have an impact on us, brigadistas. My friends will be here. It's so powerful.
Yeah, I think that's a part of the blockade that I think a lot of the times gets forgotten is, yes, it's a big issue in the economy, but it also touches Cuban families, as you mentioned, Vinny. It's separating families, it's separating grandpas from their grandkids, it's separating parents from their kids, it's separating partners, it's separating families in a way where it imposes that pressure on Cubans that they have to do something. And I'm sure it's the same for you in Australia and for others that are joining us from around the world. We're also living in North America. In our example, we're meeting Cubans that have left because of pressure. We're meeting Cubans that are living here under capitalist pressure and that are saying, at least back home I had my family, or at least back home I didn't have to pay to go see the doctor, but they still had to leave to be able to relieve some of the economical and financial pressures on their families. But they understand the difference. Now that they're living under a capitalist system, whether that is in Australia or North America, a lot of them are seeing, and unfortunately, in the example of Canada, because our system exploits people in a way where they bring skilled labor here, but then they don't give them their qualifications. So then you have skilled people, including Cubans and other immigrants who have very, very high skills, yet here they are working in very minimum wage jobs, being utilized for jobs that, so-called Canadians would not take. And so it's a draining the brains of a lot of countries, but then also you have this potential of high skilled, whether there are Cubans or others, and once they leave Cuba, then they live in this North American capitalist societies, and they see what it means when your education here doesn't matter, and if you wanted to continue to get equivalency for your education, then you're paying thousands of dollars that you would have never been asked to pay if you were studying in Cuba.
100%. That was another interesting question that there was the exchange between the brigadistas and young people in Cuba. Some of the young Cubans were talking about second university degree, a master's, a doctorate, a postdoctorate. And when they asked some of the brigadistas from Australia, they said, what about you? How many university degrees have you got? Oh, so I've got none. Or I've got a huge debt because I have to repay back under the HEC system that we have, where people get indebted and then they don't find a job in the field they study. And some of the Cubans were surprised because they pay nothing or very little and to get go to university and get the degrees and to have a guaranteed job. The scientists were saying, oh, I knew that would come and work here. And that is not guaranteed in our countries. I'm sure it is the same in Canada. And you mentioned about the migrants that come, especially migrants from non-English speaking backgrounds. One of the biggest problems is learning the language. And then the lack of recognition of qualifications, engineers, doctors that can come, simply they can't work as a doctor or as an engineer in Australia. So they end doing the low-paid jobs in construction or cleaning because that's what the system has to offer. Or if they're lucky getting a driver's license, go and do some Ubering, in the Uber system. And but that is the reality. That's what this capitalism that we live in it shows, and that's how they treat the people. And particularly if you come as a migrant and you face racism, all of these things that you will encounter in this beautiful land down under.
Yeah, and it's actually very similar to my experience. The first time I went to Cuba, for me, and talking with Cuban youth, they're similar to what you were saying about your brigadista. They were shocked to hear, what is the experience of living here. Like I remember one of my first memories from my first time in Cuba is I'm sitting in Holguin, in one of, Holguin, the city of squares, in one of these amazing parks, squares, listening to music, talking to some Cuban youth, and this young Cuban man, he was telling me how, he wishes he was in Canada. It's really hard for him in Cuba because he really wants to buy this, new computer things and he can't find it. And so we were, talking, but I kind of, I was also, because I think unfortunately for a lot of Cuban youth, they're also seeing the US propaganda of what is the so-called American dream, and they don't know what is the reality. And so when I was talking to him, I was saying, yeah, maybe for me, the same computer that you're saying, you'd like to buy, I can never afford in Canada. So yes, I live there, but I can't buy it. And why I can't buy it, because at that time I was still a student and I'm thousands and thousands of dollars in debt, and I haven't even finished my degree to be able to work. And he was shocked to hear that I had to pay for school, and shocked to hear the amount of debt I already had. And it was interesting because that triggered something. And then as soon as he heard that, instead of continuing to talk about how he would have, liked to be in Canada to buy this thing, he was like, oh, that is horrible. In Cuba, did you know that education is free from this to this? And I went to school for this. And then his pride came out and he was like, telling me of all these things that in Cuba are free. And so it really is sometimes, I think, part of the work of the Cuba Solidarity Movement is when we travel is to also talk about our realities, because we have a lot to learn from Cuba, but I think we also need to share our realities living under capitalism and imperialism with Cubans, because the same way, the United States has U.S. representatives have no dignity at the United Nations. They can spew all lies, but they also say those lies everywhere. They say them in the media. They try to, and we all know they pay millions of dollars to, create independent radios in Cuba and independent journalists and all these so-called independents that they are trying to create in Cuba to wage that propaganda war against Cuba. And one wonders if you don't care about Cuba and Cuba is blockaded, why are you spending all this money, trying to fight the ideas of Cuba? Then, clearly they're dangerous for you. You're blockading them physically, but you're also trying to blockade these ideas from coming out of Cuba. And I mean, in the case of the United States, blocking your own citizens from traveling to Cuba.
No, the biggest violation of human rights, the freedom of people to travel wherever they wish to go. And it also shows how 60 years, they have inflicted pain on Cuban families. They have breached our civil and democratic rights of people who live outside Cuba because of the extraterritoriality of the blockade. But it also shows us how we need to continue to adapt, and we need to use our social media, to show the truth that, against the mass media and this campaign against the Cuban Revolution. And we need to talk to people in Cuba when we have the opportunity to travel. The brigades, obviously, it is an opportunity. Cuba, during the May Day celebrations or the upcoming 60 International Brigade for the 65th anniversary of ICAP. But there is people-to-people solidarity. I don't think that any of us is a millionaire that got there, but we work with all our sacrifices of our daily lives in the workplace, in whatever we do. The unions, solidarity, the support of workers to the Cuban Revolution, and that it is worker to worker. And that is how we build the solidarity. We don't just live in this little workplace, in this little island. We are aware of what's going on with workers all over the place. In Cuba, as an example, where we do make the effort to travel. The distance is criminal from Australia to Cuba, how the number of hours that we have to travel. But it's also, if we want to bring material aid, for example, so far, and we all can carry 20 to 30 kilos of medicines that we have been collecting, for example, or clothing, or something that become heavy. And it's almost impossible to put a sea container or to use an express courier to send stuff. So we do have that difficulty. The other is how we send the money. We always have faced lots of problems. We have relied on people like yourselves in Canada to send the money there for send it to Cuba or Mexico or Panama. In a recent experience, they needed some spare parts to repair a washing machine, to repair some medical equipment, and the only place we couldn't send it from here. The only place was to be able to buy it in Canada, the commerce in Canada to buy it, and in Panama, and then they send it to Cuba, and we send the money to repay to the person that bought it in Panama. So all these difficulties, but they're not impossible.
Yeah.
We can break the blockade, but every single time we're able to do something and using the Cuban initiative to repair also some of the machines. They repaired some of the dialysis with, Coca-Cola bottles, plastic bottles, and the difficulty they face, but also how they're able to spread the initiative and have engineers finding ways to break that criminal blockade. And with our help, I'm sure that we can, help to assist and break it.
Yeah, I think anytime I travel to Cuba, I'm amazed by the creativity of people and how they find solution in fixing things that, as you mentioned, they can't buy directly the spare parts, and they rely sometimes on Friends of Solidarity. And, the United States is not only blocking Cuba from accessing and buying these things, it also wants to block Friends of Cuba around the world from showing solidarity. But despite that, we all find the loopholes. We all find the ways that we continue to support Cuba. And Cuba brings all of us together. And in this context of international 24-hour virtual picket, we have people from all continents, from all parts of the world, speaking different languages at different times. And all, in our countries have our own struggles. We're fighting for our own issues, but we also have Cuba as a uniting issue. And talking about Cuba also connects us to our local struggles, like we were saying about education, about access to healthcare. So Cuba is still always kind of as a light there, and all roads go to Cuba, not to Rome.
You're right.
Solidarity.
And we got so many amazing experiences that we always encounter in these situations. I was one of the friends from my union. Sometimes I travel with my union construction worker, and we got a relationship with the construction union there. And I was getting a lift to the airport, and the car ran out of fuel. There's no fuel, and he said, "Vinny, run out of fuel." And the guy came in house another car, and they have a little conversation, and that is the guy with a hose and a bottle and they sucked a little bit of fuel and put it in there, and we exchange a few pesos and let's go. So there is the human solidarity, that helps. And then one of the I wanted a flag, a big Cuban flag. And I said to the governor from the construction union, listen, I want one of those flags. And I pointed that building. It was huge, the giant flags. And he said, all right, we're going to buy one. We went, couldn't find it. Then he said, listen, no, that's only for government buildings. And yeah, sorry, but I'll find it for you. A few months later, another person traveled, and he said, listen, Vinny, they got a flag for you. But it is so huge that we have to empty my bag. And he came back with his suitcase with this massive Cuban flag as a gift for my unit. And this is the flag that we use for functions. And we drop it from the union building or on the bridge when we do bridges of love, which is, it's a massive flag. And, that's solidarity bring us together and makes the impossible possible. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Sounds good.
And Cubans with the little that they have, they are always the first to share. I from similar to your experience, anytime I'm in Cuba and they say, oh, that's really thing, I would like that. If you say that, then they're gonna give it to you. If they don't have it that day, they'll give it to you a month from now when they see you. And I think that's what brings a lot of us to support and stand with Cuba, is that we see the humanity of people, even though they're facing all these atrocities, and we see the potential of what could Cuba be without the blockade. If they have little and they're sharing it, imagine a Cuba that can share more of their medicines to other countries of the global South. A Cuba can make vaccines that they can share with countries of the global South. Instead of all these countries have to rely on the Pfizer of the world and all these big corporations and the patents. And while we know Cuba biotechnology can achieve so much, but they cannot even buy raw materials now. And so it's a whole, it is part of why we all, I think, continue our fight for the blockade, is that we believe in the potential of Cuba. And as Joanna Tablada said in the interview, well, if the blockade is not hurting Cuba, then lift it. If Cuba's lying, and we can still do business with the U.S., then why do you have a blockade? Then if it's just an honorary blockade that doesn't do anything, then take it out. And why?
It could be so easy to fix all of these problems. They go and have to refuel a car and take some petrol from another car and sending all this stuff that is so difficult. It could be so easy to lift the blockade, and hopefully at the UN General Assembly, we're expecting that will be against the world, against the United States and Israel, to just lift the criminal blockade, because really it affects the Cuban families. And they make the resilience to continue the fight until that blockade is lifted, removing Cuba from the list of countries that allegedly sponsor terrorism, and to retain Guantanamo Bay. I think that is some of the key three demands that the solidarity movement fights for. It could be so easy. I'll be very happy if the blockade gets lifted tomorrow, and finally the U.S. listens to the world, to the UN General Assembly. There should be ruling. The General Assembly decision and resolution should be the one that rules the United Nations. And I'm sure that you will be very happy. All the other comments around here will be very, very happy if the blockade gets lifted.
Yeah, and we see it. I mean, even yesterday, the beginning of the sessions, we've seen country after country, everybody that spoke, except the U.S. representative who embarrassed himself. Everybody that spoke is standing with Cuba, and we will see it in the continuation of the vote. And actually, a hello to our friends in New York who are waking up now and getting ready to go to the United Nations and be there and watch the vote. And hopefully they'll join us later at the end to give us a report from how it was inside of the United Nations. But we see the U.S. and Israel are isolated at world stage for so many other issues, and the issue in Cuba we expect, and maybe, the U.S. can recruit some of the tiny islands or some of the countries that the U.S. have a lot of influence on, because they're holding their economies hostage to change their votes. But we know that it doesn't mean anything, because the majority of the world stands with Cuba, whether there is the people or in the case of, even governments like Canada and Australia, they are not doing enough to push the United States, but they still know that they should vote, and they do vote against the blockade. Welcome back, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I had to take a call.
But we have been talking about, how easy it would be if the U.S. listens to the world and leaves the blockade, and our experiences in Cuba and people's resilience. And I'm sure that, the people will speak against the blockade at the UN in a few hours. And listen, they will be isolated. They have been isolated. If we talk about isolation, we can talk about Israel and the genocide in Palestine. And this is the other thing, we have been talking, listening to the interview with Johanna and listening to other activists, how the televised genocide in Palestine has brought us together. The Palestinian students in Cuba, where they're going to be needed, the skills as doctors and health workers and engineers, they will have to go and rebuild the homeland. And Cuba, with all the limitations, because the students there, and they have expressed the solidarity with the Palestinian cause. It is just amazing.
Yeah, and I think similar to what Joanna was talking about, the history of Cuba and solidarity with Africa too. And I mean, the first mission and the first medical brigades that Cuba have sent was to Algeria after independence from France. And since then, the history of these medical brigade, and we've seen it during, it became more popular and people heard about it more during the pandemic. But Cuba has been doing this for years. Cuba has been sending doctors and medical professionals around the world for years. And this is, and in addition to what you said, Vinny, not only sending Cuban doctors to help people around the world, but training people from around the world to be doctors in Cuba.
Did you talk about the teachers in Australia?
Yeah, I left that task for you.
Even here, we have Cuban teachers in remote Aboriginal communities teaching adult literacy. And they've had huge success, and it's just more and more communities are coming on board. And, the first Cuban teacher, it's desert area that he went to, and snakes. And he was terrified of snakes. And, in those places, a lot of people live in something we call dongas, but they're a little bit like a sea container. And one night, somebody saw a snake go under his container where he was living, and so they shot it with a gun, and he was so terrified that the local hotel ended up giving him accommodation at the hotel. And it was an Irish man who actually ran that hotel, and he was illiterate, so he joined the literacy program as well. And it was just such a fantastic story, and it's still going on. And what a shame. Illiteracy in Australia, I don't know what it's like in Canada, but it's actually, for a country like Australia, our illiteracy rates are actually quite high. And yes, in Aboriginal communities, but even across the broad community, a lot of workers are functionally illiterate. And here's a country like Cuba able to send teachers to a place like Australia and have success. So there's so many things you can point to as an example for the world. And if the whole world was operating like Cuba, it would be a fantastic place. We wouldn't have suffering, we wouldn't have the homelessness, we wouldn't have all of the terrible things that we've got. And another facet of Cuba which really strikes me quite strongly is in Australia, we actually lock children up in prisons at 10 years old. Yeah, it's unbelievable that it happens, and of course it impacts on Indigenous children more than others. But regardless, 10 years old, and then I looked at a study on juvenile crime and those sorts of things in Cuba and their approach to it, and it's so fantastic. Those kids don't end up in prison. They get a whole heap of support, and they look broadly at why a child is acting out and what are all the contributing factors to that, and they address those things rather than thinking there's something wrong with the child themselves. But we're shameful in Australia.
Yeah, I think, when you weren't here, Elizabeth, Vinny and I decided to change all the roads lead to Rome to all the roads lead to Cuba. And exactly exactly for the point you were mentioning is in so many ways, Cuba brings people together and leads even with the economy that they have, unfortunately, under a blockade, and the little that they have, they still bring so many people around the world, and including in Australia, connecting people together. And I mean, similar to you, and I'm sure other people that are joining us here from North America and Europe can relate to the justice system here that is all about punishment and jail times. And I mean, worse than the United States, where some jails are even private. So we're talking about a whole other concept where it's a business. So actually, the more you have people in jail, the more money you're making. And then similar here in Canada with Indigenous people and overrepresentation of Indigenous youth and Indigenous men in jails here in Canada. Is something, as opposed to in Cuba, where we talk about a way to approach justice where they are reaching for the roots of the issue, where they want to rehabilitate people. And it actually reminds me of also this conversation is reminding me of my first time in Cuba. I mentioned the story earlier, but another story that stayed with me the first time I traveled to Cuba, we were in an area in outside of Holguin, doing volunteer work, and we were helping rebuild some schools that in some areas that got devastated by one of the hurricanes. And it was a group of us, the brigade from Canada. We were working side by side with a group of Cuban construction workers. And so, they were giving us the easy jobs, here, paint this, and then they'll come and paint over you, how it is sometimes when you have a group of people that are doing constructions that have no experience in construction. But we were there showing solidarity. And we were working very closely with this young Cuban man, and they were teaching us how to do this and how to do this. And, at the end of the day, we realized that they are a group of Cuban men that are actually prisoners at the end of their sentences.
Okay.
And the whole time we were on the construction site, there was no police at site. They were wearing regular clothes like any of us. They were interacting with us. At no point we felt any difference. And they were going through a rehabilitation program where they were learning trades, and they were doing working and having work experience toward the end of their sentences. So when they are released and they are back into society, they already have a job, they have a trade, they're also being paid a certain amount of money, so they've got a little bit of saving, which is something that is unbelievable to think of here in Canada. And also to see the trust that they were not in shackles, they were not wearing things that humiliate the human beings. They were there, and no police in sight. They come to work. At the end of the day, a bus comes and take them. So they trust also their own system, and they know that they're so close to ending their, none of them is trying to run away, or they're working, and then they're preparing to go back to society.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I could never say anything like that happening in Canada. I'm sure the same in Australia.
Monitors, bracelets, everything.
Yeah. No, I mean, we can only hope, can't we, that one day we'll realize a better world. Cuba already has, and unfortunately they have to put up with this imperialist monster, really, on top of them, that won't let them fully realize what they'd like to do. But it hasn't stopped them from trying.
No, they are definitely trying and leading by example. And
Yeah.
and thank you both for joining us here. What time is it now in Perth?
Very early, 6 p.m.
Oh, good for you. It's 3 a.m. here in Vancouver, Canada.
Yes, no, we have to go and prepare dinner and doing a little bit of other work. But before we go, I've got a thought about the people in Eastern Cuba with the Hurricane Melissa, I think the name is. It landed in Jamaica and very powerful. One of the most powerful. That is probably all the stuff that we're doing to the environment. But if we hit Cuba soon, if it hasn't done it as a category 4, so I'm sure that the Cubans are prepared and many people have been evacuated. But our thoughts are with them. That is other things that Cuba has shown how to prepare, how to look after people with national disasters, and to encourage people to travel in the International Brigade coming up on the 21st of December this year to celebrate the 65th anniversary Cup. I think there will be a great opportunity for people that we work associated with Cuba all over the world to catch up later this year in Cuba.
What a better place to catch up than Havana. Elizabeth, any final words?
No, just thank you for having us. And I can't believe it's 3 o'clock in the morning for you. You look you look very bright for that time of the morning. I would definitely be asleep.
I'm a night owl, so this works for me.
Okay,
and as you mentioned, Vinny, I think a lot of us friends of Cuba that are on this call are attentive to this hurricane. I know here in Canada, the Canadian Network on Cuba has already started a campaign to collect funds to support Cuba. And I know other friends of Cuba, including yourself and others around the world, are waiting and seeing how we can support Cuba. So I'll paste in the chat the campaign from Canada, and if any organizations have campaigns, also if anybody else on that is with us would like to support, please feel free to share them. And just final things, where can people find you on social media? So if they want to see more what's happening in Australia.
Yes, well, we got the Facebook page, Australia-Cuba Friendship Society Western Australia branch, our blog page, and that's where we share the information mainly. We're there, we're active, we do what we can, and we wish to continue to work. And congratulations for the work you do. When we were in Washington, the Canadians were one of the group that we first met with the bikes. We were doing the bicycle, and we were together in the campaign for the freedom of the Cuban Five. And like Fidel said, volverán, and they did. And the blockade will be lifted, and viva Cuba, abajo el bloqueo.
Abajo. Thank you, both of you. Thank you, Elizabeth and Vinny, for joining me. Again, I see some new people have joined. My name is Azza Rojbi. I'm the coordinator of Friends of Cuba Against the U.S. Blockade Vancouver. I'm here in Vancouver, Canada, and as I was just mentioning, it is 3:11 a.m. my time. So good night for people that are, have been joining us and are ready to go to sleep. Good morning for those that just got up on the eastern side of the world or on Australia who are getting ready to have dinner. And this is an important event that we're having, a 24-hour virtual picket in solidarity with the people of Cuba, a 24-hour wave of solidarity with people around the world. And I would like to start sharing some of the videos that we have received. The next ones are videos from, you're going to see videos from Canada, the Dominican Republic, Kenya, Australia, and Paraguay. And these are just a small selection of the hundreds of videos we have been receiving with people from around the world. So I'm going to share my screen and we'll go to hear some greetings from people around the world toward Cuba. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Bye.
Try and raise raise money for those people. In fact, it was Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie got together, they wrote a song, and then they said, maybe we could invite some other people to come and record with us. And before you know it, they had all of the best, top-notch celebrity singers in the studio on one day, and they recorded the song. How many?
46 voices.
46 voices. Just amazing, just a wonderful bunch of people. And if you get a chance to see that on YouTube, you can have a look at that actual recording session. Anyway, because we are in this situation we're in the world right now, that song is still totally applicable. And so we'd like to do that for you. And it's called, what's it called?
We Are the World.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying, oh, they stand together to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone, somewhere will soon make a change. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, love is all we need. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making, we'll say
I'm very grateful for this opportunity, for this welcoming to me, my English, my Spanish, and my traditions, my Cuban traditions too. Thank you very much. I love you guys.
Saludos para todos. Mi nombre es Roberto Payano. Desde la República Dominicana, saludo y agradezco al Movimiento de Solidaridad con Cuba en Canadá y a todos los amigos que participan en este piquete global contra el bloqueo de Estados Unidos a Cuba por la exclusión de Cuba de la falsa lista de países que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo y por la devolución del territorio cubano ilegalmente ocupado por el mismo Estados Unidos en Guantánamo. Desde la República Dominicana, en nombre de la organización a la que pertenezco, Campaña Dominicana de Solidaridad con Cuba, incorporada en el mío propio, alzo mi voz junto a tantos amigos para condenar el criminal bloqueo económico y comercial de Estados Unidos a Cuba, su infame inclusión en una lista de supuestos países que apoyan el terrorismo, cuando Cuba ha sido durante más de 65 años la real víctima del terrorismo patrocinado por los que hoy, en un gesto de hipocresía y de imposición terrible, elaboran listas de supuestos terroristas. El bloqueo que tiene Estados Unidos contra Cuba le prohíbe a Cuba comprar hasta medicamentos y alimentos, hasta equipos médicos, ni siquiera de contado, ni siquiera cash. Aunque los cubanos tengan su dinero, no pueden comprar en el mercado internacional, al menos formalmente, porque Estados Unidos amenaza hasta a terceros países con boicotearle sus negocios si hacen negocio con Cuba. A pesar de eso, Cuba resiste, trabaja, distribuye con equidad el fruto de su trabajo en toda su población, y nosotros seguimos confiando en que continuará ese ejemplo social y político que Cuba representa para América Latina, para América entera y para el mundo. Este piquete global contra el bloqueo a Cuba tiene lugar coincidiendo hoy con la discusión en las Naciones Unidas de una propuesta cubana por casi 35 ocasiones, pidiendo que se levante el bloqueo financiero contra ellos. Durante más de 30 años, la inmensa mayoría de países del mundo han protestado contra ese bloqueo. En la votación más reciente de 190 países presentes en la Asamblea de la ONU, 187 votaron a favor del levantamiento del bloqueo. Solo 2 lo apoyaron, el mismo que lo impuso, uno que es su aliado eterno, cosas que no tienen que ver incluso con política, pero ese es otro tema. Y un tercer país se abstuvo, 187 de 90 presentes. La ONU apoyaron a Cuba. La ONU es una pobre organización que no es capaz de hacer vinculante una resolución de 187 contra 2. Pero es interesante ver cómo el mundo se pronuncia en una supuesta democracia. Y Estados Unidos y la ONU no hacen caso. Es interesante conocer cómo Estados Unidos ha enviado comunicaciones en los últimos días para que en esta Asamblea de la ONU del año 2025 voten en contra de Cuba o por lo menos se abstengan. Espero que el gobierno de mi país, la República Dominicana, espero que los gobiernos del mundo entiendan que los hombres, las mujeres, como decía el apóstol, deben estar donde está el deber, no necesariamente donde esté la conveniencia, y que seguiremos apoyando a Cuba, que es nuestro hermano en todas las circunstancias, que nunca ha invadido ni ha venido a ningún país a usurpar. Cuba es el de las relaciones históricas, en los buenos tiempos, en los malos tiempos, con la República Dominicana y con todos sus vecinos y a veces no tan vecinos. Cuba es el país cuya revolución, cuyo gobierno socialista salió a enfrentar el ébola a África, a Europa, sin pedir nada a cambio. Cuba es el país que vino a Haití a ayudarlos sin buscar ni siquiera publicidad. Cuba es el país al que la República Dominicana le debe más de 1,000 profesionales de la medicina y otras áreas, totalmente becados, sin buscar nada a cambio que no sea el que vuelvan a sus países a ejercer la medicina. Esos son nuestros amigos, por lo menos se merecen ese apoyo moral de pedir que se le quite el bloqueo, que se le excluya de esa lista infame de países terroristas y que se devuelva el terreno ilegalmente ocupado que tiene una base en Guantánamo. Desde la República Dominicana, la campaña Los Amigos de Cuba, tenemos fe en que lo lograremos. A los agresores no les quedará otro camino. Y mientras tanto, Cuba seguirá trabajando y resistiendo porque se lo merece. Mañana, hoy es la discusión en la ONU. Mañana es la votación.
You say people are suffering in Cuba, isn't it?
El abuso está claramente identificado de un lado. La moral está claramente identificada del otro lado. Gracias por su tiempo. Yo soy Roberto Payano, locutor, actor, abogado de los tribunales de la República Dominicana. Y hago votos porque América Latina la dejen seguir siendo una zona de paz, porque el mundo pueda ser una zona de paz. Gracias.
Are you ready for socialism? Are you ready? We are ready. are ready. We are ready for socialism. We are ready. Mko tayari kwa mapambano. Mko tayari. Mko tayari kwa mapambano. Mko tayari. Tuko tayari kwa mapambano. Tuko 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 tayari. Are you ready for socialism? Are you ready? Are you ready for socialism? Are you ready? We are ready for socialism. We are ready. We are ready for socialism. We are ready. Mko tayari kwa mapambano. Mko tayari. Mko tayari kwa mapambano. Mko tayari. Tuko tayari kwa mapambano. Tuko tayari. Tuko tayari kwa mapambano. Tuko tayari. Are you ready for socialism? Are you ready? Are you ready for socialism? Are you ready?
Bésame, bésame mucho, mi amor, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Ay, bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo a perderte y quererte después. Bésame, bésame mucho, mi amor, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Ay, bésame, kiss me, my darling, que tengo miedo a quererte y perderte después. ¡Misa, dice! Piensas que tal vez mañana yo ya iré lejos, muy lejos de ti, y tal vez mañana yo ya iré lejos, muy lejos de aquí.
Bueno, me parece realmente irónico que los medios, los grandes medios de comunicación del imperio sigan sosteniendo la idea falaz de dictadura. Y qué rara dictadura que manda médicos en vez de misiles. Qué rara dictadura que manda ayuda internacional en vez de bombardear los países. Qué raro que los países que realmente se mofan de ser demócratas son los que están destruyendo el mundo, matando niños y realmente haciendo crecer la violencia en el mundo. y no hay más violencia más grande que el bloqueo que está sufriendo Cuba en este momento. Son nuestros hermanos, siempre fueron solidarios con nosotros, nunca mandaron bombas a sus vecinos ni tampoco a gente ajena a ellos. Entonces creo que más que merecía la solidaridad del pueblo, creo que debemos llevar adelante esto y las cadenas del imperio se tienen que romper.
Hello, welcome everybody. We are back here in our virtual 24-hour picket in solidarity with Cuba against the blockade. We have just seen videos of cultural activities and greetings from the Dominican Republic, Paraguay, Kenya, Australia, and Canada. And as we have been seeing throughout these hours of today, Cuba is what brings people together from around the world. The last video that we saw in Spanish was, for those of you that maybe didn't have the translation, we are doing some translation through transcription, but as today's event is multilingual, but the last part of what the speaker, the person from Paraguay was saying is, what a strange dictatorship Cuba is, sending doctors around the world instead of missiles. And this is a very important, we've been talking about throughout the day for a lot of us that live in Canada, the United States, or North America, or other countries that, talk to us about democracy, but yet we know what a real democracy is, what a real participatory democracy is when we see the people of Cuba, and when we see a country like the United States who is sending not doctors to help people around the world, but sending missiles and bombs that are killing people around the world. So we see the hypocrisy of the United States. Again, welcome if you have just joined us here. Feel free to put where you're joining us in the chat, what time of the day it is. I know for some of us, it's the middle of the night. For others, it's maybe early mornings. For others, you're getting ready to go to work. And we're here joining in solidarity from all over the world in solidarity with Cuba. I will be sharing a few more video greetings, but before that, I also wanted to share some information and actually an interview that I think shows the diplomacy and the strength of Cuban diplomats. And I think we all saw parts of it yesterday when the United Nations started the debating and discussing the blockade on Cuba, and the U.S. representative was spewing lies from the stage, and we saw the response by Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez, Cuban Foreign Minister, and the video I'm going to share now is an interview with the U.S. media with the deputy, the Cuban deputy of the Foreign Minister, Bruno Rodriguez. And also it's a show of how Cubans are and Cuban diplomats are showing themselves, and Cuba is showing itself at a world level, standing on their ground, standing on their values. And so I'd like to share this interview with all of you, which is about 30 minutes. And then we're also expecting to have some live greetings with friends that will be joining us from Ukraine, friends that will be joining us from Portugal, and friends that will be joining us from Kenya. So while we're waiting for everybody to come in and join us live, we'll share and watch together this video with the Deputy Foreign Minister of Cuba.
You say people are suffering in Cuba. Isn't it ironic that one of the biggest backers of the embargo and the sanctions on Cuba is the Secretary of State, a Cuban-American, Marco Rubio?
He's never set foot on Cuba. He wasn't born in Cuba.
If they go to war with Venezuela, does Cuba get involved on the side of Venezuela? Does it try and stay out and stay neutral?
Cuba will give its full political support.
You will not get involved militarily to support Venezuela. Has the U.S. embargo then succeeded in forcing Cuba to a breaking point?
It has not, and it will not. It does not have the capacity to break the will of the people of Cuba.
Do you believe Palestinians should have freedom from Israeli dictatorship, their own sovereign state, their right to choose their own government in free and fair elections?
Yes.
Why can't Cubans have that exact same freedom?
Who finances Amnesty International?
I don't know, you tell me.
Organizations that are totally opposed to socialism.
Are people being manipulated to protest against a lack of energy?
Nobody's taking it away from them to punish anyone.
You don't think it's just frustration at the government? Can Cuban journalists do this in Cuba? Could I do this show in Cuba? Barack Obama tried to open up with Cuba. Donald Trump has done the reverse, redesignating the island nation as a state sponsor of terrorism and ratcheting up sanctions. But it doesn't stop there. The US is also escalating against Venezuela. So where does that leave Cuba, which of course has its own political and economic issues at home? Joining me to discuss all of this and more is a deputy foreign minister in the Cuban government, Carlos Fernandez de Cosio. Thank you so much for joining me, Minister.
Thank you for having me.
The United States has sanctioned Cuba longer than it has sanctioned any other country in the world. And while there was some relief under the Obama administration, Donald Trump has tightened those earlier restrictions. How have US sanctions, how has the embargo impacted the lives of everyday Cubans?
The US has sanctioned Cuba longer and in a broader way and more than any other country in the world. During the Obama year, there were few exceptions introduced. Even though we formalized diplomatic relations, the thrust of the economic blockade, as we call it, or the economic embargo, remained in place. When Trump came in 2018, he set himself to reinforce this policy to make life more difficult, more unbearable for the people of Cuba. It continued under the Biden administration, and today they're planning to do more, even in that sense. It damages Cuba in almost every sense of life. It's not simply not having trade between the US and Cuba, but trying to cut Cuba off from the world economy. Cuba today, as a result of US sanctions or coercive measures, has immense difficulty to have access to capital, to technology, to markets, and to fuel, just to use which country can sustain its economy, develop itself, if the most powerful economy in the world has the capacity to threaten and to punish other governments and other economies if they have links with Cuba, which is what we're facing today.
Nearly every year since 1992, the UN General Assembly, and we're here in New York for the UN General Assembly meetings, the UNGA has passed a resolution that condemns the embargo, and yet, even with international condemnation, the US has upheld that embargo. Do you ever see a possibility of it being lifted?
I think it should be lifted sometime down the road, but not because of the UN. The US has shown its disregard for the opinion of the international community. These are resolutions which are adopted almost unanimously. Only US and Israel vote against. But it will depend on the political will of the US government. If the majority of Americans were to be duly informed, if they were to know the nature and the level of hostility and the impact it has on the Cuban population, I am sure the majority of Americans would not support this policy.
I mean, the polls show the majority of Americans do not support that policy. Since Donald Trump took office, the US has pursued a maximum pressure strategy on Cuba, announcing further sanctions, restricting access to the US dollar, as you say, deterring international investment, others from investing in Cuba. In 2023, even before Trump, under Biden, the UN estimated the total damage of the US embargo to the Cuban economy to be in the trillions of dollars. So has the US embargo then succeeded in forcing Cuba to a breaking point?
It has not, and it will not. It will succeed in punishing the people of Cuba. It will succeed in making life very unbearable for the people of Cuba, and conditions today are quite difficult. But it does not have the capacity to break the will of the people of Cuba, nor our determination to protect our nation. We're a sovereign nation, and we have a right to be so.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism. You say people are suffering in Cuba. Isn't it ironic that one of the biggest backers of the embargo and the sanctions on Cuba in the US government is the Secretary of State, a Cuban-American, Marco Rubio? What do you make of him?
He's an American descendant from Cubans. He's never set foot on Cuba. He wasn't born in Cuba. His parents, contrary to what he has alleged, left Cuba before the Cuban Revolution. He's made a political career alleging this history, but it's not ironic. There's a set of people in the U.S., some of them of Cuban origin, some not, that have made careers and money out of an anti-Cuba, anti-socialism policy in the U.S.
On his first day in office, Donald Trump ordered Cuba to be reinstated to the list of state sponsors of terror, reversing the position of the Biden administration. Their argument is, even if you're not actively funding or arming terrorist groups, you are providing safe haven to wanted terrorists. There are believed to be 70 U.S. fugitives now based in Cuba, including people like William Morales, who was a bomb maker for a militant Puerto Rican group that bombed a New York tavern in 1975, killing 4 people. He escaped from a U.S. prison, went to Mexico, I believe, and since has been welcomed in Cuba, where he's been living. Why not hand over people like Morales to the U.S. and get yourself taken off that list? Why give them asylum? These are people who've been convicted of serious crimes.
This is a list alleged by the U.S. with no evidence whatsoever of what they're claiming about these people.
But William Morales lives in Cuba, right? You're not denying he's in Cuba.
I'm not accepting. I don't even know if he's living in Cuba. I learned about William Morales because I read it on the news.
You haven't checked to see if there's a wanted terrorist living on Cuban soil?
If there was someone like that in Cuba, he would be protected. Cuba.
Why would he be protected? Why not extradite him? Why not send him back to the U.S. if he's escaped from prison? I'm sure there are people in the U.S. that Cuba wants. Are there not?
Let me be clear. Cuba, under international law and Cuban law, has the duty and the right to protect people that have struggled for liberation.
But he's a bomb maker in the U.S.
First, I don't even know the person he is. I don't even know if he's a bomb maker. I don't know if he even put a bomb.
So why not find out?
I heard this because the Secretary of State spoke about it. But the United States built so many lies about Cuba that...
But aren't there people in the U.S. that Cuba wants? There are people that Cuba wants in the U.S., right?
I'll go to that.
And they want people...
They even allege about 70 people.
Yes.
They don't give names. They just mention this person.
They've mentioned a few.
Well,
so why not start with this person? Why not? You're the Deputy Foreign Minister. Why not find out?
I don't even know if that person is in
So why not find out?
But I go back.
I'm assuming the Cuban government knows who's on its soil.
I'll go back. Cuba has the right to give protection to people that seek asylum when they are struggling for political reasons. Now, in Cuba, Cuba's relationship with terrorism is as a victim. The U.S. has financed the government and executed countless terrorist actions in Cuba.
No one's disputing.
There are over 2,000 people that have died in Cuba because of that. Today,
and they provide a safe haven, I know, to people like Orlando Bosch and
from
others.
the territory of the United States, there are people organizing, financing, and executing violent and terrorist actions against Cuba. We have given the U.S. a list of over 100 people that have committed open crimes and assassinated.
When I ask American politicians the same question I asked you, they say the same as you. They say we're providing asylum to people who are escaping from the Cuban dictatorship. That's what they will say. Why not just trade the people you have?
I'm talking about crooks, people that to steal a ship, a boat, to travel to the United, assassinated 3 people.
I mean, this guy is accused of making bombs in his home, William Morales.
I don't even know who William Morales is.
Maybe you should find out. Okay, so you're not planning to any kind of release of people to get off this state sponsor list. There's no plans.
We don't plan to stop fulfilling our policy in providing asylum for people that struggle for freedom. And I don't know if William Morales falls in that category.
Okay.
I don't even know who he is.
As I say, I'm sure you can find out. Cuba is going through one of its worst economic crises ever, despite multiple monetary and fiscal reforms from the government, which just haven't worked. In August, the Cuban peso hit a record low, as you know. The Cuban government continues to blame U.S. sanctions. As you said at the start of this interview, the embargo has clearly played a role in impoverishing a lot of ordinary Cubans. But a lot of Cubans would also say that your government's mismanagement of the economy, its failure to produce growth or tamp down on inflation, the over-reliance on the dollar, that's all played a role in the economic mess that Cuba's in right now. What would you say to those critics who say that?
It could. No government can have an exact result in the expectations they have when they put policy in place. We've been undergoing a process of economic transformation since 2016, basically, including constitutional transformation. In any process of that type, you find contradictions, you need adjustments, you want to go faster than you can. It's very difficult to do that with the level of aggression against Cuba. And then one thing, Cuba, to acknowledge that there are mistakes, why don't they ask other governments? It's like a woman is raped, and then you ask the father, well, she was raped and you're insulted, but wasn't she dressing in a way that was... Rape is wrong. Assaulting a country, punishing a country, to try to impose the will, the imperialist will of the United States on that country is wrong, regardless of the mistakes we could make.
So you're saying even raising the idea that Cubans may have made mistakes in economic management, that's victim blaming?
Cannot justify the aggression of the United States.
But no one's justified. I mean, in this room, no one's justified. I agree with you.
No, but the Cuban government acknowledges publicly.
Yes, that's what I'm wondering.
Acknowledges publicly that some of the plans we put in place have not met the expectations that we had, that the results that have achieved are not there. And I can put many examples of those, and the government hasn't made them public.
Fair enough. And the Cuba's worsening economy, as you know, has partly resulted not just in massive protests we saw last year in Cuba, but also in the island's biggest...
By the way, last year, massive protests? I don't think so.
When were the protests? Were there no protests?
2021, there
have been protests
in 2021.
But put protests to one side. The island's biggest wave of emigration, as you know, has happened in the last few years. Since 2022, almost 1 million people arriving in the US from Cuba, just in the last 3 years. Many would say that is a vote of no confidence in your government, in your system. It is people voting with their feet, leaving.
Detroit had about 3 million people. Today they say it's 600,000. Economic conditions depressed. U.S. policy has had, as you said at the beginning of this interview, a policy of making life as unbearable as possible for the people of Cuba. A natural consequence of that is for people to remove themselves from where those conditions are. It's what they call a push factor in migration. And if you add to that the U.S. policy has had until Trump put an end to that, a policy of inviting Cubans with a privileged status that the citizens of no other country has ever had. Any Cuban who just came up to the border, they could come in, and within a year they can become permanent residents.
That's the pull factor, you're saying.
And that's the pull factor. If you have those conditions, it is natural if the U.S. were to apply the same conditions to any country in Latin America, the result would be the same. Puerto Rico has lost half of its population. Uruguay has almost lost half of its population. But the conditions you mentioned have been around for a while. Why in the last 3 years has it gone up so much? Because the U.S. government opened it much more. One of the things that the current president criticized of the Biden administration, and we alerted the Biden administration, these processes that you're putting in place of just granting visas, if Cubans want to leave, we won't stop them, but you're going to provoke a wave of people leaving.
Interesting you say you won't stop them. Will you take them back? Because Donald Trump now is cracking down even on Cuban immigration. Traditionally, the Republican Party made an exception, as you say, for Cubans, and they go after Venezuelans and other Mexicans and other groups from the southern border. But now even he's deporting Cubans. Is the Cuban government happy to take those people back? Are they safe when they get back to Cuba?
The U.S. government has been deporting Cubans for some years.
But it's increasing now?
It's not so much compared to previous. We've had, on a monthly basis, more or less, we get a flight of deportees. Maybe the figure has gone a bit up, but there were more deportees in 2017, for example.
What happens when they get back to Cuba?
They just go to their homes.
Okay.
They can request a passport and leave again the country if they want.
Okay.
They go to their homes, unless they have something pending with the law, which is rare. But let me say something. All these Cubans that are in the U.S. and they're a threat, they could request going back to Cuba.
Yeah.
They don't need to be forced by the U.S. to be sent back. We have bilateral agreements with the U.S. It's not the U.S. dumping people in Cuba. There's agreement, we check them, we analyze, and this, even with this government, is the way it's working.
You've also had these energy blackouts, as you know, across the island, which again have spurred protests. I know you're saying there's not that many protests, but there have been protests against energy blackouts. The Cuban president, Miguel Díaz-Canel, said, "We must make clear to our people that one can be dissatisfied, that is legitimate, but we must be able to see clearly when we're being manipulated." What did he mean by that? Are people being manipulated to protest against a lack of energy? Is that a normal thing to do when you have blackouts to protest?
It's not that frequent, but I want to protest every time I'm sitting at home and I have 4 hours blackouts, and my wife wants, my family wants to do it, and
it's legitimate.
Legitimate to complain, of course.
Yeah.
What's not legitimate is what occurs. That there's a very well-financed machinery in the United States that through social networks, it's inciting people to act against the government, go out on the street, block highways, block roads, and it's not occurring because people have common sense. That won't bring electricity.
You don't think it's occurring
because nobody's taking it away from them to punish anyone. Simply, there's not.
You don't think it's just frustration at the government?
There is
frustration at lack of electricity. It happens around the world. People protest.
Around, but it's not.
So why are you blaming the U.S. for these protests?
I'm blaming a machinery that is inciting people to do it. When it happens and people complain normally, but when you find and you have evidence that they're inciting to do it, I think it's very fair and very legitimate to criticize it, because you're trying to abuse.
What is that evidence, just out of interest?
People sending messages. I receive messages. Go out on the street from
you.
I receive people.
Deputy Foreign Minister of Cuban government gets a message from the U.S. saying,
you get it on Facebook. You get it on. It goes beyond that. You're looking in Google for information, and you get messages, and you get protests in Cuba, protests, and sometimes our lies. It's here, it's over there. It's a very well organized. I mean,
it's not that well organized if they're sending the Deputy Foreign Minister a message to go out on the streets. It seems a bit haphazard.
They use a shotgun approach.
Fair enough. What about the actual specific issue of the energy crisis, which a lot of people would say is due to the decreasing oil supply from your ally Venezuela? Where does Cuba's relationship with Venezuela stand right now? Are you looking to strengthen that relationship despite the rising tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela?
You're going too fast. I'm making some affirmations that I need to. The problem is, one is lack of fuel. Another one is a outdated capacity to generate. It has been very difficult. To give you an example, the biggest plant generator in Cuba was a French company with which we had agreements for many years on maintenance, spare parts. It's quite old, but it worked. In 2015, I think, or 14, General Electric bought the company. So for us to get a screw.
So now it's suffering the embargo.
We have to go through a third market, build it some other place. We can't even get technical assistance, not even advisors to come and out. And that goes through a whole technology to infrastructure in general in Cuba.
Okay. So we can agree on that. Can we also agree that the Venezuelan oil supply is an issue?
And then you have the sanctions on Venezuela by the U.S. is an issue, plus the price of oil, plus a standing policy since 2019 of the United States aimed at depriving Cuba of shipments of oil. So companies, shipping companies that transport oil to Cuba are either sanctioned or threatened to be sanctioned for transport, which implies that we have to pay extra for the import of oil, a country that is not rich, that doesn't have much money.
What about the relationship with Venezuela? Are you strengthening that relationship, even as the U.S.?
It's a very good relationship.
We're speaking on the day that Donald Trump has addressed the United Nations General Assembly, targeting Venezuela once again.
And threatening Venezuela.
Threatening Venezuela. That doesn't worry the Cubans at all? In terms of your relationship with Venezuela?
It worries us a lot. They're threatening a sister nation of Latin America.
If they go to war with Venezuela, we just published an article at Zeteo from a former Pentagon advisor who says we may be sleepwalking into a war with Venezuela. If that happens, where does that leave Cuba? Does Cuba get involved on the side of Venezuela? Does it try and stay out and stay neutral?
Cuba will give its full political support.
Political
if the U.S. goes to war with any country in Latin America,
political support.
It is the duty of.
You chose your words carefully. Political support. You will not get involved militarily to support Venezuela.
That's a very dangerous question to answer. We're not going to war with the United States.
No, I didn't say you're going to war. But if the U.S. goes to war with Venezuela,
we'll give our full support to Venezuela.
Okay.
Basically, political is our solidarity.
How worried are you about the prospect of war?
Very worried. Very worried. There's a threatening stance against Venezuela. Very irresponsible, believing that you can do that without causing a great amount of loss of life. It's a threat to Venezuela. It's a threat to the whole continent, the whole region. Which it means that the United States is going to apply what they call peace through force, which is a threatening imposition of the will of the mightiest.
Well, Trump is bragging about all the boats he said. He bragged about it at the UN. It's a violation of international law. If a Cuban boat gets hit, what does your government do?
That's a hypothetical question.
It's not that hypothetical at the moment. It looks like...
No, in the case of Cuba, it's circumstance. Very difficult. Because you have seen the constraint and the patience with which the Venezuelan government has acted.
Yeah, I mean,
not allowing,
whatever anyone thinks of the Venezuelan government,
a group of irresponsible people to throw Venezuela and to lead them into a war.
Whatever anyone thinks of the Venezuelan government, they are undoubtedly showing restraint while Donald Trump is bragging about violating international law at the UN. We can agree on that.
Without any evidence against Venezuela.
Yes. Or against these boats.
No government in the world, with the exception of the United States, believes the legend about that the issue here is combating drugs in the Caribbean, which everybody knows is not coming from Venezuela.
Let's talk about Palestine, big issue. Does Cuba believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza? And what does Cuba think the international community should be doing about what's happening in Gaza?
Absolutely. It's a genocide. It's the great crime of the 21st century, in the eyes of everybody. The difference with World War II and Hitler was that most of the information came out after the war.
Yeah.
Today it's happening in the face of everybody. It's an issue of shame, we believe, for the international community and for the UN, because of the incapacity of the UN to act. And it can't act because the main instrument of the UN is the Security Council, where the allies of Israel, the allies of the genocide, have a capacity of veto. And they make the UN impotent.
What is Cuba's relationship like with the Palestinians? It goes back a long way, and I believe your foreign minister, who will be speaking at the UN in the coming days, will be addressing this at length.
He will be addressing.
So what is the relationship? Tell our viewers a little bit about what is the relationship between Cuba and the Palestinian people.
Well, first of all, we recognize the state of Palestine. We've had a very long relationship since the early 60s, even before the war of 1967, with the people of Palestine, with the PLO at the time. We've trained doctors, teachers, engineers from Palestine for years at no cost for them. Our political position is to believe in the need for a two-state solution with the borders prior to 1967, with the right of return of the refugees, and with the capital in East Jerusalem. That is our formal position. We oppose all aggression and the slaughter of the past almost 80 years against the people of Palestine.
We're speaking here, UNGA Week, UN General Assembly Week. This is the same week that the French, the British, the Australian and Canadian governments are coming out and saying we recognize a Palestinian state. What do you make of that declaration from these Western powers?
We believe that there is a increasing realization that is the will of their respective populations, and they're responding to the will of people of wanting to recognize what's evident. The people of Palestine need recognition. They're not a non-existent entity or nation.
You said earlier that it's definitely a genocide. What's happening is horrific. We're seeing it in front of our eyes. Do you support the International Criminal Court arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant?
Yes, we do.
But Cuba's not a signatory to the ICC. No, Israel says they're not a signatory, but you're not a signatory either.
We're not a signatory because we believe it's an instrument basically used against developing countries. Since the beginning, we thought it was going to be so.
So why do you support it in this case?
No, we support an action against it. They should be incriminated any court around the world. They're criminals.
But a court you don't recognize. Shouldn't Cuba sign up to the ICC to give it more legitimacy?
Well, we're not an active supporter of it, but if you ask it intellectually, do we support? Of course.
Do you believe Palestinians should have freedom from Israeli dictatorship, their own sovereign state, their right to choose their own government in free and fair elections?
Yes. Yes, we do.
So the question a lot of your critics would answer, the question a lot of your critics would ask is, why can't Cubans have that exact same freedom? Fidel Castro was in power for 49 years. His brother Raul was in power for 10 years. And now the current president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, 6 years. None of them chosen directly by the Cuban people.
Yes, they were. They were all elected to the National Assembly directly by the people of Cuba. And as in the Canadian, the British, the Australian government, people don't elect directly the head of government. They elect him or her as member of parliament, and it is the parliament who elects the political leader of the country.
That's in a parliamentary system. In a presidential system like France or the US, you directly elect the president.
Correct. So ours is a mixture of the presidential and the parliamentary in a socialist state.
But in the UK...
So each of them have to be elected by the population. And then
But the population don't get a choice, though, do they?
They have a choice.
No, there's only one party that's legal in Cuba, the PCC, the Cuban Communist Party.
It's not an electoral party. It doesn't have a participation in the elections. People elect individuals.
There are no political parties allowed to run for office except for those vetted by the PCC. No. You know that.
Political parties, none, not even the Communist Party of Cuba, is allowed to run for office.
But they vet the candidates. You're not allowed to run for office unless you're approved.
No.
So
the party doesn't have a participation.
So hold on, anyone can set up a political party and run for office in Cuba? That's not true.
Parties don't participate in elections. The electoral law in Cuba is based on individuals, communities, and there's no party, there's no participation, there's no money, there's no machinery for that.
the vast majority of the members of your National Assembly, I think 450 out of 480 or whatever it is, are supporters of the Cuban Communist Party. You know that.
Vast majority is perhaps an exaggeration, the majority. But I don't know the figures where you get them from. I don't know.
But my point is, you made the analogy with Britain, France, parliamentary hybrid Canada.
Because you were saying that we're not elected. Individually population, as they are not elected. The Prime Minister of England...
Hold on, I made two separate arguments. One is they're not directly elected by the people, as in the US or France, which is true, we both agree on that. You said, but it's like a parliamentary model. I'm saying true, but in those parliamentary systems, you do have parties. People have a choice. Do I want a conservative, or do I want a socialist? Do I want a liberal, or do I want a progressive? In Cuba, they don't have that choice.
Is there any evidence that
you just said it was...
Is there any evidence that having political parties implies a true representation of the population?
It gives people a choice.
But
even in Palestine,
but in practical terms,
even in Palestine, which you said they should have elections, they will be able to choose between Fatah, Hamas, the PFLP, whatever it is.
In Cuba, they can choose from many individuals, regardless
all of whom are approved by the Cuban Communist Party.
No, you're saying something that is not correct.
So I can run for office in Cuba and say, I don't like the Cuban Communist Party and I don't like Miguel Canaz-Diaz.
You can, and there are people elected that don't agree with the policies of the Cuban Communist Party, people that have a different feeling.
That's not
and
true.
A different opinion.
You're not allowed to run for the National Assembly if you question the system in Cuba.
You're not, if you question the system of the National
Assembly. If you question the communist system in Cuba. Isn't that true? You can run for...
You're not allowed.
You said it yourself. You said within a socialist system.
It's difficult to get elected. But there are people who have tried to run
the
and don't get
candidates are
elected.
vetted by you can't just run for office. You know this.
No, I don't know that. You're saying something that is it's not a representation of what happens in
All
Cuba.
of the candidates who run for office in Cuba are vetted by the authorities first. They're not somebody... Nobody off the street can just go run for office and get elected.
Yes, they can.
That's what you say.
No,
Even
yes,
if they... Even
yes,
if
they can. Yes, they can.
Even if they say, I'm not a communist, I'm anti-president Diaz-Canel.
In the United States, you don't only need to be vetted by a party, you need to have the money to do it. You don't have that in Cuba.
But you can run in the United States and say, I'm an independent, I don't like the president, I don't like capitalism.
Because the system
you can't do that in Cuba.
Because the system knows you won't get elected.
Actually, we're in New York City, actually, where a guy who's a socialist is about to get elected.
Yeah, you're going to be a mayor. And there are people in Cuba.
Can you run as a
in the National Assembly?
Out of interest, could you run as a capitalist in Cuba?
There are members of the National Assembly who are private entrepreneurs who have their own company.
But can they call for an end to the communist system? They can't.
They couldn't, but they
can't.
They're not against it.
They don't because they're not allowed to.
They're not against it.
Amnesty International said in 2024 that in Cuba, quote, freedom of expression has been further restricted. Arbitrary arrests and the criminalization of activists and protesters persisted. Human Rights Watch says the government continues to repress and punish virtually all forms of dissent and public criticism. Hundreds of critics and protesters remain arbitrarily detained. How do you defend that?
Did they give any evidence of that?
Yes. It's a long report.
Of the hundreds?
Yeah. Hundreds of critics and protesters.
Yeah, but did they give the names who were the protest? Amnesty International has been saying that for years.
Maybe because you've been doing it.
With no evidence whatsoever.
You think Amnesty and Human Rights Watch have no evidence for their reports?
No,
you know they do reports against the US and Israel as well.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I'm sure you support those reports.
Who finances Amnesty International?
You tell me.
Who finances them?
I don't know. You tell me.
Organizations that are totally opposed to socialism. So they would, by nature, by structure, and by mandate, go against anything that is socialist.
But they criticize all governments. I mean, I've interviewed...
It's a good, good veneer.
I've interviewed foreign ministers from multiple governments. It's very easy to find what Amnesty and Human Rights Watch say about all of them. And they all say the same thing, that they're biased against us. Maybe they're just consistent and they criticize all governments, capitalist, communist, left, right, democratic, dictatorial.
I don't think so.
You think they're picking on Cuba? You think Amnesty has a problem with Cuba?
Of course.
Really?
Yes, sure.
Are they picking on Israel as well?
I guess not. I don't know.
I mean, they've done pretty vicious reports about Israel too.
Very good for them.
Are they picking on the US? They've done a lot of reports criticizing the US.
Not enough. Not enough about the US.
They've been very outspoken about the US, both before and after Trump. You don't think so?
No.
You don't think Amnesty International has criticized...
About the treatment of population here in New York, the South Bronx.
Yeah, they've done a lot about...
Who are incarcerated and in detention for years.
I can give you lots of reports from Amnesty and Human Rights Watch about the US incarceration system. There are many reports.
In general, without any cause.
I don't know what
without any cause until people have to recognize and acknowledge something. And then for the rest of their lives, they're within the legal system. And
as someone who's actually interviewed people from multiple governments, I can assure you they've done detailed reports on the US, on Israel, on Cuba, on Venezuela, on Brazil, Argentina under Milei, I mean, they have.
I don't know the reports of the rest of
So just to be clear,
but I do know,
just to be clear,
I
you
do
don't
know,
think
I do
you
know.
don't think that critics are being arrested, protesters are being arrested in Cuba and arbitrarily detained?
No.
None, not even zero, not even one.
Arbitrarily, no.
In October last year, the social communication law came into force in Cuba, regulating online communications. A lot of your critics, as you know, say that restricts freedom of expression, especially for journalists who don't align with government narratives. Reporters Without Borders, another group that's been critical of you and critical of the U.S.
Did they say which provision?
Yeah, Reporters Without Borders named the journalists. They named people who have been arrested.
They named the provision. The provision that they say.
They say at least a dozen journalists have been summoned by the police, interrogated. Some were forced to resign. Many of them were charged with, quote, propaganda against the government. What does propaganda against the government mean?
I don't know. They're the ones saying it.
No, they're saying that's what the journalists were charged with.
I don't
You're
know
saying that's not true?
I don't know the provision. I don't know. You're asking me for a law that I don't have in front of me.
You're saying journalists in Cuba have or have not
in Cuba for doing journalism,
have they been
and for
charged?
having an opinion against the government, are not interrogated, are not incarcerated.
They're saying dozens, Reporters Without Borders. Why would they say that? Are they picking on you as well?
Of course.
Why would Reporters Without Borders pick on Cuba? They've been critical of the U.S., the U.K., France, Israel. Why would they pick on you?
But you must know the way they work.
You tell me. I don't know how they. I tend to quote them when I interview.
They are financed by organizations that are totally opposed to socialism.
So then, why do they criticize the U.S. and Israel and Europe as well?
Because it's a way of trying to gain legitimacy.
Interesting. Let me ask you a very blunt question. We're sitting here in New York. I'm doing this interview. I appreciate you taking my questions. We've talked about a lot of topics. Can Cuban journalists do this in Cuba? Could I do this show in Cuba?
Yes.
Without any repercussions?
Without any repercussions.
You can sit down with a Cuban ministry official and ask them tough questions, and they won't be arrested for propaganda against the government.
Official?
The journalist?
I've been asked tough questions in Cuba by journalists, similar to the ones you're asking.
Okay. You're here in New York for the UN General Assembly. The polls show that most Americans...
And they've been published, by the way.
Okay. You're here in New York for the UN General Assembly. Polls show that, as I mentioned earlier, most Americans support restoring diplomatic ties with Cuba, lifting the embargo. What is your message to the American people?
That the people of Cuba are not enemies of the United States, nor want to be enemies of the United States. We have disagreements with reality in the U.S. as the U.S. has with Cuba. But that should not prevent us from having a respectful relationship and dealing with our differences, our disagreements, in the way all countries do. The U.S. has disagreements with many countries in the world. To none has it applied a policy of economic warfare as the one that's applied against Cuba.
That's undeniable.
We have disagreements with many governments. So to the people of the United States, we believe that the people of Cuba that have no animosity in regard to the people of the United States would benefit from a better links and understanding with the people of the United States. And in spite of the difference in size and population, we believe it goes both ways. And there's a lot of cultural connection between the two countries.
I agree that it's unique in the way that the U.S. treats Cuba. I appreciate you taking my questions on a bunch of topics, the economy, human rights, the free press. Before we finish, the Cuban government, as we talked about, the Castro brothers, the current president, been around for a long time. What do you take most pride in? What would you say to your critics? There are many critics here in the U.S. who say all that your government and your system have given to Cuba is poverty and dictatorship and tyranny. What do you say in response? What do you say, actually, this is what we've done? What would you say?
Cuba was a underdeveloped, backward country. It was a playground for the American mob until the 1950s. It wasn't truly an independent country in the first half of most of the first half of the 20th century. The Cuban Revolution gained for Cuba full sovereignty, made a transformation in the country like no other country in Latin America and the Caribbean, uplifted the standard of living, the participation, the role, the dignity of population as a whole, achieved levels of equality and equity in society that no other country has achieved, including healthcare, education, scientific research, industrialization for a very backward country. It built the capacity to provide solidarity with other countries around the world, with doctors, with scientists, even with soldiers in Southern Africa, defeating the apartheid machinery of South Africa to ensure the independence of Namibia and the sovereignty of Angola. Those are achievements that have the Cuban population with the most qualified human resources in all of Latin America. That is a positive transformation, eliminating racism, giving full opportunity to women. Those are important transformations for a developed developing country that has been practically under conditions of war for the past 67 years. It's not a small achievement.
We will have to leave it there. Carlos Fernandez de Castillo, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications.
Hello, welcome everybody. Thank you to those that have joined us. You have been and we have been all watching an interview with a Cuban diplomat, Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister Carlos Fernandez de Castillo. As we have seen in the video, we know that, including with this reporter, all the lies that the United States media is trying to push against Cuba. And we also see the response and the very dignified stand of Cuba and Cuban diplomats in defending their country. And it is the interesting, actually, hypocrisies in a lot of the questions. But I think Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister Carlos Fernandez de Castillo did a really good job in pointing out some of these hypocritical questions and putting turning the tables back to what is the United States doing about all these things, and how can you claim I think the the interesting thing is it wasn't even the reporter didn't even have any arguments against Cuba in terms of elections and the people of Cuba electing their own direct representatives of parliament, of their National People's Assembly. And he kept trying to portray the systems that we all know are not working in our countries, whether it is in Canada and the United States, as an example of how it should be. But this reporter himself, no, it's not working in the United States. This so-called, two-party system in the U.S. Is also not solving the issues of people. So as Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister mentioned, yes, so you have these parties, but did you solve your issues in the United States? Are people better off in the United States? Are people better off in Canada? And I think we all know the answer to that. And thank you. I'm looking at the chat. Hi, Cindy, Babette, Raul from Portugal, everybody that's joining us here that either is waking up, getting ready to go to bed, in the middle of the night, different time zones. And thanks, Babette, for sending the link to the videos. We will add it and we'll show it in our greetings and the videos that we're showing of activists from all over the world standing up with Cuba. I wanted to also remind everybody that today's 24-hour virtual picket is organized by the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition. And I would like to also share, and not on this screen, I would like to share the information for people to join and support on social media the different campaigns that the U.S.-Cuba normalization has been doing. And as you can see in my shared screen, you can visit the uscubanormalization.org website, so you can join the email list and you can be connected with activists from across North America, the United States, and Canada that are working together in solidarity with Cuba. We'll also invite everybody to as well join and make sure to support the ECAP, the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the People. They are active in social media, and part of us supporting Cuba is echoing the voice of Cuba. We know that the U.S. machine, the U.S. propaganda machine, is really loud, is activating against Cuba, is sharing all the misinformation about Cuba. So we also, as friends of Cuba and supporters of Cuba, we need to continue showing the voice of Cuba. And one way to do it is to support the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the People on their Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and help share around the world the voice of Cuba. And lastly, is this today's virtual picket is being broadcasted from Vancouver with Vancouver Communities in Solidarity with Cuba. So also this is our social media here in Vancouver. And if you'd like to connect with us from all over the world and would like to join us in these international campaigns that we've been doing together in solidarity with Cuba and against the blockade. And as Babette have shown us the example in the chat, it is not too late for people to still send their solidarity greetings. We have been, and we still have, quite a few hours of program that is coming up. So if you still have informations, videos from your protests in your countries, if you would like to share informations about the actions that you're doing in your countries, I'm going to post in the chat the WhatsApp information where you can send still your greetings. You can also, as Babette did, post it here for us, and we will also make sure to grab it from here. But you can also still send us WhatsApp or Telegram messages to continue joining in solidarity with Cuba and against the blockade. It is now 4 a.m. here, 4:19 a.m. here in the West Coast. Un gran saludo a todos los compañeros y compañeras que están aquí con nosotros de todas partes del mundo. Estamos aquí en la ciudad de Vancouver, en Canadá. Es como las 4 de la mañana y estamos sin parar, en continuación con esta solidaridad con Cuba, con este piquete de 24 horas. Todavía hay oportunidad a unir a nosotros. Acabo de poner en el chat la información para que puedas enviar sus videos. También, si quieres compartir mensajes de solidaridad con Cuba, puedes estar con nosotros aquí directamente en vivo y puedes enviar mensajes también. I'm switching back to English because I see one of our guest panelists who is joining us, John from Ukraine. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you. We have been together here from Vancouver and our friends in Ukraine. We're doing our monthly pickets outside of the United States consulate and for them, the embassy for the Cuban Five. We were together in the fight of the Cuban Five and we're still in solidarity with each other today for the fight against the blockade. Hello and welcome, John.
Yeah. Hi, nice to see you and nice to see everyone who is presented on the meeting. It's been some time actually. I missed you. Yes, sometimes. At the same time, it is the important day today, and it is important time for everyone in solidarity campaigns around the world, I will say. We all have seen the lie that was spreaded by the American ambassador, who was openly lied before the whole entire world about the realities of Cuban blockade. We know the hardest situation. They try to even make it harder for Cuba. At the same time, unfortunately, we cannot expect right now the proper voting from the side of the Ukraine, and mostly because the pro-Nazi imperialistic Zelensky's government right now in power in Ukraine. This opens up very pessimistic. That situation makes us very pessimistic in regard of the voting of the Ukraine in the United Nations. However, what I would like to say that many Ukrainians do remember significant help that Cuba provided to Ukrainians during the Chernobyl catastrophe. Many Ukrainians thankful to Cuban doctors and to Cuban assistance, and many Ukrainians obviously opposed the government and would like to say that present government of Ukraine do not present Ukrainians at all. Actually, unfortunately what we have right now a legal president. We have a legal parliament which is absent the parliamentary absent of local consul selection, and we don't want to see anything like that, any pressure and exploitation like that in other countries. We very bravely looking to the Cuba who really have the democracy, who really can provide the people with democracy. And we would like to say that we are on the side of Cuba. We are, as Ukrainians, with Cuba. Cuba is not alone. We do continue support Cuba. We do provide the solidarity, whatever we can, to help to Cuban government, to help Cuban people to withstand with that evil and beast in the face of the imperialism of the United States. We fortunately, very fortunately, that Cuba don't have the war. We have the war in Ukraine right now, and that war was started by U.S. imperialism, and we don't want that such war be extended somewhere on Latin America. It's a hard time when the people just killing other people. What most recently, I wrote many newspapers from Europe and from around the world, and all newspapers just saying about social problems. Many NATO's governments cannot resolve the problems, and only Cuban newspapers actually presenting and just trying to say that the government of Cuba and Cuban people are trying, and the government of Cuba and leadership of Cuba are trying to resolve the social problems. They're directed to help their own people instead of that doing the American gangsters that are trying to benefit from killing people in other countries. This time makes us very noxious. We do express solidarity with Cuba, and it makes us very noxious when we see the next preparing of attack on Venezuela, which is absolutely dishonest, unjustful, and other actions. But at the same time, we would like to say that we are with Cuba, and government of the United States, nevertheless of all its attempts, nevertheless of all their attempts to make us out of the Cuba, cannot do it. We stay with Cuba, we stay in solidarity with Cuba, because we want that evil blockade to end as soon as possible. This is very important, the ending of this blockade. We spent that many hours in front of the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, and we have seen many times how that embassy expanding their staff with goal not to help the Ukrainians. They all what they can provide, the help that they offer, just we have seen on Venezuela demonstrates when they send the truck of water, bottled water, and the paper towels. It's just crazy. Instead of this sending and providing the ability to buy contemporary medicine, instead of trying to help people to survive, they are trying to suffocate the Cuban people. It is very unusual for me to see that they are directed their blockade not towards the government of not towards the Cuban government, but towards the Cuban people. This is very important to understand, because Cuba have revolutionary government that not scared, and it's impossible to be scared for any real revolutionary of any difficulties, upcoming difficulties, because revolutionaries are aimed to bring best for the people. But the government of the United States understand they cannot do nothing bad to revolutionaries. But what they trying to choose, they trying to direct their bad conduct and their crime. It's a pure crime what they doing. They directing their pure crime towards of peaceful Cuban people, which is absolutely absolutely unacceptable in the present world. They're trying to move the Cuban to the past centuries, which is impossible. Everyone knows that many countries use the Cuban invention in Cuban medicine. They're using the hospitality of Cuban doctors. They're using the help of Cubans for curing some diseases, and they are actually really successful in curing many diseases. Instead of the providing that assistance and help to their own American people, they are trying to cut even of that help, even of their own American people. And all what they do in the temporalists, they try the few single crooks, they basically trying to gain money over of everything, over of anyone. They try to extrude money from anyone possible. And of course, they don't like to see the government, which actually, instead of extruding money from people, trying to help people, trying to help not only Cubans, but they're trying to help many peoples abroad who are located very far distance from Cuba, in Africa, in Latin America, in Ukraine, as I said, when the Cuba provided the hospitality to more than and cured more than 24,000 actually Ukrainian children who suffered after Chernobyl catastrophe. And another lie that I would like to actually say about, the government of the United States ambassador said that the Cubans are involved in war in Ukraine, and this is absolutely lie that I can say. They are not involved at all. This is a big lie. We didn't see any Cuban forces at all being involved on the front line. No, what we can see that the government of Ukraine actively lies in the Latin America in regarding of the nature of the operation. They are offering a huge payments for the Colombians. And some Colombians being swindled to the war, they bring them first to the front line, to the border line, to the border between the Poland and Ukraine, trying to claim that they will guard the Ukrainian and Polish border. Then all of a sudden they taking that soldiers and bring them to the front line. On another side of the board, they bring them to direct front line with the on the Donbass with aim to kill peaceful Donbass people. That Colombians, we can see they basically complained very much and plead even before the government to try to suck them out from all that evil situation that happens in Ukraine. What I would like to say that we don't really want that Cuba would ever have such a difficulties as Ukraine have right now. We lost too many citizens. It's more than 1.5 Ukrainians being killed only under the pretext, without any justice, only under pretext of speaking other language. It's unbelievable when the government start to hunt anyone who speaks other language, like Russian versus Ukrainian. There are not too much of difference between two languages, but the the United States evil government tries to impose the same policy on Cuba. They trying to exploit the Cuba. They try to make the Cuba the pure colony as it used to be before on the Batista time. It is very important for every Cubans to remember that Batista time should never ever return to Cuba again. They better have that food that they have. They better have the cure, the medical care what they have, the education they have, but never ever think that someone in face of American government is capable or want, as they claim, to provide something better. No at all. The drug usage, the narcomany, the absence of work, it's what they provide to the people. And actually we know how many Americans are suffer from their own government. I mean that North Americans, Americans like from North America. Unfortunately, the same hard social situation now start to spread into Canada, which is very unusual to see and very painful actually to see to us, because we know that usually such a poor social the social benefits usually ending badly, ending with the social war. We don't want to see, because we don't have social war, we don't have to see any social wars, any war anywhere in the world. We try to stay with many educated and people who understand that much better than producing the weapon. It is much better to drive that money to produce social benefits to people. And actually, what the Cuban government does, instead of building, stockpiling the killing weapons, they try to provide better medication, better food, better supply to education to their own people. And the American government, because they're doing the opposite, they see that they scared. Actually, they are really scared. The Rubio, he knows that Marco Rubio, he knows he's really scared. If the American people will understand how he screws the American people, I'm sure they will not be pleased with all the things that he's doing on Americans in Florida and on other states of the America. Because we know the hard time of American workers right now, what they have with absence of social security, with absence of many social benefits. Actually, I have seen, as you know, I told many times, I have been in the United States too long. I have seen there few Cubans who been seated on the street in New York with the can and begging for money. And I was always, when I saw that poor people, I saw why the Cubans sit so freely. And they realized later, because the Cubans who are sits there and begging for money, they know they can escape easily to Cuba. They will have a pension. They have a minimum food. They have a medical supply. That's it. They have a very nice and very hefty social backup, which is very important in present world for any working people, for any working person. And I know many Canadians and many Americans working hard and honestly, because they are basically that government, the American government, exploit not only their own people, they exploit the best wills of good people. They exploit them to get money, tax money out of them, and to waste that money for personal benefits, for personal financial gain, to earn on bombs made out of that money. And then, unfortunately, they sometimes using that bombs against of people in Palestine, against of people in Ukraine, against of people of Yemen. They doing bad, they're not doing good at all. I'm surprised that American ambassador lied so much before the United Nations, but they're thinking that they're super rich and can control everyone, because some people going to stand on their knees before the big capital. But what we would like to say, no. Not everyone will stay on knees before the capital. No, money is not matters much in the world. Some people understand that the regular humanity, the humanity. This is what is the thing that is much more valuable than any pilot or any number of money on account. And the government of United States don't want to forgive that humanity that Cuban governments provides and demonstrates to entire world. This is why they're trying to destroy the country. They doing everything possible. They're trying to do aggressions. Actually, we know they did aggression. One time they tried to attack. Right now they're preparing the attack on people of Venezuela, which is absolutely, that makes all the situation, military situation in the region makes very hot, and this is very obnoxious factors. Because what we can say that any war cannot bring anything good for ordinary workers. Even that workers lives somewhere in England. So they live somewhere in Europe, they live somewhere in the United States, in Cuba, in Canada. No, the war will not bring any economical development. The one major fake that do I have more time, Aza? Yeah, the one major fake that the current Western governments try to promote, the lie about possibility of economic development by making weapon. No, this is completely lie. There are few major signals of that lie. First of all, it is impossible to have a steady customer who buys a weapon, because eventually he's going to go to war, kill themselves, and you basically losing the customer. It is a bad business to make a weapon, try to sell it someone, he's going to get the gun, got killed, that's it, you lost the customer. It's understandable. The another thing, they are trying to make workers work more and pay less, produce more weapons, and they're paying less to people. And all they're doing, because they don't want to provide any social work. They don't want to make anything good in real development of real economy. They counting that many people don't know that there are current huge economical opportunities and possibilities in the world still continue presented and existing by developing new technologies, by making new devices, by making new stuff, by making new products. Instead of making new products, they're trying to put people to the gangs deals, to make gangsters out of the people. But fortunately, not many people want to become a gangsters. They want to walk honestly. They don't want to go and kill anyone with no reason. And this is the thing that moves the people, to moves people to stay together with Cuba, to stay together with honesty, to stay together with honor, with solidarity, to somehow withstand that evil imperialistic beast that right now is trying to overcome all of us. And what I would like to say, that all Ukrainians, and I would like to repeat it many, many times, we repeat it already, and we would like to say that all Ukrainians stay with Cuba and staying with Cuban people. We want peace as many people of the world. We want peace the same way as Colombians want, as North Americans want, as Canadian wants, as European wants, as Britons wants. All people want peace, peaceful life, have a good steady job, no problems, and we staying for the peace first of all. This is the reason when we have a chance to replace that government, of course, we'll continue to think how to change the current evil government that we have in Ukraine right now. That Zelensky regime, that illegal government we have actually right now. We're thinking how to change it in order to continue to be with Cuba. Very annoying part that I would like to say, that Ukrainian government even attempted to hunt upon the Cuban Cuban embassy, Cubans on the Ukraine. And this is really a good, not good thing that they are doing. They even don't want to obey any kind of law. We have in Ukraine hard situation when anyone can be killed only because he speaks different language, with no justice, no trials, no at all, just because some kind Nazi crook can kill anyone. We don't want to see the same thing on Latin America. We want peace. We don't want to see anything like that in Europe. We don't want to see anything like that in America, in North America, in the United States, Canada. It's just basically bad things, unjust, unlawful, poor criminal things. We want to stay with peace, peaceful lives. This is the reason why we're staying with Cuban government, with Cuban people. That's it. Thank you very much. I would like to again express our solidarity with Cuba and say that the Ukrainian people are with Cuba, with Cuban government, with Cuban people. We're with you guys, and we're happy to see all of you, and we're happy to see all Cubans as usually. Thank you very much. I think I took too long time.
No, John, thank you so much for being here and joining us, John from Ukraine. And it's always a pleasure to hear from you. We used to see each other more often when you were able to have your protest outside of the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. But unfortunately, because of this imperialist war and everything that's happening in Ukraine, understandable that you can't do the usual solidarity work that you do for Cuba. So this is very important that you can join us and you can bring the voice of Friends of Cuba in Ukraine and the voice of people of Ukraine. Because as you mentioned, we all know this propaganda that they're trying to use against Cuba with saying the lies about Cuban soldiers in Ukraine. We also know that Ukraine is one of the countries, unfortunately, that might be pressured into voting with Israel and the United States standing in the wrong side of history against Cuba. So it's important for people to see the people of Ukraine are not the government of Ukraine, and the people of Ukraine and people like yourself who have history of solidarity with Cuba and continue to be solidarity with Cuba. So thank you for joining us. And I wanted also to quickly ask if you can tell people a little bit about the program. I know Europa por Cuba also is doing a program today in solidarity with Cuba. So if you can share a little bit about what are activities that are being done.
Yes, there are actually in Europe, there are a program which is named Europa por Cuba. The Europa por Cuba channel transmitting their making transmissions on the YouTube channel, and there actually is very usable and very interesting to see many very nice interviews and very many very alternative opinions on the channel. Europa por Cuba also have the separate unit for Russian speaking audience, which is also very important for Russian Federation, Ukraine, Belarus, for Moldova. It is the very large Russian speaking audience, and the Europa por Cuba has a special channel directed on the for the Russian speaking audience, which is also very important. Actually, usually about twice per every 2 week, every second week, the Russian speaking program is coming alive, but many English speaking and Spanish speaking materials are presented on the channel of the Europa por Cuba. It is easy to find Europa por Cuba and YouTube channel. Easy, just to punch Europa por Cuba and everyone will be able to see. We welcome everyone who is capable to join that interviews, who would like to express their solidarity. Please do contact the European main headquarters, I will say, in Spain with José Toledo, but he's Spanish speaking person. We have also some English speakers, Italian speakers, and Russian speakers as well. So if someone wants to get to the audience or Russian speaking audience, welcome to contact me directly. Aza has my contact, and Tamara also. You guys have my contact, all of you. Probably. You write me. Please do contact to main panelists or in Canada. They will find me. They will also be able to connect to some people in Russian Federation. To Elena Loshkina. She's a great commentator and great commentator of the channel, and she brings many people for an interview, and will be able to provide translator specifically from English or Spanish language if you foreign speaking person. We welcome everyone, and we'll be happy to see everyone. And actually, I'll be happy to translate anyone if I can. If I can, of course, but I'll try to do. On the current situation. At the same time, what we would like to say, we welcome everyone who is ready to express their solidarity with Cuba, and who understand that the proper living conditions are much better than many countries have. Than if you compare to other countries that they have at present time, it's much better to stick with something better, peaceful, social secured, with no extra hunting for money and work, which is sometimes nothing worth, just expressing extra ego, but it's not worth nothing. It's worth nothing in the eyes of many people. Well, thanks.
Thank
And
you.
welcome to contact to me if you would like to.
Yes, and everybody that's here, and this is an open invitation from our friend John from Ukraine, longtime supporter of Cuba, to anybody around the world that would like to join, add their voice to the Europa por Cuba. I'll find the YouTube links and I can post them in the chat too, so people can find them directly. Or if you have them, John, you can also post them. And if you would like to share or learn more information about their work, you're welcome to get in touch also with us here with Vancouver Communities in Solidarity with Cuba, and we will help connect you directly with John and help connect you with Europa por Cuba and our friends that have been doing, despite all what's happening in Ukraine, you still have the spirit of fighting for a better world and the spirit of being with Cuba. So thank you for taking the time and being here with us today. And as always, it's really nice to see you. And maybe one day we'll meet in Cuba, or we'll meet in a peaceful Kyiv in the future, or maybe you'll visit us here in Canada. But we would love to be able to connect more. And it's such a pleasure always when we get to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we stay with Cuba, and we would like to say that we hope that the Cuba will get the next voting will be right and correct in the United Nations. Of course, some difficulties with that some countries, but it is a singles. The most of the countries always voting for Cuba, which means that people also voting for Cuba, the majority of people, which is extremely important, and we are waiting for that voting, which very important for everyone in the world, I would say.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us and for being here.
Bye bye. Thanks to see you again and say hello to all of you guys.
I will. I will.
Haven't seen you for a while. Yeah.
Thank
Hello
you.
to all of you. Say hello to Tamara and all of you, and we'll probably talk later somewhere during the next transmissions that you have.
That's perfect. And anytime you have anything to share, we'll be on, and you're welcome to come and go. We still have we're almost at 12 hours, not yet, but we're almost at halfway through. So you still have 12 hours more if you'd like to join us at any moment. And if you have anybody else that you'd like to join us at any moment.
Sure. I'll try to make a few calls. Maybe some guys will be able to connect. I'll let them know.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Always pleasure to see you. Viva Cuba.
Okay, see you later. Viva Cuba, viva la revolución cubana.
Viva.
Venceremos.
Venceremos. Thank you so much, our friend John from Ukraine. Thank you to everybody that's joining us here today. I was seeing somebody raising their hand, so I'm not sure if it was an accidental hand raise or if you wanted to share something. If you do, maybe send me a private message in the chat, and I'll make sure that you have the opportunity to be able to speak. But everybody, welcome. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches. Depende de dónde están. Estamos todos aquí, solidario con Cuba. Desde aquí, Vancouver, en Canadá, donde me encuentro, hasta muchas partes del mundo. Acabamos de escuchar con el compañero John de Ucrania su mensaje de solidaridad con Cuba. Estoy mirando que aquí en el chat tenemos mensajes también de solidaridad con Cuba de Portugal. Tenemos mensajes de solidaridad con Cuba de gente de todas partes del mundo, de cubanos que viven afuera de Cuba, de amigos de los Estados Unidos, amigos de Europa. Mucha solidaridad, y Cuba nos une porque Cuba es salud, Cuba es amor, Cuba es internacionalismo, y eso porque estamos aquí por 24 horas solidarios con Cuba. And I also wanted to share à nos amis francophones, bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue avec nous aussi. Merci d'être réunis avec nous du monde entier pour ce piquet, pour cette grève mondiale de 24 heures afin de mettre fin au blocus cruel américain contre Cuba. We're very happy to have so many of us speaking so many languages, doing a lot of work in our countries in solidarity with Cuba and for social justice. We will be hearing from other compañeros and compañeras that are joining us live and that have sent different videos. But in the meantime, I also would like to share about a 20-minute interview with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez. I thought this is a very good and for us to see ahead of the United Nations vote today, but also ahead of the speech that Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez will be given later today. The good thing is what also our friend John has mentioned is the strength that we see from Cuba and the response to the lies from the United States. And as John and others have mentioned before him, we all saw the inspiring way that Cuba was dignified in standing up to the U.S. representative while he was spewing lies at the United Nations. So we're going to go ahead and share this video that's about 20 minutes. It's an interview with Telesur. The interview was originally done in Spanish, but is dubbed, voiced over in English. And this will be also my way of saying goodbye, good night, au revoir, hasta pronto to all of you. This has been my section of the program, part of the 24 hours, and I'll be passing the torch after this to Tamara Hansen, who's the coordinator of Vancouver Communities in Solidarity with Cuba. And if you have been with us in the marathon from the start of the day, then you have seen Tamara earlier when she did our opening of this 24-hour virtual picket. So I'll be back at some point, maybe later on in the program, whether as an attendee or as somebody here, but I'm still, and I will be still joining and excited to hear all of your voices here with us. So we'll go and listen to the voice of Cuba, and then we'll pass the torch to Tamara Hansen, coordinator of Vancouver Communities in Solidarity with Cuba.
Welcome, a special interview to the Foreign Minister of Cuba, Bruno Rodriguez. You've been seeing this in Telesur. Welcome, Foreign Minister. How are you?
Thank you very much, Marcela. It's a pleasure to be here with Telesur.
Thank you for having us. A brief announcement before the UN Assembly. What key arguments is Cuba presenting before this organism?
Well, today there's been an excellent debate. 7 groupings of countries have already talked, among them the non-aligned movement and the Group of 77 plus China. They have spoken on behalf of over 100 countries, plus other 5 groupings of countries. 22 spokesmen have also spoke here. We can say that practically almost the vast majority of member states of the United Nations have spoken, and they have done so in defense of international law, in defense of the UN Charter, calling for an immediate end without any conditions, the end of the U.S. blockade against Cuba, and the unjustified designation of our country as a state that allegedly sponsors terrorism. And we have come here to this important session of the United Nations General Assembly in specific moments. In a specific moment that our people is preparing to face a hurricane, a powerful hurricane that is currently threatening the eastern area of our country, just like Jamaica, Haiti, Bahamas, Bermudas. And we're going to go over 3 main topics when I present the resolution tomorrow. The first is the extreme damages that the blockade is triggering from a humanistic point of view to the Cuban families, the effect of the blockade on the power outages, and the difficulties and scarcity of food, medicine, the situation of transport, of the public transportation system, also how it impacts the incomes and the direct harms that beyond microeconomies directly impacts the daily life of Cubans, even those living here in the United States or U.S. citizens themselves who are also deprived of certain rights. In second place, I will also be speaking without doubt on the brutal policy of the United States government towards our America, the attempt to reestablish the Monroe Doctrine, policies of cannons, in the face of the extraordinary and unwarranted for the military deployment that not only threatens the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, but also all countries of a region that is a zone of peace. And we will always be alongside Venezuela with one single destiny in all circumstances. And in third place, I will also be referring to the blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter, the blatant attack against multilateralism, which is the imposition of a genocidal blockade, which is a massive violation, systematic violation of human rights.
Look at this. What the UN General Assembly is focusing on, this report in this resolution, is named the necessity of eliminating this measure that hurt so much the Cuban people. We will come back to the interview because at this moment we have a lot of information that we will continue to tell you as well. And we need to focus with this with the foreign minister. He was saying there's 2 hurricanes, Melissa, that is about to hit the island at any moment. We have a U.S. blockade that is hurting so much. And the phrase was very, very clear. And we are also going to ask, why does Cuba say that the U.S. representative is lying? This is key to understand this moment. So, foreign minister, why is the U.S. representative, why do you say that this representative is lying? Let's take use of this opportunity to say how the Cuban people is hurting by this inhumane blockade that has been standing for over 60 years.
Well, surprisingly this year, the U.S. Secretary of State, they have deployed a very intense strategy of pressures against almost all member states of the United Nations, in particular against Europe. It is surprising in the first place because this is an issue on which the United States has always disregarded. It is considered irrelevant. We will need to ask ourselves why, even in the face of this deployment of diplomatic policies at the highest level with 2 memorandums in which they pressure, blackmail, urge certain countries to modify their speech and vote in regards to the blockade. Why? Why even, besides the letters that they have sent to different leaders and foreign ministers in different latitudes of the world, threatening them with sanctions if they maintain their vote and position, their traditional position, they have also unleashed a toxic campaign through the official accounts of the U.S. State Department and the highest officials of the embassies of the United States. The U.S. mission itself before the United Nations. This is a signal of desperation. It's a signal of acknowledging that the aggressive hostile policies against Cuba are rejected completely by the UN General Assembly, by the international community. It is a signal that they see the deep isolation and to which their government is submitted in this generalization as well as in others. And it's also a point that points to the perception that this genocidal policy that violates international law only brings discredit to the U.S. government. This agenda that seems to be very personal and very corrupt on the part of the U.S. Secretary of State, highly related with the worst interest, political interest in Florida, also harm the foreign interests of the United States. Disregards, ignores, and violates the opinions of the U.S. citizens who in their vast majority support the lifting of the blockade and the normalization of relations. The taxpayers are the ones that are paying this deployment, as well as they are paying the military deployment in the Caribbean that I mentioned before. Or Cubans that are living in the United States that have been betrayed by these, which are the worst political interests of that nation, that are now part of the anti-immigrant policy that is extremely repressive and racist that is being applied against them. I felt obliged to interrupt the speech of the permanent representative of the United States. I had barely just arrived here to this General Assembly because the way he spoke was with great disrespect towards the President of the UN General Assembly, towards all member states. He referred to the UN General Assembly as a political theater. He said that the state members confess in private that they want to do something else. He, besides slandering and saying lies, he lacked any civility, lack of the basic protocol that is called upon to any diplomatic representative in this important national General Assembly. He did it very rudely, arrogantly, and with no education. That's why I was forced to be called to order.
Foreign Minister, there's something very important to talk about here, this collective punishment that the U.S. is imposing against the Cuban people. Year after year, we have known a long list of hurtings, of numbers that is the suffering of that Cuban people. I wanted to ask you for the renewal of those numbers, for that statistical analysis that you are taking before this General Assembly.
The figures that have been calculated in the last years, meaning from February last year until today, according to current prices, of over $7 billion, which is an extremely high figure for a small economy as the Cuban. But the accumulated damage are completely out of proportion in these 60 years if we calculate them on the current prices or the gold value. The strengthening of the blockade from 2019 and of this year as well has proven in the increase of economic damage of over 40%, that the extreme imposition and the policy of maximum pressure in the economy applied in this period generate in our economy. But Marcela, what we cannot count, what we cannot express in numbers or in data, is the suffering of the people of Cuba. Is the consequence of the abuse of a superpower against a small nation, noble nation, working nation, the anxiety, the suffering of the daily life that provokes in our families, because it makes us live in a situation of scarcity that, despite the efforts and efficiency of our government and in general of our society, with the participation of young people, of people in general, of different organizations, yet it directly impacts in the daily life of our families and is expressed in the deterioration of some indicators of health. What we can say without a doubt is that our people remains united, aware, knows deeply the relation of the imposition of the blockade as a main cause for these problems and sufferings that suffer, and as the main obstacle for the recovery and development of our economy. Tomorrow, we will also witness an overwhelming victory of our people, of the Cuban Revolution, also of all the peoples, free peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. Is going to be a victory as well of our region that is proclaimed as a son of peace. And it's going to be a triumph of international law, of reason, justice, and truth.
Foreign Minister, you know that if we search in any search engine in internet or AI tool, we write the phrase, how does Cuba face the U.S. blockade? You know that the answer is just like yours. How is Cuba facing this? With a combination of resistance, creativity that has lasted for over 6 decades. It says, for example, one of these tools. You can do this at home as well. Cuba is managing these difficulties without losing that solidarity and that leadership, the strong leadership. And in that way, we can continue to reproduce that question with similar answers. I do not want to close this interview without touching on an important point. Today, the government of Venezuela also took the stand in the General Assembly, and it said, I want to ask you as well about this. Who is the main aggressor here in the Caribbean?
Well, I spoke on our strong rejection on the threat that the U.S. government is creating against peace, security, and stability in the region and also in the world. It's a military deployment that we know that it doesn't work to face scourges like drug trafficking, but it constitutes an existential threat against the independence of Venezuela and all other nations of our region, against sovereignty of all states. It's also a tool of pressure and blackmail and interference in the internal affairs of the countries of the Latin American and Caribbean nations. That is today rejected by the people and states of the region, and they will not achieve their purpose. I'm convinced that this is going to be another defeat for imperialism in this attempt to reimpose on us the doctrine policy of canons, after failing throughout history in their purpose of domination over a region. I'm certain that governments, the dignified government and sovereign governments of our region, and above all, of all the peoples of Latin America and Caribbean, they will persist in the defense of our principles of independence and sovereignty, bequeathed to our people by the liberator and the national hero of Cuba of independence, all symbolized in Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro and the internal president commander Hugo Chavez. And Cuba and Venezuela will always be together in any circumstance.
Do you believe, Foreign Minister, that the Monroe Doctrine that today is shown by the United States, do you think that this is perceived in the people around the world, that whatever they can, they are raising a sign to say, stop the genocide, stop the unilateral measures, because America is not just for you, Foreign Minister?
It's completely obsolete. It's failed throughout history. But it is dangerous, the attempt to take us back to the past, to reimpose the domination, supremacist, racist domination on our people. That's why we must be alert, ready to prevent an escalation aún greater and mobilize the international community, the awareness of the peoples in rejection to these threats.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, lastly, just minutes ago during this day, made a statement before the UN General Assembly and said that we call on both parts to solve this matter. We need to say at this moment who is being the aggressor and who is supporting these aggressions, and from this dialectic to continue to working on this topic. Foreign Minister, I want to close on this.
Yes, the speech of the permanent representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines was very clear, putting clear the responsibility of the U.S. government that applies unilaterally a cruel, genocidal, abusive policy against Cuba, the same as other representatives of the Caribbean community that have already spoken, the same as everyone that has already spoken, without a single exception. 7 groupings of country that has a fourth of the UN member states and 22 governments that have spoken sovereignly, beholden to the traditions of the UN General Assembly, and also very bravely in the face of this brutal pressure that the US imperialism has tried to impose. Thank you very much.
For you, Foreign Minister, we hope that the peace of that sea that we see behind you is the peace of our seas as well, a sustainable peace and a definite peace. As usual, thank you in the name of Telesur.
We will defend peace, Marcela. We will defend peace. We will defend sovereignty. We will face the damages of Hurricane Melissa, and all the peoples will achieve a great victory in the assembly tomorrow. Thank you very much, Telesur.
Till next time, thank you, everyone. With this, we end our special interview.
The likes of
This is Democracy Now!
All right, welcome back, everybody. My name is Tamara Hansen. I am an organizer with the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition, which is organizing this 24-hour picket for Cuba against the criminal U.S. blockade. Bonjour, je m'appelle Tamara. Je suis membre de la coalition pour la conférence pour la normalisation entre Cuba et les États-Unis. Je suis ici à Vancouver, Canada. Buenos días, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Tamara Hansen. Soy una organizadora con la coalición de la conferencia por la normalización de relaciones entre Cuba y los Estados Unidos. Vamos a ir ahora en algunos saludos que tenemos de diferentes partes del mundo. We are going to go quite soon to some greetings that we have from around the world. But I also see that we have a friend, René Robin. René, je peux t'envoyer une invitation de panéliste, ce qui te donne la parole sur Zoom. Alors, si tu veux, si vous voulez dire oui, vous pouvez devenir panéliste et ceci te donne la possibilité de nous rejoindre et de donner votre salut. Bonjour René Robert, si vous voulez ouvrir votre microphone, vous êtes bienvenue sur notre projet de 24 heures pour Cuba contre le blocus criminel des États-Unis. Bonjour René.
Bonjour.
Comment ça va?
Bien, 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 bien.
Super.
Yo escucho, ¿en qué idioma yo hablo? ¿Español o francés?
Las
Francés
dos.
plutôt.
Las dos. Si quiere dar un saludo en español y en
En salud,
francés.
salud,
Perfecto.
esperemos todos que el blocus va a se levantar, que le 180 y 97, ¿no? Hay en el nuevo país 197 países van a votar contra el blocus, que la gente no puede más en Cuba, no puede se calentar, no puede se alimentar bien, no puede se curar también, no hay medicamento. Yo voy a Cuba sábado, yo voy por Cuba sábado, yo soy casado con mi esposa está cubana, está de Guantánamo, eh, donde está pasado el ciclón. Yo pienso que la situación en Cuba es terrible, terrible. Yo voy, pero yo soy un poco nervioso para ir, porque yo sé que por allá es difícil, la vida es difícil, pero bueno, yo voy por ayudar a la familia de mi esposa, que es mi familia también. Y yo quería conversar con vosotros. Yo soy en una asociación de Francia-Cuba en Francia, Francia-Cuba. C'est por eso que yo tengo la conexión. Yo también había una otra conexión que se llama Alianza Global. Yo tenía también la conexión de Canadá. La secretaria de la organización, yo soy en el sur de Francia, cerca de España. Y la asociación que se llama Francia-Cuba Nacional, aquí en ese lugar c'est Francia-Cuba Héros, porque la provincia es el Héros. Ella tiene familia en Canadá. C'est por eso que vosotros conversar con ella y enviar esta comunicación también. Et
En français.
en français, voilà. Donc, bon, moi, j'ai une relation d'amour avec Cuba, puisque, bon, ma femme est cubaine, donc je suis allé à Cuba en 2005. Ça fait 20 ans. C'est pour ça qu'on y va là, parce qu'on va fêter nos 20 ans de mariage, en gros.
Wow.
Voilà. Et du coup, je suis content d'y aller, hein. Mais bon, d'un autre côté, j'ai un peu peur parce que chaque fois que je vais là-bas, la situation elle est vraiment catastrophique, quoi. Les prix c'est hors de prix. Il y a une inflation terrible. Il y a pas l'alimentation, c'est difficile. Les transports, j'en parle pas. Donc, mais je suis content d'y aller quand même parce que bon, je vais aussi un peu à participer, aider. Et je vais par exemple je vais amener une valise de médicaments que je vais donner
Super.
à l'hôpital Joaquim de Albarán, qui est dans la vieille Havane. Du coup, je vais à Havana. Et bon, je suis impliqué politiquement, je suis au Parti communiste. Bon, et du coup, je suis tombé amoureux de ce pays. Je suis allé là-bas pour voir un peu le socialisme, comment pouvait vivre un pays socialiste. Je suis né en 60, donc bon, j'aurais pu aller en URSS, mais ça faisait, ça faisait longtemps déjà il n'y avait plus déjà le socialisme, puisque en 89, j'avais 29 ans, moi aussi j'aurais pu. Mais bon, j'aurais vu la veine du socialisme. Et je suis tombé amoureux de ce pays. En plus, je suis tombé amoureux de ma femme là-bas. Mais bon, mais ce que je veux dire, c'est il va falloir aider Cuba beaucoup plus que par la solidarité. Ce que vous faites là aujourd'hui, c'est bien. Mais il va falloir que ce soit. Il faut mobiliser les élus, les politiciens, parce que la solidarité, je ne pense pas que ça suffira. Ils sont tellement étranglés par ce blocus qu'il faut faire une pression. Vous voyez, je viens d'écouter l'interview de Bruno Rodriguez. En France, ils vont voter contre le blocus. Les commissaires européens, les émissaires de l'ONU français, ils vont voter contre le blocus. Mais qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Rien. En Europe, qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Rien. Quasiment rien. Il y a un blocus de Cuba, des pays européens, aussi important que le blocus états-unien. Donc, il faut faire des pressions sur les élus, sur les partis, pour que ça s'arrête, quoi. Parce que, comme je dis en espagnol, le peuple, il souffre là-bas. Et il va souffrir de plus en plus. Là, on voit très bien qu'avec la politique de l'administration américaine, Marco Rubio, qui s'occupe de l'Amérique latine, mais surtout de Cuba, puisqu'il est descendant de Cubains, il va accentuer la pression sur Cuba. Ils sont en train d'essayer d'envahir ou d'attaquer le Venezuela. Mais ils attaquent le Venezuela, pourquoi? C'est leur précaré, l'Amérique latine aux États-Unis. Ça a toujours été leur précaré. Mais là, ça s'accentue. Ils veulent attaquer le Venezuela, ils veulent attaquer la Colombie de Petro, ils veulent attaquer le Nicaragua des sandinistes de Daniel Ortega. Pourquoi? Parce que c'est des pays qui font pas la même politique et qui n'ont pas le même système politique. Tout simplement. C'est que les États-Unis n'accepteront jamais qu'à 120 km de leur côte, il y ait un pays socialiste. Ils ne l'accepteront jamais. Donc, c'est à nous à se battre, à lutter, comme dans la vie de tous les jours, à lutter pour que ce blocus prenne fin. Autrement, c'est impossible qu'un pays qui a tant aidé les autres pays, un pays tant universaliste, tant mondialiste, avec leurs médecins, avec la joie de vivre qu'ils ont, avec tout ce qu'ils ont amené, notamment dans le domaine de la santé. Là, nous, on a un projet avec France-Cuba d'aider par rapport à l'AVC. Ils veulent faire des tests sur des gens pour un médicament pour réduire les AVC et pour essayer de les maintenir à un niveau que les personnes ne soient pas handicapées. Et ça, on va les aider comme ça. Ça demande beaucoup d'argent, mais bon, on va faire une souscription pas que pour les associations qu'il y a de Cuba. Parce qu'en France, il y a plusieurs associations. Je ne sais pas si au Canada vous êtes au courant. Il y a Cuba Coopération, il y a Cuba-Si et il y a France-Cuba. Et donc, on va essayer d'agréger des gens pour qu'ils aient des brevets pour ce médicament. Donc, ça permettra d'aider les Cubains parce que et surtout l'autre partie du monde, parce que l'AVC en France, par exemple, c'est la première cause de mortalité. C'est la première cause de mortalité ou la seconde si on met le cancer devant. Donc, c'est très important ce programme.
René.
Merci y hasta luego. Y espero que el voto va a ser venceremos, como se dice a Cuba.
So, yes, merci beaucoup, René. Gracias, René. Just for those who are joining us in English, René is joining us from France. He's a member of the Cuba Solidarity, one of the Cuba Solidarity organizations there. He's also married to a woman from Cuba, and they're just about to head back to Eastern Cuba, and sharing concerns about the impacts of the blockade on Cuba, how it has created shortages, the economic problems that Cuba is facing today, and specifically what Cuba will look like after Hurricane Melissa has hit. And so that is, very important message. Merci encore.
Merci.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
I'm going to send an invitation now to our friend Jennifer from Suriname. You will get an invitation to promote to panelists. And if you are able to join us, that would be great. All right, welcome, Jennifer. If you would like to unmute, you can turn on your microphone and your camera as you wish. Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I think
wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today on the 24-hour picket.
Very welcome. You're very welcome. It is a pleasure. Thank you. Also, for sure, I would like to express our solidarity today but I will do it in English and maybe in the end also in Dutch for the
That's
Dutch.
great. We want a little bit of every language here. That would be amazing.
I could sense that. It's a pleasure. Now, for sure, as we appreciate all the efforts that is jointly being taken every year for decades now, Venceremos, the humanitarian volunteer group, who is based in Suriname, but we also for sure have our network all over the 5 continents. We do believe that all the joint efforts that we make each and every year will succeed and will contribute to deliver the freedom of the people, not only in Cuba, but for sure also in Venezuela, as we know, and looking now also to that shift that is going on in Africa. Also, we believe that the Saheli revolution, the Cuban revolution, will all contribute to real freedom of an independence of our people, our sovereignty. And therefore, we condemn, because if we look at the impact of the ravages of the blockade by the USA, this is really inhuman. Even we see that, let it be a motivation to all of us, the organization, and therefore our appreciation, but to all who take actions, let it be an example that the world contribution in the same situation for Palestine, it did led to a ceasefire, but it is not the main objective. The main objective is not only to go to say ceasefire for a moment, but we want the total revolution. We want to see that the people are free. We want to see that people can take their own decisions and have a life according to the rights, the human rights that are manifested in all resolutions and in the constitutions internationally. So therefore, we say we have to be joining and using all the tools that we can as much as possible for this era. We see that it is a shift, a change. Social media is almost impossible to influence as before, where the West and the fascists controlled the media for 100%. And still they try, and still they will do all to influence the people. But we could see what is the power of the people, what is the power of social media, especially with Palestine. It went globally, and this is what we shall take into account also for Cuba, that we must to make the awareness and in more languages, because most of all, the biggest challenge is the language. And if we change our strategy also, as the West also changed their strategy in the lucha for against the fascists, that we as anti-fascists must to know that we must to be ahead of, and the little things we have, we shall use to support our brothers and sisters. Because imagine, as also for Suriname today, with our offshore oil and gas discoveries, we could be the next. And that is the message we have to bring forward. Don't think it would never be at your door. With these imperialists who want to recolonize us, we never know who's next. So only by joining each other and making one fist, we will succeed. Venceremos.
What a beautiful message, Jennifer. Thank you so much. I think that that's such an important reminder to all of us that it's not only U.S. imperialism coming from Canada, we also have a legacy of colonialism and imperialism. We know Europe and so many other forces have been responsible for so many crimes against people of the world. And I think that understanding that no matter what country we're in, working and oppressed people, we have a lot to unite to fight for and for a better world. And so that was beautiful. If you'd like to share a message in Dutch, that would be fantastic as well.
Yes, for sure. Goedemorgen. Ik wil hierbij alle antifascisten oproepen om gezamenlijk de strijd aan te binden tegen de rekolonisatie. Wij, Surinamers, maar ook onze diaspora, moeten weten dat de agenda van het Westen niet gefocust is om ons samen te binden, maar ons integendeel uit elkaar te houden. Want door ons te delen en spreiding te brengen, kunnen zij ons overheersen. Daarom is elke actie die wij ondernemen om onze vrienden, onze echte ware vrienden te ondersteunen, welkom en wordt gewaardeerd. En ik denk dat we samen sterker staan in de strijd. Hierbij dus ook naar de bevolking, maar ook de overheid van Cuba, onze solidariteitsbetuiging. En we zeggen samen zijn we sterker. Venceremos.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I know that you have other obligations today, but wonderful to meet you, and looking forward to continuing being in contact and continuing international work in solidarity with Cuba. Thank you so much.
For sure. It's a pleasure.
One of the things that was raised by Renee Robin, who just is the Hurricane Melissa coming which has hit eastern Cuba. And I found some journalism from Live on the Ground in Cuba right now through Breakthrough News and Belly of the Beast. So I'm going to go to that video. It's a short video now, just to show on the ground in Santiago de Cuba. René, vous avez parlé un peu du sujet du ouragan Melissa qui vient de frapper Cuba. On va aller voir un vidéo qui montre Santiago de Cuba aujourd'hui, ce matin, de Belly of the Beast et Breakthrough News. So here we can see the tweet says, Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica today as one of the strongest ever in the Atlantic, Category 5, with maximum winds of 185 miles per hour. Now the storm is headed straight to Cuba, a country already suffering shortages and a crippling U.S. economic blockade. Tomorrow, the UN will vote again to overwhelmingly condemn the U.S. policy. With the storm approaching, Breakthrough News is reporting from Santiago de Cuba in collaboration with Belly of the Beast.
We are here in Santiago de Cuba province in the eastern part of Cuba, where the population and authorities are preparing the final details for the imminent passage of Hurricane Maria. At least 5 provinces in the eastern part of Cuba will receive the direct impact of this storm, the most powerful one to hit Cuba since 2012 with Hurricane Sandy.
Lo que pienso es que viene peor que Sandy, porque viene más grave, viene así. Y bueno, pidiéndole a ese gran señor que nos libre de... Que bueno, va a ser difícil porque nos va a dejar su cosa, pero bueno, que no sea de, por lo menos, pérdida humana.
Como este no, este viene más fuerte que Sandy. Sandy entró de noche, pero venía con viento y muy lento. Pero este viene más lento que Sandy, que es lo más peligroso.
Cuban citizens say they are concerned about the damage this devastating phenomenon could cause, which will hit the country as a major hurricane.
Para el paso en Melissa me voy a albergar ahora por allá en una casa. Una casita, un cuarto nada más de que está de placa, porque eso también se derrumba. Es una madre placa, un cuartico allá.
Yo soy la evacuada.
¿Sí? ¿A dónde se tuvo que...?
A casa de los vecinos.
Vive en zona inundable.
Sí.
Que...
Y las condiciones de la casa no están muy favorables, independientemente que tenemos todavía de Sandy, que no, los materiales nunca...
Entonces, puedes ver un poco la situación en Cuba, preparando para Melissa. I'm just going to put, if you're interested, the tweet in the chat, and I'm sure they will be posting more as things continue. I am going to go to some greetings now, and we are going to, and then I'll come back and see if there's some other folks who'd like to chat with me more live. So we've got some great greetings coming up from the Australia-Cuba Friendship Society in Perth, from a recent Bridges of Love action there. We have a video from Dr. Ibrahim Alouche, a Palestinian writer. We have a video from Elaine at the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples. A video from Mbedi in New York City. We have a video from Milwaukee, from Norway, from Ottawa, from Paraguay, and from Vermont. So let's go and check out a few greetings that have been sent to the 24-hour picket. Vamos a ir ahora a algunos videos de solidaridad, mensajes de solidaridad que tenemos de diferentes partes del mundo, los Estados Unidos, Australia, Palestina, Cuba, Paraguay, y Noruega. Oh, no sé exactamente cómo decir esto en español. Y vamos a ver este videos y saludos de solidaridad, y voy a regresar a ver si hay otros en línea por Zoom que quiere dar un mensaje.
This blockade is a violation of the rights of the Cuban people, of international law with its extraterritorial implementation. The cost of just 2 weeks of this blockade to Cuba is $300 million US. The Cuban people have the right to peace, development and self-determination. We stand in solidarity with the Cuban people against this illegitimate and immoral blockade. We know one day you will overcome. Until then, we are proud to be part of the most universal call of the international community for an end to this illegal and inhumane US blockade on Cuba. Viva Cuba!
Viva!
Lift the blockade on Cuba!
Lift the blockade on Cuba!
Hi, my name's Rhonda. I'm with the Australian-Cuban Friendship Society in Perth, Western Australia, and I would like to give my wholehearted support for the lifting of the blockade against Cuba. Viva Cuba!
Cuba, Venezuela, Colombia, Nicaragua, everywhere in Latin America, Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, North Korea, everywhere in Africa and Asia, in the global south. It's one struggle for national liberation against one oppressive force, imperialism, Zionism, and the forces attached to them, be they organizations or regimes. On this particular occasion, I would like to extend full solidarity with Cuba for lifting the siege on Cuba and liberating the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base. Hasta la victoria siempre.
Hola, mi nombre es Ailén, soy una mujer cubana y hoy me gustaría comentarles sobre las afectaciones del bloqueo de Estados Unidos hacia Cuba. Primero que todo, me gustaría comentar que este bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero es un entramado de leyes aprobados por los sucesivos gobiernos de los Estados Unidos con el objetivo de estrangular la economía cubana. A eso se suma la política aplicada por el presidente Trump durante su primer mandato de máxima presión contra Cuba, con más de 240 medidas económicas, incluso durante el periodo de la COVID-19. Estas medidas fueron mantenidas por la administración del presidente Biden y por lo que vamos viendo serán aún más recrudecidas durante este segundo mandato de Trump. A eso sumarle la injusta acusación de que Cuba es un país patrocinador del terrorismo. Esta acusación, por supuesto, es totalmente falsa porque Cuba, más que un patrocinador, ha sido una víctima del terrorismo durante todos estos años. Pero el resultado es que durante más de 60 años hemos sufrido los efectos de este bloqueo en el sector de la salud, en el sector de la educación, en el sector de las tecnologías, de la informatización. Hemos sufrido problemas miles para poder adquirir el combustible, las piezas necesarias para poder garantizar el correcto funcionamiento de nuestro sistema energético nacional, solo por ponerle algunos ejemplos. Y en mi caso personal me gustaría comentarles las afectaciones, por ejemplo, que tenemos para la leche de nuestros niños, porque pudiendo comerciar con Estados Unidos tenemos que ir a buscar la leche a terceros países, países muy distantes que encarecen la operación comercial y como resultado tenemos atrasos en las entregas de la leche de los niños. Solamente comentarles que en nuestro pueblo, nuestros niños deberían recibir 3 veces al mes la leche y algunos las están recibiendo solo una vez debido a estos problemas, debido al encarecimiento del flete de los barcos. Es una situación complicada, pero nosotros sabemos, nosotros confiamos los cubanos en nuestra revolución y sabemos que con la ayuda del pueblo de los Estados Unidos, que siempre nos ha apoyado durante todos estos años, vamos a salir adelante. Por lo tanto, lo único que queremos es que nos dejen vivir. Let Cuba live. And todos ustedes están invitados a visitar nuestro país.
Muy buenas tardes. Quisiera que mis palabras sean pocas, pero contundentes. No se trata sino de tener un poco de dignidad, tener decoro, tener humanidad, ¿sí? Más si uno es latinoamericano. El pueblo de Cuba lleva más de 60 años, esto es más de 2 generaciones, soportando, lidiando, afrontando un bloqueo que es brutal, es injustificado y es cobarde y criminal. Debemos decir de una vez todos, debemos informarnos qué sabemos, por qué y qué implica ese bloqueo para un país. ¿Cuántos países del mundo aguantarían un mes con este bloqueo? Ni quiero decir una quincena, ¿sí? Ese es un pueblo realmente heroico, ¿sí? Que por supuesto se agota, se cansa, como cualquier pueblo humano. Debemos manifestar nuestro repudio a ese bloqueo. Mi nombre es Jorge Ventosilla, envío este mensaje desde Panamá y con mucho orgullo, con mucha solidaridad, con mucho cariño al pueblo cubano. Solamente acá la operación Milagro, hasta que fue prohibida por un gobierno entrante que ya todo eso se puede averiguar. Esa operación Milagro curó de la vista a 45.000 personas. Primero los llevaban a Cuba, luego los atendían en un hospital aquí en provincias, en el interior del país. 45.000 panameños fueron atendidos y curados y no pocos de ellos se les pudieron volver a ver con la Operación Milagro hasta hace unos años. ¿Qué sabemos, qué recordamos de eso? No nos olvidemos, hay muchas razones de fondo para estar con Cuba. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Betty from New York. I have learned about Cuba, heard about Cuba in the past, but also I learned through college, a college professor. And I have learned a lot from her, so I've become aware, the struggle of Cuba. And I pray that one day we have a president that will stop the blockade, because it's a matter of having courage. I just hope the president stop the blockade. Somebody have to step up and stop this blockade, and because you're hurting innocent people, innocent children. People need medicine. This is. Thank you. They told me to send a video. Peace and solidarity.
Opponents of the revolution said that Cuba is just a failed state and its problems are its own fault. To which the Cubans say, we can test your hypothesis. All you have to do is lift the damn blockade.
Yeah. Lift the blockade. Let Cuba live. Lift the blockade. Let Cuba live.
In 1959, when Fidel Castro and the people of Cuba rose up to defeat the American-backed dictator Fulgencio Batista, the American empire shuddered in fear of an emerging socialist nation so close to its borders. And so they blockaded the country and began a series of covert operations to murder its political leaders and return the Cuban people to a position of subservience to American business interests.
The State Department memo justifying this policy said its purpose is to, this is a quote, bring about hunger and deprivation leading to regime change.
For more than 60 years, the imperialist state has continued to starve the Cuban people under the ridiculous pretense of being a state sponsor of terror.
The Cuban people and the Cuban government are exporting doctors. The United States imperialism is exporting bombs.
Over the 64 years of the blockade, it has cost Cuba $164 billion in lost revenue. The 296 new sanctions imposed by the Trump administration are causing very severe shortages in Cuba.
And yet there is hope. People the world over are speaking out in defense of the Cuban people.
If we lift the blockade, I believe Cuba will flourish. It has all the potential of flourishing, and it's no threat to the United States.
I just want everybody in Cuba to have enough to eat and to have the medication that they need.
It's way past time that we should have normalized relations with Cuba.
We are here against the sanctions against the Cuban people.
We will continue to fight to get Cuba off the state sponsor of terrorism list.
I think we need to stop interfering.
We will always stand up and fight for the liberation of all people in our own backyard and thousands of miles away.
For the last 32 years, Cuba has put a resolution before the UN General Assembly asking the nations of the world to condemn the U.S. blockade. Last year, the vote was 187 to 2. Guess who those two were? The U.S. and Israel. This coming week, the UN will again take up Cuba's resolution to condemn the blockade. Cuba sí!
Blockade no!
Cuba sí!
Blockade no! Cuba sí! Blockade no!
Cuba sí!
Blockade no!
Hi, my name is David Watson. I'm the Information Secretary for the Committee in Solidarity with Latin America in Bergen, Norway. I would like to add my voice to the many thousands of activists all over the world who are calling today for an end to the US's illegal and cruel blockade of Cuba. Since the 1970s, our organisation has been supporting the popular struggles in Latin America. During the South American military dictatorships of the 1970s and 80s, the military interventions in Nicaragua, El Salvador and other Central American countries in the 1980s, and in the last 2 decades supporting the so-called pink tide alternatives that were initiated by Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. During all these decades of struggle, Cuba has been there as a bulwark, supporting the oppressed people of their sister nations in the continent and further abroad. Whether it has been through support for national liberation movements, fighting US-supported genocidal regimes, participating militarily in fighting apartheid in South Africa, sending medical teams to aid in developing countries around the world, aiding victims of natural disasters from Haiti to Pakistan. The list of Cuba's efforts at spreading socialist solidarity throughout the world is far too long to mention in a short video. And throughout all these years, Cuba has itself been the victim of a cruel, relentless campaign of terror and destabilization by the planet's largest superpower, the United States of America. Now, with the mafia regime of Trump, Rubio, and their warmongering acolytes, the pressure has intensified, and the evil empire is saber-rattling in the Caribbean. We say enough. Ya basta. The world has to demand an end to over 70 years of the USA's destructive blockade of Cuba. Our compliant leaders in the West, who sit passively back and allow these atrocities against the Cuban people to continue, must listen to the voice of the people and react. Viva Cuba! Hasta la victoria siempre! We stand with you.
Ask the government of the U.S. to finish this unjust, immoral, and illegal blockade against the Cuban people. Next week, Wednesday, there is going to be a vote in the United Nations General Assembly to once again approve a resolution that asks for the end of the blockade. And particularly this year, we need the support of you and all our friends all over the world, because the government of the United States is doing a campaign based on lies and, as usual, and misinformation and pressures to governments of other countries, trying to avoid what is fact, that is the vast majority of the international community supports the Cuban people in this regard. So we hope that in the coming days your solidarity is going to be shown, is going to be more active than ever in order to show everybody that the international community supports Cuba and ask for the end of this illegal blockade that is affecting our economy and affecting our people. So we hope on Wednesday that the vote again is going to show this support of all the world, with the exception of the U.S. and Israel, as has been usual too, in this votation in the General Assembly of the United Nations. So that's what I wanted to share with you this morning, and I hope that this caravan or bridges of love is going to be very active in the coming days. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. ¡Viva Cuba! ¡Cuba sí! ¡Bloqueo!
Sepa de la realidad que está pasando Cuba, los medios internacionales, así como Estados Unidos estuvo operando en toda la región para estas votaciones que se van a dar el día miércoles. Mañana día martes va a ser el debate en la ONU y el miércoles se va a votar. Así como todos los años se viene votando de forma inmensamente mayoritaria por el levantamiento del bloqueo a Cuba, este año veremos cómo se dan estas votaciones. Así como vamos a ver cómo se dan estas votaciones, es importante que podamos recordar al pueblo paraguayo las demostraciones profundas de solidaridad de Cuba, del pueblo de Cuba hacia Paraguay, en el envío de médicos, en la operación de más de 2.500 paraguayos que no iban a poder ver si no iban a Cuba a tratarse una operación, una cirugía de los ojos y otros tipos de cirugía. Eso es un pequeño ejemplo de lo que Cuba hace con la medicina, con la educación. Hay programas que Paraguay puede utilizarlo, de hecho lo utiliza y lo utilizó alguna vez. Ahora bien, nosotros hacemos este pequeño acto para dar un pronunciamiento urgente y necesario para poder hacer ver que mañana y pasado van a ocurrir cosas determinantes e importantes para el pueblo de Cuba y para toda la región. También quería anunciarles que como la Coordinadora de Solidaridad Cuba-Paraguay estamos preparando para este 28 de noviembre una actividad, un encuentro fraternal que estaremos enviando las invitaciones pertinentes, donde vamos a compartir una charla, una disertación que lo va a dar el embajador Francisco Fernández sobre la situación actual del bloqueo a Cuba y sobre el modelo político cubano. ¿Por qué el modelo político?
This is the Vermont Coalition for Palestine. We are at the People's Summit at Winooski High School today, and we would like to share that it's important to lift the blockade on Cuba.
I'm Jordan with the Vermont Coalition for Palestine Liberation and the Bosnian community, and on the behalf of the community, including our long relationship with the People's Republic of Cuba, we demand the lift of the blockade. Salvador Cuba.
And I'm Carmela, and Cuba supports Palestine, and we support Cuban liberation.
Wonderful. So thank you again so much for those amazing greetings we saw from the Australia-Cuba Friendship Society in Western Australia, Perth, from Dr. Ibrahim Alouche, Palestinian writer, from Eileen, from the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples, Jorge Ventosia, Mbedi in New York City, from the Milwaukee protest, from Norway, the greetings from the Cuban ambassador at the Ottawa Cuba Connections action that happened in October. Unfortunately, the audio was a little bit low, but some important words there from Paraguay and also from Vermont in the United States. Muchas gracias a todos por sus saludos. Merci beaucoup à tous pour vos saluts pour Cuba contre le blocus.